Who doesn't love audiobooks, especially when you can listen for free? Today's audiobook is Second Chance Reception, which is the fifth book in the Texas Tornado series. There are currently 6 with maybe plans to go back. I've had a few people reach out and say, we really love this series. We don't want it to end. So there may be some more, but right now there are 6, and this is book 5. So you don't have to love football. You'll see some football knowledge if you like football, but you don't have to love football to enjoy this story because it's really more about that second chance. All right, hope you guys love it.
Chapter 1. Jefferson. Exhaustion. That was the only word he could think of. Jefferson flicked out the bedroom light and let out the sigh he'd been holding back. Fatigue permeated his bones as he padded softly to the kitchen. And for a moment he thought about running down to the corner store for a bottle of something to help him sleep. Liquid courage, that's what they'd called it in college, and it had certainly given him courage. Courage to attend the party, courage to hit on the pretty girl. However, it also had a dark side. The lure of feeling good and believing you could do nothing wrong, along with the ability to make you lose control and pass out. It wasn't those evil sides Jefferson was looking for, and he'd promised himself he would never return, no matter how big the temptation, but he couldn't deny it was strong tonight. Not the need to lose control, or even the need to feel good. He was pretty happy with his life, considering. No, just the desire to pass out, to let his brain turn off, let his body relax, and fade off to dreamland for a solid 8 hours. He'd even settle for 6. When was the last time he'd gotten a good 6 continuous hours of sleep? Jefferson paused, his hand on the fridge door. When was the last time he'd gotten a night of uninterrupted rest? 2 years ago? 3? Before Haley, that's for sure. He blew out a frustrated breath and opened the door. However, as soon as the cold air hit him, he merely blinked, unsure of exactly what he'd come in the kitchen to get. Jefferson let the refrigerator door swing closed and ran a hand down his face, feeling the stubble of his 5 o'clock shadow scrape across his palm like dried sand after a day at the beach. He might have to consider getting some help if things didn't turn around soon, especially now that he was playing more often. Of course, Mason was only gone for a week, but sleep deprivation was dangerous. That was the case regardless of other criteria, but Jefferson felt it was even more so when you were on a field running for your life against people whose only desire was to tackle you. Even the safety measures the league had in place didn't protect everyone all the time. Warm milk. Isn't that what his mother used to suggest when he had trouble sleeping as a kid? Jefferson opened the fridge again and stared at the milk, but the thought of heating it up not only turned his stomach, but would require effort. Effort he didn't feel like expending at the moment. Maybe cold milk would work just as well. He could drink a glass as he did his nightly devotion, and then maybe he could get some rest. With the decision made, he grabbed the milk jug and let the fridge door close again as he turned to the cupboard to retrieve a cup. He poured the ivory liquid in, watching the few bubbles that surged to the surface as if competing in a race. When the cup was 3/4 full, he put the lid back on the milk and returned it to the fridge. Then he carried the milk to the table where his Bible lay. He took a swig as he sat down and opened the book to the last chapter he'd been reading. But as he stared at the page, the words swam together. This was going to be harder than he thought. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he took a deep breath. Lord, I could use some help. I'm trying to focus on your word, but my body is tired and my mind refuses to rest. Please help me. He'd been hoping for a feeling of peace, maybe even a jolt of energy, or the mind-numbing sensation of his brain turning off. Instead, what he got was an agonizing scream that sent tiny slivers of ice shooting through his veins. When he'd been younger, He'd thought sneakers squeaking on the tile floors of the school hallway was the worst sound in the world. But after Haley, he'd realized how wrong he'd been. There was nothing like the sound of your daughter screaming. The intensity, nervousness, and fear it elicited compared to nothing else. He pushed back from the table so hard that the chair he'd been sitting in clattered to the floor with a loud thud. But he barely heard the sound, and he had no desire to remedy at the moment. His daughter was in pain, and that was all that mattered now. Pushing her door open, he rushed to her bed, where she thrashed back and forth, her tiny hands clutching her tummy. "It hurts, Daddy. It hurts so bad." The tears that streamed down her face clawed at his heart, as did the agonizing expression distorting her beautiful face. "What does, baby? Your tummy?" "Uh-huh. Can you make it stop?" He wished he could. She'd never been a great sleeper, but the last few nights she'd woken up complaining that her tummy hurt. He'd checked her temperature, given her some Tylenol, and sat with her until she'd gone back to sleep. However, he'd never seen her as pale as she was tonight. When he touched her head, the heat radiating off her burned his fingertips. Whatever this was, Tylenol wasn't going to solve it tonight. "Hang on, baby." He scooped her up, the heat radiating off of her, kissing the hairs on his arm. Even though she was burning up, he wrapped the blanket around her. The night air outside would be cold, and he had no idea how long they might have to wait to be seen. Besides, it would keep her teddy bear close to her, something he knew she would want. The teddy bear, affectionately named Teddy, when Haley had learned to talk, had been a gift from his mother when she was born. On that day, Teddy had been a soft pink color with a darker pink bow tied around his neck. However, through the years and the many washings, his fur had faded to a dirty beige color, and the pink bow had fallen off somewhere along the way, as had one of his eyes. Thankfully, a black marker had sufficed in replacing the eye, but it was clear that Teddy was well loved, and he still accompanied Haley everywhere. Jefferson grabbed his wallet and keys, shuffling Haley's weight in his arms in order to shove the wallet in his pocket and get the keys in a position that would allow him to lock the door behind him. With each rearrangement, she moaned a little louder, tearing at his heart once more. "Just hang on. We're going to see a doctor and find out how to make you better." He hurried to the car, shielding her as best as he could from the biting cold. "It hurts so bad," she moaned as he buckled her in her car seat and tucked the blanket around her. "I know, baby, I know. Please, Lord, let her be okay." He prayed silently as he inserted the key in the ignition and fired up the car. He couldn't lose her, too. The Bible said God never gave you more than you could handle, but he was confident losing Haley would be his breaking limit. Few cars were on the road this evening, which Jefferson was thankful for, and the parking lot of the emergency room appeared sparse as well. Perhaps they would be able to get her seen quickly. Every tear and moan tore at his soul, leaving marks he knew would take a lifetime to heal. After parking the car, he scooped her up in his arms, locked the car, and hurried into the emergency room. The front doors swished softly as he approached, announcing his arrival. All but 2 of the chairs in the waiting room were empty, and a lone nurse attending the desk glanced up as he neared. "It's my daughter." His pinched tone sounded terse to his ears, and he hoped the nurse would understand his emotion wasn't directed at her. "Her stomach has been hurting, and now she's burning up." The nurse stood, grabbed a thermometer, and ran it across Haley's head. 102. Let's get her in a room, and then I'll get you started on the paperwork." She picked up the phone and relayed a brief message to whomever was on the other end. A moment later, another nurse appeared and led him to a room. He placed Haley on the gurney, which made her look even smaller, and then stepped back as the nurse began examining her. "How long has she had the pain?" "A few days." Jefferson scratched at his chin, but there was no itch to relieve, only nerves. but never this bad. Normally, I give her some Tylenol and sit with her, and she goes back to sleep and seems fine in the morning. This is the first night she's had a fever." The nurse nodded. "Any allergies that you know of?" Jefferson shook his head. "No, none. Is she going to be okay?" The nurse paused her examination to offer him a reassuring smile. "We're going to run some tests and find out what's wrong with her. Don't you worry." It wasn't the answer he'd been hoping for, but he knew it was the best she could do at the moment. Worry wasn't something he could put out of his mind, though. Not while his little girl lay on the table groaning in agony. But he also knew that there was only one thing he could do for her at the moment, and that was to pray. Chapter 2. Lucia. Lucia fell into the leather couch with an exhausted sigh. It had been a long night. A good night, as she'd heard nothing but compliments about the food, but definitely a long night. She'd spent most of the morning cooking and preparing the dishes for the team's dinner. They'd had a late afternoon meeting, and the owners had asked her to supply the dinner for the team. Though Sundays were usually her day off to plan the meals for the next week, she'd been flattered that the team had asked her to cook for it, especially after just paying her extra to do Mason and Clara's rehearsal dinner 2 nights ago. So, after cooking all morning, she'd spent the early evening making sure the dishes were served without a hitch, and the latter part of the evening cleaning up. To say she was bone-tired would be an exaggeration. "Hey, you're home." April, her roommate, smiled as she crossed to the kitchen to grab a drink. "I'm going out in a bit. Do you want to come?" April was the antithesis of Lucia in nearly every way. Lucia's Italian roots shone in her long dark hair and eyes. April, on the other hand, sported fiery red hair and green eyes, an homage to her Irish genes. Lucia was a force to be reckoned with in the kitchen, but because she spent so much energy commanding a presence all day, she was usually quiet and reserved when she got home, preferring to curl up with a good book rather than going out. April's energy, on the other hand, seemed to last all day. She was vivacious, energetic, and had a date or a meetup with friends or coworkers nearly every night of the week. They'd met through an ad April had posted on campus, and while Lucia hadn't been sure they would get along at first, they seemed to balance each other nicely. She didn't even mind doing most of the cooking, as April was a neatnik and came along after her, washing all the dishes and returning them to their proper place. That alone was Lucia's dream come true most days. "No, I think I'll just catch up on my reading." Lucia stifled a yawn, but truthfully, she wasn't even sure she would make it through a chapter of the novel she was reading. Still, she would try. If she went to bed at night without reading something, she always felt like she had cheated herself. April sighed and leaned against the wall, connecting the living room and the kitchen. With a perfectly manicured red fingernail, she popped the top of her LaCroix, carbonated water, another trademark of hers, though it had nothing to do with her background that Lucia knew. A soft hiss swept through the air. "You always read." She paused as she tilted the can back to take a long sip. "Couldn't you come out just this once? There's a new club opening, and my friend Javier said it's crazy fun." A club was the last place Lucia wanted to be. She hated the noise, she hated the crowd, and she hated not knowing what every man looking at her was thinking. The idea that she should be able to read men's minds was ridiculous, and she knew that. But after Philip, she just couldn't lower her guard around a man, at least not yet. Plus, as great as she was to live with, April had one very annoying habit. Well, more than one, truthfully, but one that particularly affected Lucia. Because she was beautiful and quite the social butterfly, April would stay with Lucia for about 5 minutes before some random guy, as long as she found him attractive, Or her more outgoing friends, if no handsome guy was available, would drag her off to the dance floor, leaving Lucia either standing against the wall like a life-sized piece of the decor or fending off advancements from men she wanted nothing to do with. At least that had been the experience the one and only time Lucia had agreed to go out with her. That night, Lucia had ordered a drink, something she rarely did, hoping it would buy her time until April returned. But it hadn't. And when the liquid was gone and the ice melted, Lucia had found herself bored and tired of the pitying looks the strangers in the club sent her direction. She'd approached April about leaving, but instead of acquiescing, April had pulled her onto the dance floor and pawned her off on some guy who had spiky blonde hair and gauges in his earlobes larger than most of Lucia's jewelry. He'd proceeded to yell at her over the loud music pulsing through the room about his affinity for punk rock, spiked jewelry, and skinny jeans, none of which Lucia appreciated. It had been the second most miserable experience of her life so far, and one she was in no hurry to repeat. "I'm sure you will have a blast, but I've been on my feet all day, April. I don't want to go anywhere else tonight. I just want to stay home, change into pajamas, and relax in bed. Maybe sip some tea, but that's it." April rolled her eyes. "I know we're different, Lucia, but how are you ever going to meet anyone if you never go out? Do you even have friends at this new job of yours?" Lucia had gotten the job as head chef for the Texas Tornadoes a year ago, but she'd been vague about the promotion when she told April about it. A part of her felt bad, as if she was lying to her roommate, but she hadn't told April, because she knew as soon as she did that April would want to come and meet all the players, and Lucia didn't want to be that girl. The kind who fawned over all the boys, or brought in friends who did. Plus, she didn't even know if visitors were allowed, and she didn't want to have to continually deter April's requests. So she'd told her she'd gotten a job as a head chef at a cafeteria. That had been close to the truth, and enough to keep April from wanting to show up. "I talked to some of the line chefs." Lucia hated that she felt like she was defending herself. Yes, she probably should have made some friends by now, but it wasn't that easy for her, especially after Philip. Though she knew most of the vitriol he had spouted at her had been false, it had wormed its way into her psyche nonetheless, and she was having a hard time removing it, leaving her avoiding new relationships and limiting her interaction to the people she worked with every day. People who were intimidated by her being the boss and had no desire to grab a coffee after work or a movie on the weekend. "That doesn't count, and you know it." April walked into the living room and perched on the rose-colored recliner that matched nothing else in the room, but had been too comfortable to pass up when Lucia had found it at a garage sale. "What about a guy? Isn't there anyone you have noticed?" This was another area where April and Lucia differed greatly. April enjoyed dating, and she had a string of men that she saw on a regular basis, as well as new ones she added in occasionally. Lucia, on the other hand, hadn't had a boyfriend in nearly 2 years, and he'd definitely left a lasting impression on her. Men, on the whole, rarely registered on her radar, at least as anything other than customers and clients. However, she couldn't deny that she had noticed one of the players Friday night. She'd even found herself drifting over to the swinging door that separated the kitchen from the dining room several times in an attempt to spy him through the small window. Of course, she'd told the other cooks, and tried to convince herself, that she was merely making sure everyone was satisfied and lacking nothing. But she easily could have handed that job off to a line chef, or even trusted the servers, who spent the night refilling drinks and removing plates and silverware. But she hadn't. She'd done it herself, hoping to catch a glimpse of the brunette man who'd stared at her with caramel-colored eyes and sent a searing heat licking up her neck unlike anything she'd felt in years. There is someone, isn't there? April's bubbly outburst reminded Lucia that not only had she been wandering memory lane, but she'd stayed long enough for the heat to make a return appearance in her cheeks. There would be no avoiding this conversation now. April was like a shark in blood-infested waters any time she suspected a hint of romance or gossip. As if preparing for a long spill session, April leaned back in the chair and pulled one knee up to her chest. "Who is he? Tell me about him." "I don't know his name." Lucia was glad for once that she hadn't met any of the players so that she wouldn't have to lie. "I don't know any of their names, but he's a regular. He has brown hair and brown eyes, but this smile..." She trailed off, unsure how to describe his smile. Friday was the first time she'd seen him, but it had definitely affected her. He'd held her gaze like he was really seeing her, not the pretty, curvy Italian she knew most men saw, but her. And when he'd smiled, she'd felt, well, she didn't know exactly what she'd felt, just that she'd felt. Something that hadn't happened in a long time. "You don't know anything about him?" April asked. "How is that possible if he's a regular?" Lucia shrugged. "I don't usually go into the eating area. I'm normally in the kitchen, cooking, remember?" "Well, you have to change that." April took a sip of her drink and then tapped her fingers against her lips. "Could you go out? I mean, there's no rule against it, is there?" "Not that I know of." Lucia said the words slowly, dreading where this conversation was headed. "Then you should try and at least talk to him. Find out his name, what he likes to eat, something." "I don't know." Lucia was protesting more out of habit than any other reason, but she wondered if she could talk to him. She was curious about him, especially because of the way he'd looked at her. But could she actually start a conversation with him? "You'll never know if you don't at least try." April leaned forward, her gaze focused and penetrating, as if she thought she could will Lucia into action with her words. "Sometimes you just have to hold your breath and jump in, you know?" "Yeah, maybe." Though she wasn't sure she would have the courage, Lucia mulled the idea over in her mind. A horn blared outside, and April jumped up from the chair. "That will be Javier. Are you sure you don't want to come?" "I'm sure." Her pajamas were sounding better than ever, especially now that she wanted to imagine talking to the handsome football player. She'd probably never get up the nerve, but she could dream about it, couldn't she? "Okay, well, have fun." April crossed to the kitchen to toss her can away. Then she grabbed a jacket and headed out the door, calling, "Don't wait up," as she shut the door behind her. Lucia chuckled. That certainly wouldn't be a problem. Though it wasn't even midnight, her body felt like it was hours past, and she knew that as soon as she hit the sheets, sleep wouldn't be far behind. Chapter 3. Jefferson. Celiac disease. What does that mean? Jefferson glanced from his sleeping daughter to stare at the doctor, trying to make sense of the words that sounded like a foreign language in his head. He knew part of it was his exhaustion, but he also had little knowledge of this disease that now defined his daughter. "It's a digestive disorder." The doctor twisted on the stool to face him, but her expression remained as neutral as her voice. "It means that she has an intolerance to gluten. When she eats it, it triggers an immune response and can appear as diarrhea, bloating, gas, nausea, constipation, and a swollen belly." Jefferson blinked at the doctor. She sounded like one of those terrible drug commercials that promoted all the benefits of the drug and then quickly read off the horrible side effects at the end. "So, is there a pill she can take?" The doctor smiled softly and shook her head. There is no cure for celiac disease. We can give her some medication to help with gas or constipation when she has flare-ups, but most of this will have to be controlled by diet. She will need to eat a strict gluten-free diet to remain healthy. Gluten-free. Jefferson had never been affected by food, so his awareness of ingredients was limited, and he had even less knowledge of gluten, whatever it was. The only thing he knew for certain was that it was in bread, because he'd heard people talk about how they were allergic to gluten and could no longer eat bread. Still, he could acknowledge their diet at home was not the healthiest one. At least not on the nights when his sister, who also served as Haley's nanny during the day, didn't make enough food for dinner. What is gluten exactly? Gluten is a protein found in wheat, barley, and rye. So, bread. But she hadn't mentioned white bread. Did that mean it was okay? But we don't eat any of that. Haley only likes white bread. I don't even eat rye bread, and I'm not sure I know what barley is. The doctor's face took on a patronizing expression, as if she were explaining this to a child instead of a grown man. Unfortunately, just because white bread doesn't contain the word wheat, that doesn't mean it is gluten-free. Gluten is in a lot of our foods, and we don't even realize it. Do you eat anything processed? Anything breaded? Chicken nuggets. A feeling of chagrin fell over Jefferson as he mumbled the words. Was he a horrible father for feeding his daughter what she liked? Had he caused this? Oh, and those little corn dogs? The doctor nodded. Those would definitely be a culprit, but so would a lot of other things. The white bread, if she eats sandwiches at all, and I'm guessing because of her age that peanut butter and jelly sandwiches are a staple. She let the words fade as she looked to Jefferson. Yeah, again, one of the few things she'll eat without a battle. He was such a failure. How had he not known he was hurting his daughter? Those are definitely at the root then, but gluten can also be found in vitamins, toothpaste, and preservatives. Toothpaste? Jefferson ran a hand across the back of his neck and tried to take even breaths. It wasn't working. Even though he was nowhere near water, he felt like he had the one time in high school he'd been messing around in the pool, inhaled too much water, and been close to drowning. I know it sounds hard. The doctor's voice took on a soothing tone, as if reading his mind. And it will definitely take some getting used to, but it can be done. The good news is that most fresh food doesn't contain gluten, so meat, eggs, fruit, vegetables, dairy, those are all great choices. You can even try quinoa, corn, and rice. Most people with celiac can handle those. You'll just have to avoid anything breaded, as much processed food as possible, and learn to read labels. Right. Jefferson sighed as he watched his daughter's tiny chest rise and fall. They'd given her some medication to help her sleep, and the exhaustion of the ordeal had taken care of the rest. But while he felt she was in good hands here, he had no idea how he would continue to care for her when he got her home. The doctor rose from the stool and placed a hand on his shoulder. I know this is a lot, but the important thing to remember is that you didn't cause this. Although you or your wife could be carriers, you should both get checked out as well. Carrier? Did that mean he could have this? That he was responsible for giving it to Haley? Or had it been Jessica? I can get checked, but her mother died a few years ago from cancer. I don't know how to find out if she had it. I'm sorry to hear that. I'll send the nurse in to draw some blood for your test, and I'll get you paperwork that will help. It will detail foods that are better for her to eat, resources to research, and a few recipes to get you started. Do you cook? Jefferson shook his head. I don't cook much, but she stays with my sister during the day, who cooks. I'll see if she'll make more meals. As he said the words, he began running through his money and the bills in his head. True, he was playing more this season, after proving himself last season, but he was still relatively new to the team and not making what some of the stars did. He had been frugal when he purchased his house and not overspent like he knew many athletes did when they got their first contract. Nor had he bought an expensive car, but the hospital bills from his wife's death still hung over his head, as did some of his college tuition. In addition, babies were not cheap, and even though he was able to pay her less than a full-time nanny, paying his sister still took a sizable chunk of his check every month. "You can do this, Mr. Davis," the doctor said. "I'll have the nurse bring those papers back in, but feel free to stay until Haley wakes up. Her stomach should feel better, but the sleep will be good for her no matter what." Jefferson nodded and thanked the doctor, but when the door closed behind her, he let his emotional wall fall. His head dropped into his hands, and he blinked to keep the burning tears from escaping his eyes. "Lord, I am going to need some help here. I am in way over my head at the moment. Is this my fault? My punishment for my relationship with Jessica?" He paused, as if expecting an audible reply, but of course none came. However, he knew God didn't punish like that. Free will involved choices, and choices carried consequences. His choice to be intimate with Jessica out of wedlock had carried the consequence of Haley's unplanned birth. But could it have carried more? If they had gotten married first, would they have known to get tested for something like this before considering a child? He doubted it. Not that the guys on the team shared everything, but he'd never heard any of them discuss blood tests for things like this. A soft sigh spilled from his lips. These questions did nothing for his current situation. Only God could fix that. That he knew by now, so he continued his prayer. "Can you send something? Peace? Knowledge? Someone to help me out? Anything?" He let the silence hang in the air for a moment as he waited for something. God didn't often speak loudly, and when Jefferson had rededicated his life to Christ, he'd learned to listen for the small voice, the quiet one that often went unheard because people weren't used to being still, or ignored the voice for too long. But Jefferson was learning. It was not an easy process, but he was trying. Opening his eyes, he looked back to Haley and struggled to draw a breath against the weight pushing on his chest. She appeared so small and fragile in the bed made for an adult. Her blonde hair splayed out on the pillow like shiny gossamer waves, and her peaceful expression gave her an angelic look. He only hoped he wasn't being given a glimpse of the future, one where she became an angel before he was ready. His mind thought back to 9th grade, when he'd been forced to read Romeo and Juliet. There had been a scene when Juliet stared down at Romeo and remarked how he looked pale, and as if at the bottom of the tomb. Jefferson had found it creepy at the time, then mildly interesting when he'd realized the foreshadowing behind it. But now he hoped he wasn't having a similar experience with Haley. The nurse entered a few minutes later with a needle and a stack of papers for him. With a perfunctory stick, she drew his blood, covered the site with a bandage, offered a few encouraging words, and then left. When the door closed behind her, Jefferson picked up the papers and began to read. Fresh food. That part seemed easy enough, except that Haley was picky. She lived on mac and cheese, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, chicken nuggets, and anything that matched her color choice of the month, all of which were now to be avoided. How in the world would he be able to make food she would eat and still meet her new dietary requirements? "Daddy?" He glanced up at the soft voice of his daughter. "Hey, Haley, how are you feeling?" "Better." She touched her stomach as if exploring for pain. "Can we go home now?" "Yeah, we can go home." As he gathered up her things, he sent a text off to his sister Lorelai. He would be late to work, but he still needed to go in today. When he received her response, he fired off another to his coach and Blaine, the team captain and quarterback, informing them of the situation. Well, some of the situation. He hadn't exactly told the team about his daughter yet. Then he picked up Haley, her teddy bear and her blanket, and carried her to the car. Lorelei's car was already at the house when he arrived, and she opened the front door as he approached, as if she'd been watching from inside. Though different genders, there would be no doubt Lorelei was his sister from anyone who saw them side by side. They both had their father's dark hair and brown eyes. Even the shape of their nose and eyes were the same. In fact, the only differences were that her face was a little thinner and his chin was a little squarer. He'd often wondered if their closeness was due more to their similar age or their similar appearance. Her concerned gaze traveled first over Haley before meeting his eyes. "Is she okay?" "Yes and no," Jefferson replied with a small shrug. "Let me get her set up with a video, and then we can talk." Lorelei nodded and smiled at Haley. "Hello, Miss Haley. I heard you had an adventure." Haley's face scrunched, sending tiny wrinkles up the bridge of her nose. "My tummy hurt, but it's better now." "That's good." Lorelei turned on the television as Jefferson set Haley on the couch and tucked the blanket around her. "Aunt Lorelei and I have to chat for a minute, Bug, so you just rest here and watch the video, and then she'll be right back with you." "Okay." Haley's attention was already on the screen, which gave Jefferson a modicum of relief. When he and Lorelei were in the kitchen and far enough away to not disturb Haley, he sighed and pulled out the paperwork. "So Haley has celiac disease. It's manageable, but her diet will have to be modified." Lorelei took the papers and began to scan them. "I know you're not a chef or anything like that, but if I pay you a little more, can you follow her dietary guidelines and maybe make some dinners too?" Jefferson ran a hand across the back of his neck as he watched Lorelei. She was his sister, but she was still only a teenager, 19 and a freshman in college, so young. Because she still wasn't sure what she wanted to do with her life, she decided to save their parents some money and only take a few night classes her first year, which was why she was even available to work for him during the day. But though they were flesh and blood, he knew this was asking a lot. She shook her head slowly, but not in a dismissive way. He could tell it was more from an overwhelming feeling than an outright no. "I'll do my best, Jefferson, but this is not my specialty. I cook a few things, but this is going to be a challenge even for me." She lifted her face and met his eyes with a serious gaze. "What are you going to do on the days I'm not here?" "The days she didn't come." He hadn't thought about that. It was one thing to ask her to make an extra meal on the days she was here, but it was another to ask her to make an extra 6 on top of that. He dropped into one of the bar stools and stared at the counter. "I don't know. To be honest, I hadn't even thought about it." "Well, I think you need to, and soon. I know you don't cook much, and these recipes are going to require some knowledge. Mom could probably help, but this might even be out of her league." "No, I don't want to bring Mom into this." Ever since the day he'd had to tell his mother that Jessica was pregnant, their relationship had changed. She loved Haley, and Jefferson knew she would do anything for the girl, but he wasn't sure he could handle having her around every day. She hadn't completely forgiven him for getting his girlfriend pregnant out of wedlock. Lorelei nodded and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Okay, I can understand that. Maybe you can hire a cook, or at least someone to give you some lessons?" Could he afford that? He would have to sit down and study his finances to be sure. But even if he could, how did he go about finding a personal chef or an instructor? "I'll look into it, but how do I even hire one? I don't know any chefs, and I doubt they just put ads in the paper or online." Lorelei tapped her lips with her finger. "You could check with the local college. I'm pretty sure they have a cooking program, so maybe some of their students would be interested." Maybe. Jefferson didn't have a problem with a student helping out, but he wanted to make sure whoever he got was knowledgeable enough not to make anything that would harm Haley. Or... She drew the word out, as if thinking about what to say next, even while extending the life of those 2 letters. Suddenly, she sucked in a breath and her eyes lit up. What about one of the cooks at the training facility? If they can't help you, I bet they would know how to get in touch with someone who could. At the mention of this, Lucia's face flashed in Jefferson's mind. She rarely came out to the dining room, but maybe he could ask her for help? He didn't know her well, but she had a kind face. Surely she wouldn't be opposed to at least pointing him in the right direction. You're right, sis. I can start there. A yawn escaped his lips. He'd slept a little at the hospital, but not long enough. Do you have Haley if I go lay down for a bit before I have to leave for work? Of course. She nodded and offered him a small smile. That is what you pay me for, right? Besides, I love spending the day with my niece. Did you call Mom yet, though? She's going to want to know. Jefferson pinched the bridge of his nose. Calling his mother was the last thing he wanted to do right now. No, I didn't, but I will. I promise, he added, as Lorelai shot him a pointed look. You better. She'll be even madder if she hears it from someone else. Anyway, get some rest. I'm sure you were up late last night. I'll sit with Haley and do some research while she watches. Hopefully we'll have some of the food here. But if not, are you okay if I place an order for delivery? Yeah, whatever you need to do. And Lorelai, I appreciate this. Of course. That's what family is for. Her words sounded confident, but he could tell that she still felt overwhelmed by this new responsibility, and he couldn't blame her. He did too. But they had made a pact to always be there for each other, and though it seemed he was often the one needing help, he knew that she would help in any way she could. At least, he hoped she would. Chapter 4. Lucia. Ma'am, one of the players is asking to speak with you for a moment. Lucia glanced up at the line chef who stood in front of her, a young, freckled man in his early 20s, with the unusual but somehow appropriate name of Alfie. He was probably only a few years younger than she was, but his baby face made him appear much younger. Though he was an amazing chef, she knew he would have trouble commanding a kitchen until his face matured a little. What for? She never went into the dining room, and she knew none of the players by name, nor what they could want with her. He didn't say. Alfie gave a slight shake of his head. He just asked if you were here and if you could spare a few minutes. Lucia glanced at the pot. It would probably need another 20 minutes at least, but she didn't want it to boil over. Can you watch the soup while I'm gone? Of course, ma'am. Alfie pulled back his shoulders and stood straight, but it did nothing to make him appear older or more in charge. Okay, I'll be right back. She couldn't imagine the conversation taking very long. Of course, she would never have imagined the request happening either. In fact, she paused and turned back to Alfie. Do you happen to know which one he was, or at least where he'll be? She realized she had no idea who was asking for her or where to find him. She had no desire to go wandering through the dining room in hopes that he would approach her. Jefferson Davis, ma'am, and he said he'd wait for you by the drink station. Thank you, Alfie. The name meant little to Lucia, but at least she'd be able to address him. Be sure to stir that soup. Yes, ma'am. Lucia tried to swallow her nerves as she exited the kitchen. It wasn't that she couldn't talk to people. After all, she commanded a kitchen all day. But it was different. In the kitchen, she felt confident, as she'd been cooking since the age of 4. But in the real world, well, she'd been the youngest in a large Italian family. Instead of fighting for attention as other youngest children did, she'd learned to choose her words wisely, and the fact that she spoke little made it more powerful when she did. But this wasn't her brothers and sisters. This was a tornado player. What could he possibly want with her? Was he going to complain about the food? Or maybe ask for a special dish? She didn't take requests often, but she supposed she could, if she had to. The dining room buzzed with conversation as the door opened to the large room. The drink station was to her left, and as she turned that direction, she saw the brown-haired man from the other night, the one who had held her gaze and sent her heart fluttering, leaning against the counter, his arms folded across his chest. Of course it would have to be him. It was like April had conjured up this meeting with her words. "Jefferson?" she asked as she approached. He straightened, and Lucia was forced to lift her face higher to find his eyes. He had to be nearly a foot taller than she was, although that wasn't entirely surprising, because at only 5'5", she was used to most people being taller than her. It was one reason she'd had to work hard to find her voice in the kitchen, because many people had dismissed her at first due to her shorter stature. "Lucia, thanks for agreeing to meet with me. Do you have a minute to talk?" He ran a hand across the back of his neck as if he were more nervous than she felt. "I suppose," Lucia agreed, though she had no idea what he would want to discuss with her. She followed him to a nearby table, sat, and folded her hands in her lap as she waited for him to speak. "I know we don't know each other, but I have enjoyed your food for the last year. You're an amazing chef, and I could use some help." "Help? For what?" "I appreciate your compliment, but I'm not sure how I can help." He played football, a sport she knew only the basics about, while she worked in the kitchen. How exactly could she help him? His large hands fidgeted on the tabletop, his fingers drumming out a rhythm that only he seemed to know, but which appeared to hold the attention of his downturned gaze. She waited, wondering if she should ask again, but before she could, his eyes lifted and met hers once again. "I'm in need of either a chef or someone who can give me lessons. I'm not much of a cook, so I wasn't sure who to even ask." She blinked at him as she processed his words. Was he trying to hire her for a job? "Well, my schedule is about as full as yours, but perhaps I could recommend someone. What exactly are you looking for?" "My daughter was just diagnosed with celiac disease, and I need to learn how to make her special meals. I make a few things, but nothing that's on her approved list." Embarrassment was the first emotion that filled Lucia at his words. She'd thought Jefferson had given her a look on Friday, but if he had a daughter, then clearly he was taken, which meant she must have misinterpreted his look. Not surprising since she'd been out of the game for so long, but embarrassing nonetheless. While she was dismayed to know her radar was that badly out of whack, she was very glad she hadn't taken April's advice and approached him first. As soon as she forced that thought from her mind, it was immediately replaced with a feeling of sympathy for him. Lucia's heart went out to Jefferson. She'd had a friend with celiac disease growing up in Italy, and to say it had been hard on the girl would be putting it mildly. Of course, the fact that pasta and bread were staples in Italy had probably made it a little harder, but still, it was a strict diet to follow. "How old is your daughter?" She didn't know how old Jefferson was, but he looked young. There were no hints of gray in his dark locks, nor wrinkles on his face, and she knew that most pro players were in their 20s and early 30s. "She's 4. A soft pink colored his cheeks as if he were now the one embarrassed, though she had no idea why he would be. 4. That will be tough. I'm assuming she's already a bit of a picky eater." Lucia had cooked for a daycare as one of her first jobs, and it had been hard to be creative and healthy while still preparing foods that kids would eat. "That's an understatement," he chuckled as he shook his head softly. "Currently, she's in an orange phase and won't eat anything that isn't orange. I even had to get food coloring to make her milk orange." Lucia smiled. She was familiar with those stages as well. A part of her knew she should pass off this job to another chef. There were a few people she could recommend, but she had a soft spot for children, and it sounded as if Jefferson would have his hands full with this. I could probably find some time to show you how to make a few simple dishes that she will not only enjoy, but will satisfy her dietary requirements. Relief flooded his face. Really? That would be great. I'm happy to help. Just let me know a time you and your wife can both be there. That way you can learn at the same time. Jefferson's mouth opened and closed as if he were struggling for words. Actually, it's just me. Haley's mother died about a year after she was born. Lucia's hand flew to her mouth, and she mashed her lips together. Now she really was embarrassed. I'm so sorry, Jefferson. He shrugged, as if trying to brush it off, but she could see the weight bearing down on his shoulders. It is what it is. Honestly, we've been pretty lucky, but this was unexpected. I didn't even know you had a daughter. She realized how weird that must sound, since until today she hadn't known his name. I mean... Her words trailed off. What could she possibly say to redeem herself? He offered a small smile. It's okay. No one did. He glanced around as if looking to see if anyone was watching them. In fact, no one else does. So if it's okay with you, can we keep this between us? For now? His teammates didn't know he had a daughter? Why not? She was tempted to ask the question, but it could wait. From the curling of his shoulders and his furtive glances, she could tell the topic wasn't a comfortable one, at least at the moment. I don't really talk to anyone here anyway, she said instead, so your secret is safe with me. Thank you. Relief flooded his face, followed quickly by a quirk of his eyebrow. Why is it that you don't talk to anyone here? Lucia opened her mouth to reply, but before she could, he continued. No, you know what? It's none of my business. I can't thank you enough for helping out, so what would be the best way to go about this? Lucia blinked for a minute. He had switched the gears of the conversation so quickly that she was having trouble keeping up. She also wasn't sure why he hadn't let her answer. Was it because he didn't care to know? He wasn't married, but maybe she had still misjudged his gaze the other night? Or was it because he felt it unfair to ask her a personal question when he was clearly hiding something? She wasn't sure if that option made her feel better or worse. She stammered once more as she realized he was still waiting for her answer. Your house would probably be the best as long as you have ingredients. You will probably remember more if you learn in your own kitchen than if you learn here. My sister, who watches Haley during the day, is supposed to be getting ingredients today. Would it be helpful to send you what she gets? Or, if you want, you can send me a list and I'll get anything else you need. From his eager willingness to make this as easy on her as he could, Lucia could tell this was important to him. Why don't you send me what she picked up today when you get home? I'll take a look at some recipes, and if I feel we need more, I can send back another list. That sounds great. He stared at her for a moment, as if expecting something from her. A reply? A handshake? A formal contract? Great. Well, I better get back and check on the soup. Lucia stood and took an awkward step back. He held out a hand. Wait, how will I get you the list? Heat crawled up her neck. Of course, he had been waiting for her to offer an email or her number, some way he could contact her. She shook her head at how dense she was. This was probably why she didn't have a boyfriend. She'd forgotten how to act around men. Right, you probably need my number. Or do you prefer email? Ugh, she sounded so awkward. Why couldn't she form the right words? If it's okay, can I have both? His tongue traced across his bottom lip, drawing her attention to it. Email is easier for long writing. I can't stand text speak, but sometimes a short text is faster. What had he said? She tried to replay his words in her mind as she realized she had missed them entirely, while focusing on his lips, his very kissable, very perfect lips. Yes? He chuckled and reached in his pocket. Great. Let me create a contact for you real quick, and then you can add your number and email. Both. He wanted both. She could do that. Now, if only she could stop acting like a tongue-tied idiot around him. He handed her the phone, and her fingers tingled as they brushed against his. She typed in the information, and then handed the phone back to him. Is tomorrow too soon? He asked. He glanced at her information before closing the screen. I think my sister will make dinner for tonight, but I know I'm gonna need some help soon. Lucia closed her eyes to picture her schedule. As far as she could remember, there was no late meeting, so she should be done by early afternoon. I think tomorrow should be fine. I'm usually done here by 3 or 4, so I could come over after. Relief flooded his face, relaxing his shoulders and sending a sigh spilling from his lips. That would be wonderful. I should tell you that I'm a horrible cook, but I promise to be a good student and pay careful attention. She couldn't imagine him being horrible at very many things. He certainly had been blessed in the physical department. Though he was not wearing his uniform currently, his clothing fit snugly around his arms and shoulders, hinting at the muscles beneath. His hair was a soft brown and obviously held a bit of natural curl as the part touching his collar fell in waves. And his eyes? They were probably what drew her most, besides his smile, of course. His eyes were dark and rich, but they reminded her of a puppy she'd once owned. There was a vulnerability in them, but also a sense of playfulness and loyalty. She swallowed and tried to calm the racing of her heart. When had it started racing? Probably when she began analyzing his features. Oh no, had he caught her staring? She needed to leave. Now. I'm sure you'll be fine. She offered a smile in return that she hoped appeared soft and not longing or flirtatious. Well, if you're half as good a teacher as you are a chef, I know I will be. His smile widened, and she could see that even his teeth were nearly perfect. One at the top sat slightly askew, but it did not lessen his handsome features. Instead, it only added to them, giving him a flaw in his otherwise perfect face. Oh dear, she really needed to put some distance between them before her mouth said something her brain would later regret. Thank you, but I better... She motioned toward the kitchen, as if that explained everything, and then she turned and walked away. Though she could not be sure, she refused to turn and look. She was nearly certain that his eyes remained on her until she disappeared back into the kitchen. She wanted a moment to collect her thoughts, to try and decipher why he seemed to have such an effect on her, and how she was going to deal with being in close quarters with him. But before she could, she heard the 2 words she never wanted to hear from chefs escape Alfie's mouth. Oh, no. Chapter 5. Jefferson. Hey, man, is everything okay? Blaine asked as they headed in for the showers after practice. He clapped a hand on Jefferson's shoulder, halting his forward movement and forcing him to face the captain. Yeah, sorry. Jefferson shook his head. He knew he needed to focus at practice, especially with Mason out for the next week, but Haley consumed his thoughts. Well, Haley, and now Lucia? Had he really invited her into his house? To cook with him? When he'd gotten home yesterday, the sheer amount of food Lorelai had bought had stunned him. Then he'd had the not-so-fun pleasure of serving one of the new meals to Haley for the first time. To say it hadn't gone over well would be an understatement of drastic proportions. Tears had been involved, as had been the flinging of food. In fact, there were probably still a few remnants caked in corners he would find the next time he had the energy to clean. A slight shaking of his shoulder interrupted Jefferson's wandering mind, and he blinked as Blaine's concerned face came back into focus. "Is there anything I can help with?" his friend asked, sincerity in his tone. Jefferson appreciated Blaine. Not only was he an amazing quarterback, but he was a good friend. Generally calm and collected, he rarely jumped to conclusions, and he always tried to sympathize with his players and hear their defenses before correcting them. Jefferson should tell him. Now was the perfect time, the perfect opening, and he wasn't even sure why he hadn't yet, other than his embarrassment. He and Jessica had been young and stupid. Well, not young enough to not know better, but young enough to not realize the enormity of their decisions, and the stupidity spoke for itself. Like many young people their age, they had believed themselves invincible, the exception rather than the rule. Jefferson remembered even asking Jessica about protection once. "We'll be fine," she had answered. "Just this once." Just this once were probably 3 of the most uttered and most regretted words of those under the age of 21. And though Blaine would probably understand, Jefferson felt that he had made his bed, and now he was the only one who should be forced to lie in it. "Nah, I'm good," he said with a shake of his head. "Just a little unfocused today. Didn't get great sleep last night. I'll be better tomorrow, I promise." Blaine smiled and removed his hand. "I feel you there. I love being married, don't get me wrong, but I am still not used to someone else sharing my bed." He pulled open the door of the locker room and led the way inside. "Every time she moves, it seems to wake me up, and don't get me started on the noises." Jefferson returned the smile, though it felt tight and forced on his lips. He and Jessica hadn't been together long after Haley's arrival, but she had shared his bed often enough that he knew what Blaine was talking about. The novelty of spending the night with a woman in his arms had worn off quickly when her flailing arms had woken him from more than one deep slumber and even left small bruises on occasion. He might miss her company and the partner he had hoped for when they learned of Haley's conception, but he did not miss sharing his bed with the Tasmanian devil. "Wait, what am I saying?" Blaine chuckled, as if realizing whom he was talking to. "You probably have a huge bed all to yourself. When are you going to find a nice girl and settle down anyway?" Jefferson hated this question. He hated it when his parents posed it under the guise of wanting what was best for him and Haley. He hated it when his older brother posed it as if he should have just married a new woman after Jessica died, so as not to be alone. He hated it when old friends from high school and college posed it, unaware that he had already traveled that road and been left holding a tiny bundle as the woman he loved drew her last breath and disappeared out of his life forever. He had no desire to hear it from Blaine, or anyone else on the team for that matter. He was glad they had found love, and while he felt a certain amount of envy stir in his heart when he watched them with their girlfriends and wives, he had forbidden himself to act upon it. After Haley's conception, Jefferson had re-given his life to God, and he would not jump into another relationship just to have a girlfriend. Nor would he do it just to have a mom for Haley. She deserved one, no doubt about it, but she deserved a good one. One who wouldn't mind mothering a 4-year-old and who would stick around through the good times and the bad. And that would be even harder to find now that the bad times seemed to be outweighing the good. "Oh, you know me." Jefferson forced that fake smile on his lips to stretch a little further. "I'm too busy for a girl right now, but I'm sure God has someone planned for me." The din of conversation in the locker room from the other men forced Jefferson to raise his voice slightly. Blaine nodded sagely. Of course he does. But you know, it might help if you went out with us occasionally to places where women were. You certainly aren't going to meet one here, or at that house of yours you always seem too busy to leave. Though played off lightly, Jefferson could feel the pricks of the words. His behavior hadn't gone unnoticed, and he would have to remedy that situation before the guys grew suspicious, if he hoped to keep Haley a secret. Another stirring that he should just tell Blaine about Haley whispered through his mind, but he pushed it away. You're right. I promise that I'll try to get out with you guys soon, but I can't tonight. Jefferson almost added that he had dinner plans, but he thought better of it and pressed his lips closed. While dinner plans could mean anything, he knew Blaine would think he meant a date and pepper him with questions. Questions he had no desire to listen to and no answer to anyway. I'm going to hold you to that. Blaine shot him a pointed look as he opened his locker and grabbed his shower items. Rest up tonight, and I'll see you tomorrow. That you will. Jefferson opened his own locker door and grabbed his bag. He could shower here, but he wanted to do it at home, where he could take more time and shave afterwards. Lucia was coming over to cook, and he had no idea if she would even be interested in more, but that didn't mean he couldn't look his best. Haley met him at the door with a smile. Hi, Daddy. Hi, Bug. He scooped her up and rewarded her with a kiss on the cheek. I guess you're feeling better today. Relief coursed through him. He'd been so worried the other night, and even yesterday as she'd still been lethargic and complaining of intermittent pain. Yeah, I'm better, but I still don't like the food. Aunt Lottie made chicken and veggies. Yuck. Lottie was the nickname Haley had given Lorelai when she'd begun speaking, as her name had been too hard and difficult on the little girl's lips at the time. Though she could probably say it now, Lottie had stuck, and Lorelai didn't seem to mind. Jefferson lowered Haley to the ground and kneeled to be at eye level with her. I'm sorry you don't like the food, but we're going to have to get used to it around here. It's important to keep you feeling good. But it's so yucky. She folded her arms across her chest and pushed out her lower lip. Well, I have a friend coming over tonight who's going to show me how to cook some meals that maybe you'll like a little more. Do you think you'd like to help? Haley shrugged. I guess. It was not the reaction he had been hoping for, but at least it wasn't a flat-out refusal. Haley was young, but his hope was that by learning to cook, she would find some enjoyment in the meals. She was great today, Lorelai said as Jefferson entered the kitchen. As if in a hurry, she shrugged into her coat and slung her purse over her shoulder. I made some extra chicken and broccoli in case you need it tonight, but she wasn't a fan. Yeah, she told me. Thank you, though. This really means a lot to me. Of course. She patted her pockets as if checking to make sure she hadn't forgotten anything. Then she glanced back up at Jefferson. Oh, and call Mom soon. She's worried about you. Jefferson slapped his forehead. His mother. He had forgotten all about calling her. A slip of the memory he would have to remedy tonight. I will. Thanks for the heads up. Where are you off to in such a hurry anyway? She paused at the door and glanced over her shoulder at him, flashing a mischievous smile. Not that it's any of your business, big brother, but I have a date. One that I will be late for if I don't get out of here in the next minute, so see ya. The door shut behind her before Jefferson had a chance to reply, and for a moment he stared at it, wondering if some of Haley's Tasmanian tendencies came not from her mother, but from her aunt. He just hoped that she was being smarter than he had been at that age. Surely she'd learned from his mistake. But even as he thought the words, he knew he would need to have a chat with her. It was his brotherly duty, after all. With a sigh, he checked his watch and realized he would have to rush his shower and shave to have enough time to call his mother before Lucia arrived. It wasn't what he'd planned, but at least the time crunch would give him an excuse to get off the phone if his mother's rant ran long. Chapter 6. Lucia. Lucia stared at the modest house as she put her car in park. She'd expected something much larger. Not that she'd ever visited a pro player's home before, but she'd seen plenty of them, bragging about their homes on reality shows and the like. Perhaps Jefferson didn't make as much as the others, or perhaps he was different. She shook her head to clear that traitorous thought as she killed the ignition. Maybe he was different, but that didn't matter. She was not here to date him. She was merely here to help him learn how to cook for his daughter. If only he wasn't so easy on the eyes. Grabbing the binder she had put together of easy recipes and the small bag she had packed, she stepped out of the car and pressed the lock button on the key fob. Then, squaring her shoulders back and mentally preparing herself to speak to near strangers, she traversed the sidewalk path until she stood face to face with the ornate wooden door. The chime of the doorbell echoed throughout the house, a soft melody rather than the jarring ding-dong of many houses she'd lived in. A moment later, the soft thud of footsteps reached her ears, followed by the click of the lock turning. "Hey, you made it. Did you have any trouble finding the place?" Jefferson appeared so comfortable in his baggy pants and t-shirt that she immediately felt even more overdressed than she had when she'd been trying on clothes in front of her mirror at home. She should have gone with the jeans and tee she had tried on first, but she'd had no idea what his house might be like, or what he would expect from her. So she'd gone with a flowy skirt and a cap-sleeved shirt. "No, it was easy with my GPS. Sorry if I'm overdressed." Her words trailed off as she ran her free hand down her skirt. Why had she chosen the skirt? "Nonsense. You look beautiful and comfortable. I'm probably underdressed, but after a long practice in that tight uniform," he shrugged, "I just want something loose. I can change, though, if it makes you uncomfortable." "No, it's fine." She threw out a hand to stop him. The last thing she wanted was for him to change to suit her. "It's good to be comfortable." Oh, good grief. She sounded like a bumbling moron. Why couldn't she make her words come out the way she formed them in her head? "All right, then. Come on inside. I'll introduce you to Haley and show you the kitchen. Looks like you came prepared." His eyes dropped to the binder in her hands. "Yeah, I brought some ideas that I think will help and that I can leave with you. I tried to pick the easiest ones that might have the most flavor." "That's good. This has been a rough transition so far." He shook his head as he stepped back to allow her to enter the house. Her heels echoed on the wooden floor of the foyer, and she once again cursed her poor judgment. She should have worn tennis shoes, or at least shoes that would make less noise as she walked. The foyer opened to a large open layout with the living room directly in front of her and the kitchen visible off to the right. To the left was a hallway that she assumed led to the bedrooms and bathroom, but she would have little need to go that direction. Instead, she focused back on the living room. The minimal decor left her wondering if he had decorated himself or if his late wife had played a part as well. "Haley, come and meet Miss Lucia." As Jefferson called out, Lucia saw a blonde head poke up from the couch. A moment later, a small person stood in front of her, little hand outstretched. "Hi, Miss Lucia. Daddy says you're going to show him to cook." Lucia smiled at the mispronunciation of her name from the girl's mouth. It was a hard name, and nodded. "I am, because I hear you have to eat a special diet now." Haley's face scrunched in disgust, and she folded her arms across her chest. "A gross diet is more like it." "Haley," Jefferson scolded, "that's not how we talk to guests." Lucia chuckled softly. "It's okay." Haley reminded her very much of a girl she had known not so long ago. I understand how you feel, but I'm going to try to teach you both some recipes that will be less gross. How's that? Haley lifted her shoulders in a small shrug. I guess that would be okay. All right, then. Now, your daddy told me you like orange. Are you still in an orange phase? The little girl's eyes lit up. Yeah, but Aunt Lottie said there aren't enough orange foods. Do you know of more? Maybe, but I also have a little trick. Lucia flashed a playful wink at the girl. Let's see if we can make something orange that you don't mind eating. Okay. With her demeanor improved and her outlook better, Haley led the way to the kitchen. It was a nice area, clean and sparse. The countertop was a soft white marble with gold threads. The floor, a nice warm brown wood, and the cabinets matched the flooring. The few towels were food-related, with pictures of fruits on them. What shall we cook first? Haley asked as she climbed up into one of the bar stools. Lucia set her binder down and flipped it open. How about orange chicken and roasted carrots? Orange chicken? Haley's nose scrunched as she giggled. Chicken isn't orange. But I can make it that way. As Lucia read off the ingredients, Jefferson gathered them and brought them to the bar. This looks like a lot of stuff. Apprehension filled Jefferson's voice as he surveyed the array of items. It is a fair amount of ingredients, but most is for the sauce, which goes in the saucepan. Besides, we can make extra sauce and freeze it, so that the next time you want to make these, you only have to deal with the chicken part. She turned the oven on to begin the heating process for the carrots. I like that. Jefferson grinned as he ran a hand across his chin. Anything to make this process easier, I am all for. Okay, so first we need to mix up the dates. Throw these in the blender with a little water to make a paste. She turned to Haley. And you can help me get the saucepan ready. Can you put in the orange juice? With a wide grin, Haley nodded and climbed off the bar stool. Then she scooted over a little step stool Lucia hadn't noticed before and set it in front of the stove. This way I can help better, she said proudly. I love it, and it's perfect. Lucia helped Haley add the orange juice, vinegar, coconut aminos, ginger, and garlic. Then Jefferson added the date paste. While Haley stirred the sauce, Lucia turned back to the chicken. Okay, now instead of flour, we're going to use arrowroot for our breading. So we put that in one bowl and whisk our eggs in the other. Then we dip the chicken pieces into the egg and then into the arrowroot. Then we place them here until they're ready to go in the pan. Got it? Jefferson turned wide eyes on her. Wait, you want me to do that? Best way to learn, right? She tossed a smile in his direction and began lining the carrots up on the cutting board. I suppose, but what if I mess it up? Pausing what she was doing, Lucia placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled. That's pretty impossible. This is a fail-proof job. If you say so. Jefferson didn't look convinced, but he followed her advice, coating the chicken pieces one by one. While he did that, Lucia finished slicing the carrots and then mixed a little more arrowroot with some water to make a thickening paste for the sauce and added it in, instructing Haley to keep stirring. Then she put a little oil in a skillet and began warming it up. When it was ready, she tossed the coated chicken pieces in, letting them cook for a few minutes on each side before removing them and placing them on a paper towel to soak up the oil. When they were all finished, she tossed them with the sauce and placed them on a plate. They need to cool for a minute, but what do you think? They look okay, Haley agreed hesitantly. But you said something about carrots too, right? Yep, roasted carrots. Lucia turned to the carrots she had sliced and placed them in the baking dish. Then she poured a little of the sauce over them and added a dash of honey. Now, we cook this at 400 degrees for 15 minutes or so, and voila! an easy and tasty dinner. "So, what do we do while we wait?" Haley asked, staring intently at the oven. What do you normally do?" Lucia was hesitant to offer up solutions if they weren't part of their normal routine. "Nothing. Daddy usually nukes the food and it's ready fast." Haley stuck her chest out, as if proud that she had used the right words. "Yeah, I told you I'm not much of a cook." Jefferson shrugged as a soft pink spread across his cheeks. Lucia smiled. "That's okay. Some of my brothers don't cook either." "You have brothers?" Haley's eyes were wide, and she climbed back on the bar stool, as if preparing to hunker down for a story. "I have many, actually. In Italy, where I'm from, it's pretty customary to have a big family. I have 1 older sister and 5 older brothers." A shocked expression colored Haley's features. 5 brothers? That might be too many." Lucia chuckled and nodded. Sometimes it was. There were times it was nice to have all those boys looking out for me, but there were other times I could never get a word in edgewise. "Is that why you're so quiet now?" Jefferson asked. She turned her gaze to him as she thought of how to answer the question. "I'm sorry if that's too personal. I was just curious why you worked for us for so long before we ever met you." "No, it's a valid question." Lucia paused as she thought of how best to answer him. "As the youngest, I was definitely at a disadvantage in my family. Everyone already had an established place before I came along. I pretty much only had 2 routes. I could become the loudest, like many of my friends, who were also the youngest in their family did, or I could choose my words wisely. That's the route I took. I learned to listen more than speak, but when I do speak, people tend to listen. It's rather an advantage now." "I can see that. I'm sort of the same way around the team. Maybe it's because I'm one of the youngest players, but I soak up what they say and only speak when I really have something important to share." Jefferson's intense gaze held hers, and Lucia felt her heart quicken in her chest. "You guys should be friends." Haley's voice broke the moment, and a feeling of relief flooded Lucia. What had that been about? "You have a lot in common, and Daddy needs more friends." Jefferson whipped his head around to admonish his daughter. "Haley!" The little girl simply lifted her shoulders in a shrug. "It's true. You never bring anyone over besides Aunt Lottie, and she doesn't count." Embarrassment for Jefferson flooded Lucia. "That's okay. When you get older, it's more about having the right people in your life, rather than having a lot of people in your life." Jefferson flashed her a thankful expression, and Lucia smiled back at him. Haley was right about something, though. The two did seem to have a lot in common. Chapter 7. Jefferson. "That actually looks good." Haley leaned across the bar to see around Lucia as she pulled the carrots out of the oven. "It should be good. Now we just pour the sauce over the chicken here, plate it up, and then we're good to go." "Are you going to stay and eat with us?" Haley threw the invitation out nonchalantly as she climbed off the bar stool and headed for the table. No, I just came to help you guys out," Lucia stammered. "You should stay if you can," Jefferson said, surprising himself as the words came out of his mouth. "I mean, you cooked it. You might as well enjoy it, and it looks like we'll have plenty." He wanted to slap a hand against his forehead. That was the lamest invite he'd ever heard. "Are you sure?" Lucia looked at him with her deep brown eyes, but he couldn't read the emotion there. Was she happy? Annoyed? "Of course we're sure," Haley said, beating him to the words. "Dinner is sometimes lonely, but it won't be with you here. You can tell me all about Italy." A soft chuckle spilled out of Lucia's lips, and Jefferson forced his attention away from how perfect they were. How full and pink and kissable they looked. Well, in that case, I guess I'll have to stay for dinner. There's a lot on that subject. Yay! Haley scooted her chair in and looked expectantly at Jefferson and Lucia. Jefferson shook his head and began pulling plates from the cabinet. Would you like a soda or something? He asked, depositing the plates on the table and turning back to the fridge. Tea, if you have it, Lucia said. And do you have pot holders? I can bring the food to the table if you do. Yeah, middle drawer of the island there. He watched as Lucia retrieved 2 pot holders and carried the chicken from the stovetop to the table. She looked comfortable in his kitchen, but maybe that was just because she was a chef and looked comfortable in every kitchen. Drinks in hand, he returned to the table about the time she did with the carrots, and after she placed them down, he handed her a glass of iced tea and placed the plastic cup of milk in front of Haley. Then he took his own seat and realized he had no idea if Lucia prayed. It was a staple in his house, especially before meals. But he should have thought to ask Lucia privately. He didn't want to make her uncomfortable. Now we hold hands to pray. Haley reached for his hand with her right and Lucia's with her left. Oh, of course. Lucia took Haley's hand and then glanced his direction as she held out her hand to him. His throat tensed at the thought of holding her hand. How long had it been since he had held a woman's hand? How long since he had touched one in any intimate way, other than his sister's, who didn't count? Flashing what he hoped was a charming and humble smile, he took her hand and closed his eyes. Don't think about how soft her skin is, he thought to himself, as he tried to push the image of Lucia from his mind. Lord, thank you for this meal and for the hands that provided it. Thank you for new friends and for the ability to learn new things. Help Haley and me adjust to her new diet and help us all to keep our focus on you. Amen. Amen, Haley echoed, and though it was soft, Jefferson was almost sure Lucia did as well. Then, as if it was second nature to her, which it probably was, Lucia began to dish out the food onto the plates. As if realizing what she was doing, she stopped halfway through a scoop and turned wide eyes on him. I'm so sorry. Did you want to? No, it's fine. You're doing a great job. He wanted to say more, to tell her how pretty she looked, how thankful he was for her help, but he could not form the words, and though he tried to convey the emotion in his eyes, he had no idea if she understood his sentiment. I can't believe it's all orange, Haley said, cutting into the chicken and breaking the moment. She chomped down on a forkful of chicken and grinned. This is really good, she said through her full mouth. Chew before you speak. Jefferson shook his head at her lapse in manners, though he was delighted to see her enjoying the meal. A soft pink graced Lucia's face as her eyes dropped to her plate. Thank you. I was hoping you would enjoy it. I have a few other really easy recipes I can leave you guys too. Without understanding what she was suggesting, Haley finished chewing and grinned widely at Lucia. You should just come eat with us every night. Haley. Sometimes that girl could embarrass him to death. I'm sure Lucia has other things to do than cook and eat with us every night. Though he certainly wouldn't mind if she came over again. Not only was her cooking amazing, but he'd enjoyed watching her in the kitchen, breathing life into the space. Lucia's eyes darted from him to Haley and back again, as if unsure whom to address. Oh, well, I don't think I could do it every night, but I'd be happy to come again. It is easier to learn when you do things yourself. Her words warmed Jefferson's heart. So they hadn't scared her away. At least, not entirely. The invitation is open any time. And yes, it definitely is easier to learn by doing, and I have a steep learning curve. Then we'll figure out a schedule. The smile Lucia flashed in his direction sent his heart skipping in an irregular cadence. A schedule. He liked the sound of that. That almost sounded like a date. Chapter 8. Lucia. A soft smile tugged at the corners of Lucia's lips as she fumbled with the keys to unlock the front door. The night had been fun, to say the least. Not only was Haley a darling, but sharing a meal with Jefferson had been equally enjoyable. Probably it was just because he liked her food so much and continually praised it. But she couldn't help wondering if it was also because he was so nice to look at. She'd tried not to stare first as she taught the lesson, and then later as she'd shared the food with him, but it had proved challenging to keep her eyes from straying to his wavy brown hair and soulful eyes. The love he had for his daughter was evident every time he looked at her, and it softened the chiseled features of his face, making him even more handsome in Lucia's eyes. Add to that the muscles that peeked from under his shirt sleeves and the neckline of his shirt with certain movements, and Lucia would bet that most women would consider him a near-perfect package. Of course, an outward appearance wasn't everything, but that's what made Jefferson even more appealing. His personality seemed to match his visible appeal. Finally managing to insert the key correctly, Lucia turned the lock and opened the front door, surprised to see April glance up at her from the couch. Her eyebrow lifted and her eyes danced with mirth as she glanced down to her watch. "How was your lesson?" Lucia could hear the teasing lilt in her roommate's voice, but she refused to take the bait. There was nothing romantic to share, and even if there had been, she would probably want to process it before gushing like a giggly schoolgirl with her roommate. "The lesson was fine." "And long. Did you get lost on the way home?" "No." Lucia shut the door behind her and placed her keys on the tiny rack that hung near the front door for that purpose. "They invited me to stay for dinner. Well, his daughter did, and then he extended the invitation." April muted the TV and folded one leg beneath her as she shifted her position to turn her complete focus on Lucia. "So you had dinner with him and his daughter? Like a date?" "No, not like a date." Lucia sank down into the chair and folded her arms across her chest. "Like an instructor who gets invited to stay as a thank you." The words sounded silly even to her ears, and she could tell from the gleam in April's eyes that she wasn't buying them either. Fortunately, though, she chose to drop the teasing and attempt a real conversation. "Okay, well, whatever you call it, tell me all about it. What was he like? What was his daughter like?" "He was nice. They both are." Lucia bit her lip as she thought of what else to say. "Nice? That's all you've got?" April leaned forward, a hungry look in her eyes. "Come on, Lucia. This is the first guy you've hung out with since I've known you. There has to be more than just nice." And there was, but if she spoke about it, would it diminish the feeling? Make it sound simple? It had been simple. A cooking lesson and dinner. That was it. At least on the outside. On the inside, however, Lucia had felt something between her and Jefferson. Now, what that something was, she wasn't sure, but something. "I don't know what you want me to say, April. I taught him and his daughter how to cook orange chicken and glazed carrots, and then we ate. He has a nice kitchen, if that's what you're looking for, quaint but organized, and his daughter was a doll." April let out an irritated sigh. "You are hopeless. I turned down a night of going out to see how your night went, and you can't give me any more than nice and quaint? It's a good thing you're a chef and not an author." She glanced down at her watch and then pushed herself up from the couch. You know what? It's still pretty early. I bet I can meet up with the group. I'd ask you, but I have a feeling I already know your answer. Lucia chewed on the inside of her lip again as she shook her head slightly. It wasn't her fault that she didn't like going out in large groups. Nor was it her fault that she didn't have more to share with April. So why did she feel like it was? As soon as she heard April's door shut, Lucia grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge before making her way to her own room. She could do a little more research for Jefferson and Haley before she called it a night. They'd made plans to meet up again on Friday to help him prepare meals for the weekend before his game, and she wanted to have a few recipes on hand to leave him. Chapter 9. Jefferson. Jefferson took a deep breath and wiped the smile from his face before placing his hand on the handle to the locker room. He'd had a hard time keeping a stoic expression all morning as the events from the night before played through his mind, but he knew it would be important now. He appreciated his teammates, but he knew if they saw a smile, they would shake him down for the information. He wasn't sure if there was anything even going on between himself and Lucia, but he did know that he wasn't ready to tell them about his night last night. Nor was he ready to tell them about Haley. He knew that part was silly and his insecurities taking a hold of him, but knowing the truth and being able to deal with it were two different things. The sounds of slamming lockers and competing conversations filled the air as Jefferson pulled open the door. A wall of humidity washed over him, along with the stale smell of sweat as the door shut behind him, cutting off the circulation of fresh air. "Hey man, how are you?" Blaine asked as Jefferson rounded the corner. "Good. I must be running a little late today." Jefferson noted the fact that both Blaine and Tucker Jackson, one of the running backs, were already geared up and ready to go. He opened his locker and began to pull out his gear. Blaine shook his head. "Nah, you're fine. Jackson and I got here a little early. Yeah, the girls had some project to do, so we had some time to kill," Tucker added. Tucker and Blaine were both married. Tucker to a woman named Shelby, who ran the local community center, and Blaine to her best friend Kinsey, who was a designer. Jefferson had only met the women a few times, but they both seemed great. "I'm just glad Shelby agreed to go with her." Blaine leaned against the locker, folding his arms against his chest. "I mean, I love Kinsey, but picking out designs is definitely not my thing." "Tell me about it. I got roped into shopping for supplies for the center last night," Tucker said, shaking his head. "What about you, Davis? What did you do last night?" Nothing much." Jefferson tried to keep his voice even. "I bet it was a riveting night of dinner alone and watching news on the TV, right?" Blaine asked. Jefferson chuckled and pulled on his practice pants. "Is that what you think I do every night?" "Well, you never have time to go out with us," Tucker replied, "so we have to make up our guesses. I'm thinking you don't watch TV, though. I think you're a secret neatnik, and you spend all evening cleaning when you get home." A short burst of laughter flew from Jefferson's lips at that thought. He did spend a lot of time cleaning, but not his own messes. Generally, he was busy picking up after Haley, who somehow seemed to drop something with every few steps she took. "You might be onto something," Blaine said, taking advantage of Jefferson's reaction. "Except that he's messy here. Maybe it's a ploy to keep us guessing? Or maybe he's so exhausted from cleaning all night that he has no more energy when he gets here? If I had no energy, I wouldn't be able to jump for those terrible throws you send down the field." Jefferson fired the insult back at Blaine, but it was all in good fun. Blaine was an amazing quarterback, and the man rarely threw off balls. Ignoring Jefferson's digs, Tucker steered the conversation back on track. "Or maybe it's not because he's a neatnik. Maybe there's a secret woman in his life that he cleans up for." Jefferson shook his head and turned back to his locker. Tucker had hit a little too close to home, and he didn't want to let anything slip. Yes, a secret woman. I like that idea. Plus, did you see the way his lips twitched when you mentioned one? What? My lips did not twitch, Jefferson protested as he shoved his bag in. Oh, yes, they did. In fact, you looked like a smug cat after a full dinner of canary, Tucker added. I don't even like cats. Jefferson threw out the comment, hoping to steer the conversation in another direction. That is so not the point, Blaine said. But nice try at the deflection. So, seriously, is there a secret woman? Jefferson shrugged and bit the inside of his lip to keep them still. Maybe one day there will be. I'm still young, you know. I think there already is. Tucker folded his arms across his chest. Didn't you see the way his jaw dropped when Lucia was introduced the other night? Blaine snapped his fingers. That's right. You did seem pretty enamored. You gonna ask her out, Davis? Jefferson threw his pads over his shoulders. I don't know. I mean, she's pretty, but the season is about to start, and I'll be busy. True, but let me tell you, the season is much nicer with a good woman by your side. Knowing someone is up in the box watching just makes it that much more fun to play. Right, Hollis? Blaine nodded. Agreed. And while I don't know Lucia well, she seems really nice. I'm sure the other women would love to hang out with her in the box. His eyes lit up. In fact, maybe they could share recipes or something. I sure wouldn't mind eating Lucia's food at home. Me either, but my body might not like it every day. Tucker's hands went to his flat abs, and he laughed as he patted them. Dude, I would run extra to be able to eat her food every night. I bet Davis would too. Am I right? Jefferson felt the heat inch up his neck. Would they see his secret on his face? Yeah, I could eat her food every night. He pulled on his practice jersey and shoved the rest of his gear in his locker. Hoping his face wouldn't give him away, he turned slowly back to the other men. Well, then you gotta ask her out. Get to know her. Blaine glanced down at his watch and sucked in a breath. Whoops, out of time. We better get on the field. He pointed a finger at Jefferson. But this conversation is far from over. We will find you a good woman. Jefferson had no doubt that they would continue this conversation again. He just hoped by the time they did, he'd have figured out some way to keep them from prying into his life before he was ready. Chapter 10. Lucia. Lucia paused to collect herself before knocking on Jefferson's door. She'd seen him a few times in the last few days, but they hadn't had a chance to share any words face to face. And to say she was still nervous around him would be a bit of an understatement. In fact, she might even be more nervous around him now because she hadn't been able to get him out of her head the last few days. Hey, you made it. The smile on his face as he opened the door for her was large and genuine, which sent her heart skipping double time in her chest. I did. And tonight I bring gluten-free pizza crust ingredients. She held up the bags with the few ingredients she had brought, not sure of what he would have at his place. His eyes widened. You can make gluten-free pizza? You might just be my new best friend. Lucia giggled as she stepped into the house, but she didn't make it very far before the patter of little feet rounded the corner and Haley appeared. Miss Lucia, you're back. What are we making tonight? How about pizza? Haley's mouth fell open as her eyes grew to the size of $50. I can still have pizza? Yep, I found this super easy recipe online and there's no gluten anywhere in it. The girl threw her arms around Lucia's legs and squeezed. You are the best. Daddy and I have been craving pizza, but he said we couldn't have it anymore. Lucia smiled and leaned down as if sharing a juicy tidbit with Haley. Well, that's just because he didn't know my secret. Now, are you ready to learn? As much as she enjoyed the delight of the young girl, she was unable to move any further until released from her grasp. Yes, let's do it. Haley let go of her and led the way to the kitchen. Lucia set the bags on the table and pulled out the ingredients, organizing them in the order they would need them first. That's it? Jefferson raised a brow as he pulled out a bar stool and sat down. That's it. Just 5 ingredients for the crust, and then whatever toppings you would like. She turned her attention to Haley. I'm going to guess you're a straight cheese girl, am I right? The girl's adamant nods sent her blonde curls bouncing. Mostly just cheese, even though it's not really orange. But sometimes I like pepperoni, too. Then it's a good thing I brought both. Lucia grinned and wiggled her eyebrows at the girl. Okay, the first thing we need to do is get a food processor. As she began opening the cabinets to search for one, she realized she probably should have asked first. This was not her kitchen, after all. Sorry, she bit her lip as she caught Jefferson's eye. It's habit. His lips parted in a teasing grin that sent a sparkle to his dark eyes. No need to apologize. I honestly don't know if we even have one, so you'll probably find it as fast as I would. Lucia couldn't help but banter back. Did you ever use real appliances in this kitchen? He shook his head. Only if you count the microwave, or the stovetop. That's about where my culinary skills ended. She rolled her eyes and opened the last cabinet, finding a food processor shoved near the back. Pulling it out, she placed it on the counter and plugged it in. This is a food processor. It chops and grinds food for you, but you, she turned and pointed a finger at Haley, are not to use it. This is for adults only. Haley stared at her with rapt attention. Is it dangerous? It can be, if it's used wrong. There are a lot of useful tools in the kitchen, but they can also be dangerous if we don't learn how to use them and respect them. Got it? Got it. Okay, so we put the riced cauliflower, the onion, and the garlic in here, and then we pulse until crumbly. We don't want to pulse too long or it will turn into a paste. After chopping the garlic and onion to manageable sizes, she added them to the processor and demonstrated how to pulse to the right consistency. Now, we put all this in a bowl and add the almond meal, eggs, salt, and pepper. She dumped each ingredient in one by one and then began to stir. We want it to be sticky and hold together. If it gets too dry, we'll add a little water, a teaspoon at a time. And if it gets too wet, a little more almond meal. She continued to stir until the mixture looked the way she wanted it. Now, we take half of it and spread it on the baking sheet. I put a little parchment paper down just so it doesn't stick to the pan, and it's easier to clean afterwards. I like the sound of that, Jefferson said. Haley covered her mouth as she giggled. You don't even do the dishes. Aunt Lottie does. A pink tinge lit up Jefferson's cheeks. Hey now, that's not totally true. I do the dishes sometimes, and when I do, I like them to be easy to clean. Lucia smiled at the camaraderie between the two. Their relationship reminded her a little of herself and her father, and for a moment she missed her family back home. It had been a while since she'd called them, and she should remember to do that soon. Okay, you two, you can fight over who does the dishes later. Right now, it's time to bake this first crust. We get more than one? Haley asked. Yep, there's enough for 2 crusts here, so we can make 1 cheese and 1 pepperoni. How about that? That is awesome, Haley said. This really is amazing. Jefferson's fingers brushed against hers as he took the baking sheet from her, sending tingles up her hand. I'd really like to thank you. How about tickets to my game on Sunday? Each player gets 2, and I rarely use mine. He placed the pizza crust in the oven before turning to her again. The game box is pretty impressive, and I know some of the other women would love to meet you. How come you never let me come to your games, Daddy? Haley looked up at Jefferson with big, doe-like eyes. As if he'd just realized what he'd done, a look of chagrin crossed his face. Well, for a few reasons, Bug. First, I'm not sure you would enjoy watching the game. It can get pretty long and boring. Second, because I can't leave you there alone. Miss Lucia is old enough that she could go by herself.
But I wouldn't be alone if Miss Lucia went too. You said you had 2 tickets, right, Daddy?
Yeah. Jefferson turned beseeching eyes on Lucia, and immediately a weight descended on her shoulders. She knew he didn't want her to say yes because his teammates didn't know about his daughter. But she didn't want to say yes for a different reason, one that might be even more important. However, she also didn't want to disappoint Haley, who now stared at her with the biggest puppy dog eyes she had ever seen.
I really appreciate the offer, but I'm afraid Sunday I'll be recouping. I'm working at a fair tomorrow, and I'll be exhausted after cooking all day. A fair? Like with rides and stuff?
Lucia had expected Haley to be disappointed, but her eyes danced as she leaned forward on the counter.
Yeah, there will be rides. It's the annual fair. Have you never been?
With eyes still wide, she shook her head before turning her energy to Jefferson and pouncing on him.
Can we go, Daddy? Please?
This time, it was his turn to look uncomfortable, and Lucia almost felt sorry for him, but he'd put her in the awkward position first. I guess we could, as long as we're back early enough for me to rest up for the game the next day.
Yay!
Haley turned in a circle, pumping her hands in the air in a funny little dance, before rushing to Lucia and grabbing her hand.
Can we hang out with you too, Miss Lucia?
Well, I'll be cooking a lot of the time, but I should have a helper. Why don't you come by around 2 after the lunch rush, and I'll take an hour off to hang out with you, if that's not too late? Jefferson smiled at her and nodded. I don't think that will be too late at all, but you have to promise to let me treat you with something. Food, rides, you name it, to thank you for this. He waved his hand over the counter and between himself and Haley. A soft warmth bubbled within Lucia, and she couldn't help returning his smile.
I'd like that.
When the oven timer went off a few minutes later, Jefferson pulled out the crust and stuck in the other one. Lucia was pleased to see that the crust looked exactly as she'd thought it would. It certainly wasn't the kind of pizza she'd made growing up in Italy, but she had a feeling it would fill the void in Haley's life. After spooning a little sauce over the top, she handed the bag of cheese to Haley and let the girl cover the crust. It was a good thing cheese was gluten-free because she piled so much on, the pizza soon resembled a small hill rather than an edible meal.
Can I go watch a video now?
Haley asked as she dropped her chin onto her hand. Lucia chuckled at how fast her desire to help had shifted. It had been fun while mixing and making the pizza pies. But now that they needed to bake, waiting for the oven to beep held little appeal for the girl. Though that was probably normal behavior, this time was often Lucia's favorite. It allowed her to focus on the aroma of the food filling the air and sending her taste buds dancing in anticipation. Sure, Bug. Go ahead. I'll call you when it's ready, Jefferson said. As Haley skipped out of the kitchen, Lucia became less aware of the tantalizing scent filling the air and more aware of the physical presence of Jefferson. With Haley in the room, she'd been forced to focus on the food and the girl. But now that she was gone and there was nothing to do, Jefferson took center stage. I really can't thank you enough. His voice took on a husky edge as he took a step closer to her. The manly scent of sandalwood washed over her as he neared, sending a tremor through her knees. He was not only handsome, but he smelled heavenly, maybe even better than the food. You're welcome. She cringed at how pinched and breathy her words sounded.
Nothing like letting the man know how much he affected you. His eyes roamed her face as if looking for a chink or a blemish or the truth to some as yet unasked question. Why did you agree to help me? I mean, don't take this the wrong way, but you seem so different from the chef who cooked for us for a whole season without ever showing her face. I do have a habit of throwing myself into my work and forgetting the little things. Lucia's eyes dropped to the floor, as if confessing a disparaging secret. But I'm really not that quiet. At least, I didn't used to be. So what happened? Concern etched itself in Jefferson's eyes, and it was almost enough to do Lucia in. Almost enough to get her to spill her secret. But how did she tell him the change was due to her terrible judge of character? How did she tell him that she fell for a man who said all the right things on the outside, but was mean and vicious and conniving on the inside? It doesn't matter, she said, avoiding the question for now. She knew it would come up again one day, but there was no need to travel that wounded road at the moment. I helped you because I've always had a soft spot for kids. Maybe it came from being the youngest. Maybe it was seeing some of the poorer children in Italy begging on the streets. She shrugged. Regardless, I took a job at an orphanage when I was old enough in order to help kids, and I guess it just stuck with me. His eyes searched her soul again as he took another small step toward her. I know you're busy this Sunday, but you should really come to a game. Shelby, Tucker's wife, runs the local kids center, and I think you two would really hit it off. Lucia swallowed, unsure if the lump in her throat was due to the proximity of Jefferson or the fact that she'd probably never be able to attend one of his games, as much as she might want to. She opened her mouth to reply, but the timer of the oven cut her off. For a moment, they continued to stare at each other. I guess dinner is served, Jefferson said, though he didn't turn back to the oven. I guess so, Lucia replied, and the sound of Haley's eager return ended any further conversation. Chapter 11. Jefferson.
Is it 2 yet, Daddy? Can we go get Miss Lucia?
Haley tugged on his hand and tried to turn his wrist so he could see his watch. She'd been so excited all morning. He'd made them a late breakfast with one of Lucia's recipes so that they wouldn't be tempted by the food at the fair that he knew would not be on her plan. But she'd scarfed it so quickly that he had no doubt she would be hungry again soon. Then she'd prattled the entire car ride about everything she wanted to do, although her exuberance for the big rides faded when she saw up close how high they really were. Still, she'd seemed to enjoy the experience so far, even though, "What time is it?" spilled from her lips more times than he could count. Yes, it's almost 2, so we can head that direction, he said with a smile. Lucia had informed him where her food booth would be, and though they'd avoided the food court area, he knew right where it was located. The aroma of popcorn, dough, fries, and pizza carried on the air as they approached, sending a hunger pain rumbling through Jefferson's stomach. Clearly, he should have had more at breakfast as well.
It smells so good.
Haley lifted her nose into the air and inhaled deeply.
Can we get something, please, Daddy?
Unfortunately, we can't, Bug. I'm pretty sure everything here has gluten in it, and you'd be dealing with a terrible tummy ache tonight if you did. Her lips folded into a frown, but he could see the understanding in her eyes. As much as she wanted to indulge in the delicious fare, she had no desire to be in pain the rest of the evening. Look, there's Miss Lucia. He pointed to her as she plated something in a booth near the center of the other food vendors. Though her dark hair was tied back, a few wisps drifted lazily in the wind around her face, like black ribbons on a present. The sun shone on her face, and as if soaking up the goodness, she tilted her head up slightly and closed her eyes.
A look of pure bliss crossed her features, and Jefferson's heart jumped in his chest. He wasn't sure he'd ever seen a more beautiful woman in his life.
Miss Lucia, we're here.
Haley's voice, and the absence of her hand from his as she slipped it out and ran toward Lucia, sent his daydreaming blowing into the wind like the tiny white parts of a dandelion. He quickened his steps so as not to lose sight of her.
Yay! It's so good to see you.
Lucia smiled and leaned toward the girl.
Tell me, are you hungry?
I'm starving, but Daddy says I can't eat anything here because it has gluten in it.
Her lips pulled into an adorable pout, and Jefferson mashed his own lips together to keep his grin in check.
Well, I made something special just for us.
Lucia flashed a quick wink and a smile at Haley, but it was Jefferson who felt his heart melt.
If it's okay with your daddy, maybe we can eat it before we go walking.
She lifted her eyes to Jefferson in silent question, but she needn't have asked. Though he didn't know everything about her, he knew enough that he trusted her, especially with his daughter's dietary needs. I think that would be agreeable. Did you say you had enough for all of us? Because my stomach just gave me an audible reminder that it's been a bit since I ate as well.
Of course. How about some gluten-free cinnamon rolls?
Lucia turned to one of the other workers in the booth, an older woman with a head full of gray hair but kind eyes, shared a few words with her, and then grabbed something from a box at the back of the booth. A moment later, she stood in front of them again, the container in her hands.
You made cinnamon rolls I can eat?
Haley asked.
I did, but I forgot to make them orange. Is that still okay?
Haley shrugged.
I'm not sure I'm into oranges much anymore anyway.
Lucia smiled at Jefferson, and for a moment, he wondered if she'd planned this. Did she have some inside knowledge on how to get kids to give up crazy habits? If so, he needed to pick her brain on more things than just food.
That's good. Orange is pretty limiting.
Lucia chuckled softly as she led the way to a nearby picnic table where they could sit and eat. Haley nodded sagely, as if she had years of wisdom beyond her age.
Yeah, it is.
As they sat at the table, the sweet smell of cinnamon floated in the air, along with a soft floral scent that Jefferson was sure came from Lucia herself. Shampoo? Body wash? Whatever it was, he enjoyed the scent and the soft femininity it exuded. She opened the container and pulled out 3 paper plates and napkins. Then she pulled a pair of tongs out and placed a cinnamon roll on each plate, followed by a plastic fork. Though they weren't quite as fluffy as regular cinnamon rolls, they smelled just as good, and Jefferson was excited to try them. He lifted the sweet treat to his lips and took a bite. It was not as good as he remembered traditional cinnamon rolls being, but it wasn't bad either. The dough was a little chewier and a little blander, but he could still taste the cinnamon. And while he would not want to eat them every day, he certainly wouldn't mind them as an occasional treat.
These are so good. Thank you, Miss Lucia,
Haley said as she stuffed the last bite into her mouth.
You are so welcome. They are a little harder to make, but maybe I can make a date with your dad to walk him through it.
I think we can manage that. Jefferson was already running through scenarios to invite her over more often in his head. Or maybe we can make a weekly date where you bring these with you. Either way, more time with Lucia sounded heavenly to his ears. Jefferson? Is that you? And just as quickly as it had arrived, the heavenly feeling departed at the sound of Tucker's voice. Every muscle in Jefferson's body tensed. What on earth was he doing here? Jefferson turned to find Tucker and his wife Shelby just a few feet from their table, a few younger kids in tow. Hey, Tucker, Shelby, how are you? Jefferson stood and extended a hand to each of them, running scenarios through his head of how he would explain his daughter. Good. Shelby decided to take some of the kids from the center out for some entertainment, and I got dragged along for the ride. It was clear from the glint in his eyes that Tucker was not only kidding, but enjoying his time at the fair. That's great. He nodded, hoping they would take the hint and move along. But when Tucker's eyes slid to the women behind him, he knew he would have to say something. He turned and pointed to Lucia. You remember Lucia, our chef? Of course, Lucia. It's so nice to see you outside of work. Tucker extended his hand to Lucia, even as he shot a glance at Jefferson that said he would need more information. And this is my wife, Shelby. Jefferson watched as she shook hands with both Tucker and Shelby. Then he turned to his daughter. Though he didn't want to go into the story, and he hoped Tucker wouldn't ask, he would not lie. Not in front of her. And this is my daughter, Haley. Tucker's brow lifted, and the question burned in his eye, but he did not ask it. Instead, he nodded at Jefferson to let him know they would discuss this later, and extended a hand to Haley. It's nice to meet you, Haley. One of these days you'll have to come to the center and meet all of the kids. But this is Quinn, and Darby, and Benji. He pointed to each child as he said their name.
That would be fun. Can I, Daddy?
Haley asked. I bet we can make that happen. Now that Tucker knew, the rest of the team would soon, so there was no reason to keep Haley hidden any longer. Truthfully, there had probably been no reason to keep her hidden as long as he had, other than his own pride.
Tuck, we have to go if we're going to make the show,
Shelby said, touching his arm. Then she smiled at Jefferson, Lucia, and Haley.
It was so nice to meet you all, and I've heard such good things about you, Lucia, that I hope we'll be able to chat again soon. Tucker just raves about what an amazing cook you are.
She is.
Haley flashed a big, adoring grin.
She even made cinnamon rolls I could eat, and they were good.
A tiny line crossed Shelby's forehead as she tried to make sense of the statement, but she did not push the question.
I bet they were. We'll see you guys later.
Jefferson waved as the group of 5 wandered away. He wondered how the follow-up conversation would go. Would Tucker approach him directly or with everyone else around? A tiny bundle of nervousness still existed, but it was tempered with a feeling of relief as well. It would be nice not to have to sidestep the issue of not going out anymore with the guys.
You okay?
Concern floated in Lucia's voice and danced in her eyes, but he simply nodded. Yeah, I think everything will be okay.
Good. Well, then who's up for walking around?
I am.
Haley jumped up from the bench and threw her arms in the air. I guess I am too. Jefferson stuck out his stomach and patted his belly as he smiled at Lucia. How many calories do I need to walk off now anyways? Lucia shook her head and swatted his arm before packing up the container again, and he couldn't help smiling about how natural everything felt with her. Haley tugged on his arm with an impatient air.
Can we show her the best ride? And the baby animals, they were so cute.
The laugh that spilled from Lucia's lips was so pure and full of joy that it conveyed the image of flowers and butterflies in the spring.
I only have an hour, but I'll see whatever you want me to in that time.
Haley grabbed one of Lucia's hands and one of Jefferson's hands and began to pull them in the direction she wanted to go. Though they were not a family, he suddenly felt like one. He hadn't realized he missed the comfort it brought, but now that he'd felt it, he wasn't sure he could give it up. And that was a dangerous thought, considering Lucia's feelings were still unknown. He sneaked a glance at her, but her eyes were focused on the surroundings. Perhaps he would find a time to talk to her. If not today, then the next time she came over for a cooking lesson.
Chapter 12.
Lucia. Lucia groaned inwardly when her cell phone alarm went off. She was having so much fun with Haley and Jefferson that she didn't really want to go back to work, but she'd promised to only be gone an hour.
Does that mean you can't ride this one with us?
Haley turned her sad eyes to Lucia and pushed out her lower lip. The girl might only be 4, but she certainly had the heart-wrenching expression down pat.
I'm sorry, Haley. I told them I'd only be gone an hour, so I have to go back.
I know you're busy resting tomorrow, and I have a game, but would you like to come over Monday evening? Jefferson asked.
Monday. It seemed so far away.
Lucia was tempted to tell him that she'd changed her mind about the game tomorrow and she'd go after all, but then the image of Philip flashed in her mind. There was a chance she wouldn't be seen, that it would be safe, but she'd watched enough games on television to know that the camera often panned to the box seats, and she had no idea what Philip would do if he saw her in one. She'd been lucky enough to keep him out of her life for the last year, and she would like to keep that going.
Monday sounds great. Shall we shoot for 7?
7 sounds perfect. He held her gaze a beat longer than normal, and Lucia wished she could hear his thoughts. Was he also wishing they were alone, so there could be a brush of a hand or a kiss on the cheek? Was he mentally counting the hours until 7 p.m. Monday night like she was?
I wish it was Monday right now,
Haley said, breaking the moment and eliciting a chuckle from both Lucia and Jefferson. I promise it will be here soon. Jefferson smiled as he took Haley's hand. Haley grabbed Lucia's hand, and the 3 made their way back to the food area. When they reached the entrance of the booth, Jefferson paused. The tendons in his neck danced as he chewed on his bottom lip. Why did he look so nervous? Thank you for coming out with us.
Thanks for letting me.
Lucia fought the urge to place a hand on his arm.
Thanks for the cinnamon rolls, too,
Haley said.
I can't wait to see what you make Monday.
Haley, Jefferson scolded as Lucia laughed. Miss Lucia is our friend, not our cook.
No, it's fine.
Lucia's heart filled with emotion as she smiled down at the young girl.
I like cooking, and I love helping you both out.
Still, Jefferson shook his head as if he had no words. Thank you. We had a lovely time, and we are both looking forward to Monday evening.
As am I.
As she waved goodbye to them both, she once again fought the urge to run after him and tell him she would attend his game. She would have to stop hiding from Philip one day anyway. But before she could, Miriam, the older woman working with her, touched her arm.
They seem nice.
Yeah, they are.
Lucia waited until Jefferson and Haley were out of sight before turning to Miriam.
I haven't seen a smile like that on your face for as long as I've known you.
Miriam was one of the first people Lucia had met when she decided to pursue a culinary career in America. She was one of the instructors at the college, and she'd not only gotten Lucia involved in this charity organization, but she'd helped her land the job with the tornadoes. Or at least her reference had. Lucia shook her head.
Don't start, Miriam.
I know you're still scared, Lucia, but you can't hide from him forever. Don't let your fear keep you from exploring a good thing.
In her heart, Lucia knew Miriam was right. Philip had been out of her life for over a year. He hadn't tried to contact her. But was that because he didn't want to, or because he didn't know where she lived now? After all, she'd left no forwarding address when she'd decided to move in with April. But he could have found her if he wanted to.
I know, in my heart, I know you're right. But his words?
She sighed and tapped her chest over her heart.
They still live here.
That, my dear, is Satan talking. Your worth is not determined by what men say, and certainly not that man.
She pursed her lips and shook her head as if to make sure she said no harsher words about Philip.
Your worth was determined a long time ago by God, and He is the only one whose words matter.
Lucia nodded. She knew that too. She'd grown up in the church, and while her faith hadn't really ever been tested, she knew only God's opinion mattered. But it was so contrary to what the world said, to what they blasted from every television and social media app. As a young woman, and especially as one who wanted to find love, it was hard not to listen to the world and see herself from its eyes, from its voices. She wondered how much harder it would be for girls like Haley, girls who had cell phones and social media accounts before the age of 10, girls who had no memory of unplugging and playing outside with friends for hours on end.
You're right. I need to stop living in fear and stop believing his words.
She chewed on the inside of her lip as she pondered the next question.
He invited me to his game tomorrow, but I said no. Do you think I should call him and tell him I reconsidered?
Miriam smiled softly, like a rose blooming for the first time in spring.
I think that would be a very good idea.
Lucia did too.
Okay, I'll text him to ask if I can still come, but let's focus on finishing the shift here before I let myself daydream too much.
Miriam laughed and stepped away to help an approaching customer as Lucia pulled her phone out and opened her text app.
I know it's late notice, but if the offer still stands, I'd love to watch your game tomorrow, and I don't mind watching Haley if she comes too.
Her finger hovered over the send key as she read and reread her words. It didn't sound that forward to her, but what if he'd only been inviting her as a thank you? What if he wasn't really interested in her? With a shake of her head, she pushed the negative words away and tapped the send button. Then she shoved her phone back in her pocket and glanced around the booth to see how she could help. Chapter 13. Jefferson. Jefferson smiled as Lucia walked toward them. She looked especially comfortable today in a pair of blue capri pants and a white peasant-style blouse. Her hair hung in curls about her shoulders, and her eyes were hidden behind a pair of large sunglasses. "I'm so glad you decided to come," he said when she reached where he and Haley were leaning against his car. He'd agreed to show up earlier in order to take her up to the game box and make sure she was comfortable before he headed down to suit up for the game.
Me too.
Wonder filled Haley's voice as her eyes stared up at the huge stadium.
This is where you work, Daddy?
Well, this is where the games are played, but it's not where I work every day.
Thank you for inviting me,
Lucia said, answering his original question.
And for letting me be fickle and decide to come at the last minute.
Jefferson didn't mind how fickle she was. He was just glad she was here. Of course, I know how hard it must be to hang out with a bunch of people you don't know very well, but I really appreciate you coming. It will be nice to know I have people cheering for me up there.
We'll be happy to cheer you on. And I'll have Haley to keep me company if I start feeling too lonely.
She wrapped an arm around his daughter's shoulders in a side hug, and the smile that lit up Haley's face melted Jefferson's heart. Perhaps running into Tucker yesterday had been a God thing. As he opened the door to the game box, Lucia gasped beside him.
Wow, this place is even more amazing than I thought.
There's food, too, but I don't know if it will compare to what you make. Lucia grabbed his arm and turned fearful wide eyes on him.
Food? Is there any chance they'll have something gluten-free for Haley? I didn't think to bring anything.
It wasn't her place to have to remember Haley's food, but the fact that she cared so much only caused Jefferson to like her more. Relax. He smiled as he grabbed her hands and tried to ignore the sparks the touch ignited within him. I spoke with the person in charge last night, and he assured me that there are always gluten-free options.
She sighed in relief and dropped her eyes down to their joined hands before lifting them back to meet his gaze. A weight like a boulder descended on his chest, pressing against his lungs and making it difficult to breathe. Every part of him wanted to kiss her at that moment, to close the distance between them and touch her lips. The look in her eyes led him to believe she wanted it too. Lucia,
Wow, is that where you play, Daddy?
The sound of Haley's voice broke the moment, and Lucia pulled her hands from his as she turned to Haley. Jefferson immediately missed the feeling of her skin on his, but there was no time to dwell on that now. Running a hand down his cheek and across his chin, he crossed the room to where Haley stood at the large window that overlooked the field. Yep, I'll be playing right down there, and you can watch from up here, but you have to listen to Miss Lucia and stay close to her, okay? His eyes lifted to Lucia's as she approached, and a part of him wanted to blurt that he wanted to be close to her too, but he could not do that. In fact, he needed to get his head focused on the game today. Perhaps tomorrow he could share his feelings with Lucia.
I will, Daddy.
Her response might have been aimed at him, but she was already wandering off to the other side of the room, her big eyes taking everything in.
Don't worry, I won't let her out of my sight.
Jefferson nodded at Lucia's reassurance. He trusted Lucia, but he'd never left his daughter alone with anyone, except his sister, and even then she was usually at his house, not out in public. I'll be back as soon as the game is over, he said, hoping he'd be able to keep his worry and his longing in check long enough to enjoy the game.
Good luck.
Jefferson flashed a wave before leaving the room and heading down to the locker room to change. Though he was still a little early, a few other guys were already in the room. Most were second-string players who were there in hopes of proving their worth to the coaches, in case they were ever called upon to play. Jefferson remembered those days, and he was glad he no longer had to worry about that. He might not get as much playtime as Mason on a usual game, but at least he got the opportunity to play every game. He opened his locker and pulled out his uniform, laying it on the bench beside him. Hey, you're here early. Jefferson glanced up to see Blaine set a bag down on a nearby bench and open his own locker. Yeah, I got here a little early, so I figured I might as well get ready. What's with the smile? Blaine asked. Smile? What smile? Though he knew he'd been caught, Jefferson made a conscious effort to try and keep the corners of his mouth from lifting. Carter appeared at the corner of the lockers and jumped into the conversation. The one you can't keep off your face. You look like a smug cat. Carter was a new addition this year, and Jefferson still wasn't sure exactly how he felt about the man. Though nice, Carter fit the stereotypical idea of a football player to a T. Young and cocky, he not only seemed obsessed with his muscles, taking the chance to admire them in mirrors and panes of glass every time he passed one, but he'd also been spotted with at least 3 different women in the last month. The coaches had affectionately nicknamed him Pretty Boy, and Jefferson thought it was rather fitting. I do not. Jefferson tugged his shirt off and turned to the locker, hoping the men would let the conversation drop. No such luck. Well, if you don't tell us, then we'll just have to make up our own story. Carter elbowed Blaine and wiggled his eyebrows suggestively, reminding Jefferson of the locker room talk in high school. And I, for one, am a good storyteller. Jefferson shook his head. He had no idea what kind of storyteller Carter was, but he did know the man liked the sound of his own voice. And he was fairly certain that he didn't want to hear whatever story Carter would come up with. He was about to answer when Blaine spoke up. I'm guessing a girl. No one smiles like that if it doesn't involve a girl. Agreed, Carter said, and that's why I'm always grinning. The question is, where did Jefferson find a girl? Blaine narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin as he thought. At the movies? Nah, he rarely goes out. Maybe someone in his neighborhood. Carter snapped his fingers as his lips pulled into a wide grin. Yeah, that's it. The hot young neighbor is my guess. He wanted to stay quiet, to let the conversation come to a natural end, but he could not let Carter continue this line of thought. There is no hot young neighbor. Delivery driver, then. Carter shrugged, as if this option was just as good as his first. Jefferson chuckled. No delivery driver either. But I did go somewhere yesterday. Wait, did you finally ask Lucia out? Blaine peeled off his own shirt and shoved it in his locker. Lucia? Who's Lucia? Carter hadn't been at Mason's rehearsal dinner, so he had no idea who they were talking about. Grabbing his deodorant, Blaine applied some before explaining, Lucia is our chef, and Jefferson here thinks she's pretty. She is pretty. Heat crawled up Jefferson's face as he thought of their day yesterday and holding her hands earlier. But it's not like that. Why am I always the last to know about stuff like this? Carter folded his arms and glared. Tucker appeared at the edge of the lockers and added his 2 cents. I doubt you're the last to know about Haley. Carter's face scrunched in confusion as he turned to Tucker. Wait, who's Haley? Tucker's eyes widened and filled with apology. You weren't talking about Haley, were you? I wasn't, Jefferson sighed. He should have known this conversation would deter quickly, but I guess I am now. Tucker's lips pursed together, and he rubbed a hand across his chin. Sorry, I didn't mean to share your secret. I guess I should have listened to the whole conversation before piping in. Okay, what is going on? Blaine glanced from Jefferson to Tucker, confusion etched in the furrowed lines of his forehead. And how do you know it when the rest of us don't? Because I ran into him yesterday. Jefferson sighed as he pulled on his padded compression shorts. You ran into Tucker? Carter pointed between the two. Where? At the fair. The fair? What were you doing at the fair? Wait, don't tell me. You go for the food. Those elephant ears are the bomb, am I right? Carter elbowed Tucker this time. They are good, but I didn't have any. I didn't go for the food. I went for my daughter, Haley. Silence fell in the room, a deafening blanket that seemed to alter time as well as space. His 2 friends stared at him, their mouths parted in shock. Tucker simply nodded, indicating he was making the right move. Jefferson should have told them about her a long time ago, so while not the way he planned it, this conversation was for the best. Besides, their wives and girlfriends would know about her soon anyway, and they probably would have said something too. You have a daughter? Blaine's face was a portrait of confusion. How did we not know about this? Did you know about this? He turned accusing eyes on Tucker, who held up his hand and shook his head. Don't look at me. I just found out yesterday, and it wasn't my right to say anything. You didn't know because I never mentioned her before. Jefferson pulled his pants on over his shorts and fastened them. The other men had stopped dressing and stared at him, blinking, but finding no words at the moment. Blaine finally broke the silence. Why not? Wait, so are you married too? Is that why you never go out with us? The expression on Blaine's face was now married with a touch of hurt. No, I'm not married. At least, not anymore. I never mentioned Haley before because I was ashamed. Ashamed of your daughter? Jefferson hadn't thought Carter would care about his daughter, but he seemed genuinely interested, although confused as well. No, not of her. Jefferson shook his head and lowered himself onto the bench. I was involved with her mother out of wedlock. I was ashamed of that, especially since I've always tried to be a good example around here. Tucker, who had remained silent to this point, sat next to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Hey man, we all make mistakes. No one is going to fault you for that. And as far as I'm concerned, you're still a good example. You know my story, after all. Mine too. Blaine took the other side and added his support. I really want to hear about this. Are you not involved with her mother any longer? Her mother isn't around any longer. Jefferson chewed on the inside of his lip, trying to find the right words. She died 3 years ago, just before I joined the team. Man, why didn't you say anything? We could have been there for you, helped out in any way we could, Tucker said. I know, but I wasn't in a good place. She had expensive medical bills that I was struggling to pay. Then I had to find someone to watch Haley during the day. It was just a lot. And then it seemed like the time had passed to tell you guys, so I just never did. But that's why I don't go out often, because I have Haley at home. The two men on either side of him nodded, as if they understood, though Jefferson knew they couldn't. Not really. No one could understand unless they'd been in a similar situation. Carter leaned against the lockers, his arms folded across his chest and his eyes averted to the floor. Well, we're here for you now. How old is Haley anyway? Blaine asked. She's 4, a very precocious 4-year-old. Jefferson smiled as he thought of all the antics Haley was capable of, even at her young age. You'll have to bring her to the next game, Tucker said. I know the women would love to meet her. Actually, she's here today, with Lucia. Wait, Lucia? Blaine's eyes widened as his head fell forward. So you did ask her out? When? Jefferson bit the corner of his lip and rubbed his hand across the back of his neck. Well, Haley was recently diagnosed with celiac disease, which requires a special diet. I'm no cook, so my sister suggested asking a chef for lessons. Naturally, I thought of Lucia. Yeah, naturally. Blaine chuckled and shouldered him. Jefferson ignored him and continued. Anyway, I approached her on Monday about lessons, and she came over Tuesday and then again on Friday to show me how to cook things Haley can eat. Lessons, huh? The teasing edge was back in Carter's voice, and the uncomfortable stance had left his posture as he leaned forward, engaged once again. Are there going to be more lessons in the future? He wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. Maybe a few. Jefferson kept his tone even, trying to play the lessons off as no big deal, even though his heart always beat a little faster when he thought of the nights she cooked and ate with them. She's coming over again tomorrow. Well, it sounds to me like you're seeing her. Blaine stood and pulled on his own padded pants. 3 times in 1 week is more often than Carter sees a woman. Heat trickled up Jefferson's neck. He wished there was a fan in the locker room he could turn on and stand in front of. But there was nothing. Nothing but the smell of sweat, dirty socks, and someone's overpowering cologne. I don't even know if she's interested in anything more than cooking lessons. Are you blind, man? Tucker smirked and shook his head. Not only is she here today, but I saw the look she was giving you yesterday. Wait, what? Blaine asked. Was she at the fair too? Chagrin covered Tucker's face as he grimaced again. Sorry, man. I am horrible at this. I'm just going to go back over there and get ready. But for what it's worth, I think she's interested. I'm still waiting for the story. Blaine began pulling his jersey over his shoulder pads. So on Friday, I invited Lucia to the game today as a thank you for the lessons. She originally declined. Wait, she said no to coming to a professional football game and sitting in the box? Carter glanced up from the cleats he was lacing. Why? She said it was because she'd be tired from working at the fair yesterday, though I think there's more to it. Anyway, as soon as she mentioned fair, Haley got all excited, and I couldn't say no to taking her, so we offered to meet up there as an alternative. When Tucker ran into us, we had just picked her up from her booth. She was kind enough to make gluten-free cinnamon rolls for Haley. See? Interested. Jefferson shot him a pointed glare, and Tucker mimed zipping his mouth closed. I agree with Tucker. It does sound like she's interested. No woman would meet up with a man 4 times she wasn't interested in. 5, counting tomorrow, Carter chimed in. Blaine nodded. Right, 5. So have you asked if she'd be interested in more than cooking lessons? Jefferson had thought about it many times, but he hadn't built up the courage yet. No, but if she was, why would she refuse the invitation to the game today the first time I offered it? Dude, she's a woman. None of us really understand why they do half of what they do. Carter chuffed as he pulled on his own pads. I don't think they even understand half of what they do sometimes. Blaine shook his head. Maybe she wasn't as tired from the fair as she thought she would have been. Or maybe that was just an excuse. But it doesn't mean she's not interested. She could have said no initially for any number of reasons. Did she say why she changed her mind? That might be the more important question. Jefferson paused. He hadn't really thought about that. He'd assumed it was because she'd had as much fun with him as he'd had with her. And if that was the case, maybe she was interested after all. To be honest, I didn't ask. I had such a good time with her that I was just glad to get her text. Maybe she just needed to know you were interested in more than lessons, Blaine said pointedly. Anyway, you'll never find out if you don't ask. The locker room door opened, and the offensive coach's face appeared. Hey, you guys playing today or what? Yes, sir. On our way. Blaine shut his locker door. Think about it, Jefferson. Carter nodded and slapped Jefferson on the shoulder before following Blaine out the door. Hey, man, I hope I didn't mess anything up. By speaking out of turn, I didn't mean to. Tucker flashed a sheepish grin at Jefferson. It's cool. It was about time I told everyone about Haley anyway. And Lucia? While I'm sure that will spread like wildfire, there isn't much to say about it. Yet. Tucker clapped a hand on Jefferson's shoulder. Yet being the operative word. Now, how about we go play some football? And give those girls something to cheer about. Jefferson had no idea if Lucia was the cheering type of woman, but the thought made him smile as he followed Tucker out to the field to warm up. Chapter 14. Lucia. Lucia was no stranger to the game of football, as Philip had been an announcer and an avid fan. She'd watched the games he announced to support him and sat next to him watching games he didn't announce, so she understood the basic mechanics of the game, the points, and some of the plays. He'd once tried to explain the deeper stuff to her, but she hadn't really cared then. She almost wished she'd listened now, because the feeling of knowing someone on the field and watching them get hit over and over was definitely new to her. Her heart clenched every time Jefferson jogged out on the field, and her knuckles clenched when she saw him run for the ball. Only when the play was whistled dead and he jogged back to the line of scrimmage or the sidelines did her body relax. And though she'd done nothing but watch the first half of the game, her body felt as if it had been put through a rigorous workout. Maybe if she'd known a little more about the plays, she wouldn't have to get nervous every time he was on the field.
I'd love to tell you it gets easier, but it really doesn't.
Shelby spoke up softly beside her.
I've been lucky that Tucker hasn't been injured, but I remember what a mess Clara was when Mason was injured last season, and they weren't even dating at the time.
Kenzie leaned closer to interject.
But they were old flames, so it's not like she had no stake in that game. Do you guys watch every game like this?
Lucia glanced to Shelby and Kenzie, who had arrived shortly after Jefferson left. Though she'd been nervous at first, he'd been right that they were friendly and fun to be around. Shelby had given her a hug like they were old friends, even though they'd only met yesterday. And then she'd introduced Lucia to Kenzie and the other women as they filed in. Though a few of the women lifted an eyebrow when they found out she was the chef, overall they'd accepted her like one of their own.
Only the home games, Kenzie said. We don't get to go on the road games, so we usually gather at one of the houses and watch the games together. That way we at least have each other if something happens. Not that it often does, she added hastily. Mason's was the first serious injury since I've been watching. I don't know if I could take watching this every week.
Lucia rubbed her hand down her arm.
My body feels like I'm in a perpetual state of fear, like I'm watching a horror movie that never ends.
Kenzie chuckled and nodded.
That part does get a little better, at least it did for me. I still remember the first time I watched Jurassic Park, and I was so sore the next day from tensing and jumping repeatedly. That's how my first few games, watching Blaine once we started dating, were. But once you realize that it looks worse than they feel down there, it gets a little easier. You should join us for the next away game. I think they have a bye next week, so it'll be the week after that, but we'll be meeting at my house. I'll have to check my schedule, but if I'm free, then I'd love to come. And we'll have to find some time you can meet Clara when she gets back, Shelby said. I know she'd love to meet you, and thank you for the rehearsal dinner you prepared for them. She raved about it the whole night.
The familiar feeling of pride mixed with embarrassment flooded Lucia as she nodded.
It was my pleasure about the dinner, but I am glad she enjoyed it. I've been spending a lot of evenings with Jefferson, helping him learn how to cook for Haley, but I'm sure we can find a time in the future.
She chuckled at how shocked April would be if she could hear her setting up outings with these women. Somehow, it just felt right, though, and Lucia was pretty sure none of the outings would involve clubs, loud music, or creepy men with gauges in their ears.
I was going to ask about that, but it didn't seem like the place yesterday.
Shelby glanced over at Haley, who thankfully was still staring out the window, engrossed by the crowded stadium below her.
Is she okay?
Lucia bit her lip, unsure if Jefferson would want her sharing his daughter's information. But from the look on Shelby's face, she was already picturing a much worse scenario than the truth, and Lucia doubted he would want that spread either.
It's not as serious as it sounds.
Lucia decided sharing a little would be the best option.
She just has an intolerance to certain foods, so he asked me to help him learn how to cook meals she can eat.
Shelby placed a hand over her heart and sighed.
Oh, thank goodness. I know I have no right to pry, but I work with kids all day, and they hold a special place in my heart. Mine too.
Lucia thought back to the orphanage and all the children she hadn't been able to help. Beside her, Haley tapped her elbow.
How much longer is the game?
Lucia glanced to the clock. There were 12 minutes left in the fourth quarter, but in football, that 12 minutes could just as easily turn into half an hour or more, with timeouts and penalties.
Probably half an hour at least, Haley. And then I'm sure your daddy will want to clean up.
Haley pushed out her bottom lip and slumped in her chair, folding her arms across her chest.
I should have brought my tablet. I'm getting bored.
Lucia snickered softly at the sudden drastic shift. Haley had been glued to the window for nearly the whole game, and now with 1 quarter left, she was done.
I might have something.
Kenzie rummaged in her bag for a minute before pulling out a small black tablet and patting the empty seat next to her.
This is my design tablet. It won't let you do a lot, but you can draw on it. Would you like that?
As if the offer alone had been fuel, Haley came to life and sat up in her chair nodding.
Can I, Miss Lucia? I promise I'll be careful.
If Miss Kenzie is sure.
I am. Kenzie smiled brightly and motioned again for Haley to join her.
I remember being that age and being bored when my mother drug me places. I used to doodle all over paper or napkins, anything I could find. It's lucky we have these nowadays. What kind of design do you do? Lucia asked as Haley bounded out of her chair and over to the seat next to Kinsey. Shelby jumped in before Kinsey had a chance to respond.
Interior decorating, and she's amazing. She redid our community center, and it's beautiful. You should come see it sometime. And if you have any room in your busy schedule, we're always looking for some more adult helpers. Those kids I met at the fair, are they all at the center?
Lucia asked, feeling the familiar tug on her heart that came with anything involving children. Shelby nodded.
Yeah, they all have parents, or at least one parent, but many of them have to work 2 jobs to pay the bills. We started out as just an after-school place, but when the need for more grew, so did we. Tucker even got the players involved, and they all help out once a month.
That's awesome. Lucia glanced back to the field. Influenced by Philip's opinion, she'd long thought football players cared only about themselves, fame, and the money they could make. But Jefferson didn't seem like that, nor did the other men from Shelby's description.
I'd be happy to get involved. I don't know what kind of kitchen you have there, but maybe I could teach a class once or twice a month.
Kinsey's eyes lit up, and she let out an excited squeal.
Oh my gosh, would you? Blaine has been raving about your food for a year, and I'm afraid I'm not much of a cook, but I would gladly pay to take some lessons from you. Actually, I'm sure a lot of people would.
Shelby tapped a finger against her lips.
We could even pay you a percentage, Lucia.
Lucia shook her head.
No, absolutely not. I make enough money here that I don't need to get paid for that. You're welcome to charge a fee, but you keep it for the center. I'm sure it has expenses you could use that money on.
More than you know. Shelby clapped her hands together and grinned like a kid at Christmas.
Oh, I'm so glad you came today. I feel like this was definitely a God thing.
Me too. Lucia returned the smile, and for the first time in a long time, she felt it too. She lifted her eyes to the ceiling and sent a silent thank you heavenward. How was it? Did you have fun? Did you talk to some of the other women? As if afraid that she'd had a horrible time and might never want to come back, Jefferson peppered her with questions the moment he walked in the door. It was clear he had recently showered, as his hair still appeared damp and darker than normal, and the smell of an ocean breeze floated around him in the air. It was a scent that reminded Lucia of her senior gift from high school. Knowing how much she liked to travel, her parents had booked a cruise for the family to the Caribbean, and Lucia had spent nearly every moment on the ship at the railing, inhaling the salty, sweet air and scanning the horizons. Lucia offered him a reassuring smile.
It was fine. The girls are very nice. Yeah, Miss Kinsey let me draw on her tablet when I got bored. I think I might need a tablet like that,
Haley said, joining the conversation. Oh, you do you? Jefferson's eyes twinkled as he squatted down next to Haley. She nodded and puffed out her chest.
I do. I was very careful and I drew lots of pretty pictures.
Chuckling, he ruffled her hair before standing again and locking eyes with Lucia once more. So, I don't know if you're interested, but the team usually goes out to celebrate after a win. It won't be as good as the food you cook, but it will be a night you don't have to cook if you'd like to join us. Lucia opened her mouth to decline. She'd already had a pretty eventful day out of her comfort zone. But the hope swimming in his chocolate eyes caused her to stop short. What would be the harm? It was just dinner, and now that she knew many of the women, she wouldn't feel so out of place. Besides, it was about time she started living again, and that meant accepting invitations to go out and not hiding in her house.
I'd like that.
As she took his outstretched hand, a jolt of warmth exploded in her palm at his touch, and her eyes dropped to their intertwined fingers. How long had it been since she'd held hands with a man? How long since she'd been interested in one? Okay. He arched an eyebrow as he posed the question, and she knew he was not only asking about her state of mind, but if she was okay with the physical touch as well. She nodded and smiled up at him as butterflies took flight in her stomach. Falling for him would be easy, and she was afraid she'd already taken the first step. The wall she'd managed to build to protect herself after Philip seemed to be no match for this amazing man with the charming smile that would have even Eskimos buying ice in the middle of a blizzard. She was in so much trouble. Chapter 15. Jefferson. As the conversation buzzed around him, Jefferson smiled at the two women on either side of him. It had been a long time since he'd been out with his teammates, and even longer since he'd been out with a woman. Or his daughter, for that matter. Haley was soaking it all in. Though few of the other players had children, they were all polite and curious and peppered her with questions. As the women refrained from joining in the barrage of questions, Jefferson was sure they had already done the same during the game. Haley, for her part, answered the questions she could before deciding she was bored and turning her attention to her coloring pages. Lucia appeared a little less comfortable, if the constant tucking of her dark hair behind her ear was any indication. But she smiled at him whenever he glanced at her and carried on conversations with those near her, giving him hope that she might do this again. The clanging of a fork against a water glass drew Jefferson's attention back to the front of the table, where Blaine was standing, his glass raised in the air. I just wanted to say how thankful I am for each and every person in this room. Playing football has always been a love of mine, but it's so much more enjoyable when the offensive line keeps me from being thrown to the turf all the time. Laughter and cheers erupted around the table, and a few of the offensive linemen nodded or brushed their shoulders in a preening manner. And though we're missing Mason tonight, I appreciate all the receivers and running backs who make my job easier. Jefferson fought the urge to puff out his chest as eyes turned on him and the others, but he could not keep the soft blush from creeping up his neck when Lucia's hand touched his arm. And of course, we could do nothing without our amazing defensive line, who keep the other teams from getting too far ahead of us. Another round of low cheers went up. And tonight, we've gotten the chance to meet Haley and welcome both her and Lucia into our fold. So thank you both for coming, and I hope we'll see you more often. Jefferson put his arm around his daughter and squeezed her shoulders before turning to smile at Lucia. But here's the best news. Blaine waved his hand to shush the murmurs. Coach just texted me, and in honor of our first win of the season, dinner is on him. This time, the cheers were loud enough that the waiter poked his head into the room to make sure everything was okay. Lucia touched his arm, and he turned to her as she leaned close to whisper, I can't let the coach pay for my dinner. Jefferson flashed her a warm smile. The fact that she'd thought she was paying was cute, and only made him like her that much more. Though he hadn't dated much since signing his contract, he'd heard many of the other players talk about the women they went out with, who expected not only paid dinners but lavish gifts. He'd surmised Lucia was different, and he was pleased to be proved right. You're my guest. You wouldn't have been paying for your dinner anyway. Lucia's mouth opened as if she were going to protest, but after a small sigh, she shook her head and returned his smile. I'll accept this time, but only because I'm still counting this as your thank you for cooking lessons. Considering we have another lesson tomorrow, I guess that means you'll have to let me take you out again. Jefferson whispered back. You're impossible. Her words might have said he was, but the twinkle in her eyes gave him hope that she didn't mind his impossibleness too much. 20 minutes later, they said their goodbyes to the group and headed back to his car. Before he had gotten very far, he could hear Haley snoring softly in the back seat. She's already out, Lucia said softly. Yeah, she's pretty much only got 2 speeds, all out and crashed. So when she gets tired, it doesn't take long for her to zonk out. That must be nice. Until I have to carry that dead weight inside. Jefferson chuckled softly. Really, though, I can't thank you enough for all you've done. Haley may fall asleep quickly, but she rarely slept through the night before last week. Since her diet change, she's been much better. I feel like I've gotten real sleep for the first time in years. You're very welcome. I'm glad that I was able to help. Haley is a great kid. Yeah, she really is, and she's had a rough start on life with losing her mother and all. He paused, unsure of how to say the words on his mind without scaring Lucia away, but knowing he needed to say something before they reached her car. As he turned the car into the nearly empty parking lot, he realized he didn't have much time. Lucia, I know we've only really gotten to know each other the last week, but I would really like to see more of you. The corners of her lips twitched in just the slightest hint of her smile. I guess it's a good thing I'm coming over tomorrow then. It is, but I mean I'd really like to see you, and not just for cooking lessons. Oh no. Those were not the words he'd expected to hear, nor the tone he'd expected at his proposal. Had he misread the situation that badly? He took his eyes off the road, long enough to glance at Lucia and see wide eyes and the hand covering her mouth trembling as she stared out the windshield at something. He turned his attention back to the nearly empty parking lot, looking for what had her spooked, and that's when he saw it. Her window had been smashed and glass littered the area around her car. Whoa! Though he was still relatively new to the team, he'd never heard of anything like this happening. What am I going to do? Her words came out as a moan as the hand covering her mouth balled into a fist. Hey, it's okay. The first thing we're going to do is call the police and file a report. It's late, but it shouldn't take too long to get someone here. He placed the car in park and reached for his phone. I can't ask you to stay while I wait. What if the police are busy and can't come? You need to get Haley to bed. He grabbed her hand and waited until she looked at him. Haley will be fine. Like I said, she's a heavy sleeper once she's down, and there is no way I'm leaving you here in the parking lot by yourself. I'll stay until the police come, and then I'll follow you home and help you tape up your window until you can get it fixed, okay? Lucia rolled her eyes and shook her head. I can't ask you to do that. You have a daughter to take care of and work tomorrow. Jefferson placed a hand on her arm. I have tomorrow off. We always do after a game to rest up, so it's no big deal. And if I'm tired, I can always ask Lorelai to come watch her. She does most days anyway. Lucia chewed on her bottom lip as moisture glistened in her eyes, but finally she nodded. Okay. Releasing her hand, Jefferson dialed 911 and informed the operator of their situation. After promising to send someone as quickly as possible, he hung up and turned back to Lucia. I'm sure the team has cameras that monitor this parking lot. I'll reach out to security tomorrow and see if they can find out who did this. A nauseating feeling rumbled around in his stomach. Who would do this to her? And was it his fault? Not his fault in the sense that he'd done it or hired someone to, but was it his fault for inviting her here and then taking her out to dinner? Thank you. I appreciate it. I just can't believe someone did this. It feels so... She shuddered and rubbed at her arms as if she could erase the negativity if she rubbed hard enough.
I don't even know. Like a violation?
I can understand that. I had my car broken into once in high school. Thankfully, all they got was a few old CDs I still carried, but I remember that angry and confused feeling.
Suddenly, her eyes widened and her hand flew to her mouth. Oh no! What if they took my card?
Your card? Do you mean your ID card to get into the tornado facility? If so, I'm sure the company would replace it.
No.
She shook her head and wiped at the corner of her eye.
I mean my grandmother's card. She's the one who taught me to cook in Italy when I was little. Before she died, she wrote me this card with words of affirmation and her secret recipe for the best homemade pasta on it. I knew I shouldn't keep it in the car, but I always looked at it before work for inspiration and after a bad day to remind me of why I cook.
She reached for the handle.
I have to make sure it's still there.
Jefferson placed a hand on her arm again. Lucia, you can't touch anything until the police arrive. I'm sure the card will be fine.
A tear trickled down the side of her face, and she wiped it away before facing him again. You don't understand. It's all I have left of her.
I'm sorry.
He wanted to say more, but what?
I can't help feeling like this is my fault. I'm the one who asked you to come.
It's not your fault, she said softly. It's mine. I should have known better. Her free hand stole to her neck, and she rubbed it back and forth. Something was clearly bothering her. I mean, I did know better. It's why I declined your offer the first time. But then I thought it had been long enough.
Long enough? What was she talking about? I'm not following, Lucia.
No, you wouldn't. You couldn't, because I didn't tell you. I didn't tell most people except April, my roommate, and my family, but they live too far away to do anything. Instead, I just kept it bottled up like I do everything else, hoping it would go away, but clearly it hasn't.
Jefferson felt like he should understand what she was talking about, but though she was speaking English, it did not translate in his brain. What hasn't? What are you trying to say, Lucia?
She looked at him, a deadly calm expression in her dark eyes. It doesn't matter.
It does matter to me. Do you know who did this, Lucia?
He was pushing, but he was not going to let her handle this on her own. Issuing a soft shrug, she turned her gaze down to her lap. Maybe. I have a guess anyway.
Then tell me, and let me help.
He moved his hand to her chin, turning her to face him.
Please?
Lucia's eyes searched his, probing like a soft flame trying to reach the edges of darkness. When he was sure she wouldn't pull away, he dropped his hand. After a deep breath, she opened her mouth. When I moved here a few years ago, I didn't know anyone. I was young and naive, and at one of the cooking shows I worked, I met this man. Her hands folded together, and though she kept her gaze locked on his, he could see her fingers fidgeting out of the corner of his eye. He was so nice at first, attentive and caring. I told you that I'm the youngest, so I always had to vie for attention. But not with Philip. He just gave it, and he sucked me in. As embarrassment flooded her, her eyes fell to her lap. Jefferson had a good idea where this story was going, but he let her continue, knowing she needed to tell it in order to heal. Once I was hooked and had pretty much given up my other friends, he changed. He wasn't violent or anything, but... She paused, as if struggling to find the words to adequately describe her ordeal, but she didn't have to. Jefferson knew.
He was verbally abusive, telling you that you didn't matter, that no one would love you but him, right?
Her eyes lifted back to his. Yeah, how did you know?
Jefferson sighed. The guys I play with now are great, but before I signed with the Tornadoes, I played on a team where there was a guy just like that. He used to brag about how many women he hooked and how he was able to make them do anything he wanted.
He shook his head,
As he thought back to that time, he should have said something, told the man how wrong he was. But he'd been young and new to the team, trying to find his feet and his own Christ-centered self with his wife sick and a toddler to care for at home. Still, the guilt of saying nothing, of wondering how many more women that guy went on to ruin, plagued him. He ran his hand across his chin, scratching at the stubble just beginning to make its daily appearance. I think that's another reason I didn't share about Haley right away. I didn't want her introduced to that, and by the time I realized these guys were different, too much time had passed to just open up about her.
That's understandable, but there is a little more to my story. The guy I met, Philip, is Philip Reed.
The sportscaster? He didn't mean the words to come out so quickly, and he certainly didn't mean them to hit her like they did. When her expression folded in on itself, he knew his words had made it sound as if he couldn't believe the man would like her, or that he couldn't believe the man would do something like that. Neither of those were true. Philip Reed had always come off smarmy to him, like he'd sold used lemons in a previous life or something. His hair was always just a little too perfect, his teeth too straight and white. I'm sorry, I didn't mean...
No, it's fine.
She shook her head and turned away from him again.
I know I'm not the kind of girl a guy like him would go for. I should have known that from the beginning, but I think that's why he got to me as quickly as he did. I couldn't believe he would be interested in me.
Her hand stole to her eye, and he knew she was wiping another tear away before it trickled down her cheek. That wasn't what he'd meant at all, but how could he convince her of that? Hey, he touched her shoulder. That's not what I thought at all. I didn't think he was your type, not the other way around. She sniffed and turned to face him slowly. He was lucky to have a woman like you, but you deserve much better. You're way too good for him, Lucia. But what I don't understand is why would he be back? You said you broke up, right?
Sort of. I just left one day, changed my address, got a new job. He could have found me if he really wanted to, but I think he figured it wasn't worth it at the time. I know he was seeing at least one other girl at the same time. My guess is he saw me on television. It was why I didn't want to come originally. He watches every game. And I knew if he saw me, he might try to come find me.
She rubbed her arms again as she looked back to her car.
I guess I was right.
Well, we should make sure first. Jefferson followed her eyes to the broken window, and an ember of anger flared in his belly. How could someone do this to a woman as sweet as Lucia? If it's Philip Reed, I'll take it to the commission as well as the police, and if he tries to come after you, I'll be here. If it's someone else, we'll deal with that too. Lucia cocked her head at him as if he were some unknown creature with foreign actions.
Why are you doing this for me?
Jefferson smiled simply at her, hoping she would read the honesty in his expression. Because you're worth it. The flashing lights of the police car approaching them broke the spell, but Jefferson offered one more reassuring smile before they got out of the car to speak with the officer. Chapter 16. Lucia.
Thank you for the escort home.
Emotion flooded Lucia as Jefferson walked her to the front door. Though she wasn't sure they were officially dating, something had definitely shifted in their relationship. And the short trip up her sidewalk felt more romantic than friendly. The trees cast hazy shadows around them, almost like lacy curtains separating them from the outside world. Haley was still zonked out in the back seat, but he'd insisted on escorting her home to make sure she arrived safely. She wasn't sure what he thought was going to happen. It wasn't like Philip would be waiting to ambush her at home. Would he? Suddenly, the darkness seemed less inviting and more menacing. Her eyes darted to the farthest parts where the shadows were darkest.
Could he be hiding there, watching her?
What's wrong?
Jefferson's eyebrow lifted as if he'd noted her change in behavior. Goosebumps erupted on her arms, and she rubbed her hands over them in an effort to calm the reaction. You don't think he followed us, do you? Jefferson placed his hands on her upper arms, sending a feeling of strength and protection through her.
No one followed us here, I promise. Besides, Philip has a reputation to protect. Stalking would get him fired pretty quickly.
I guess you're right. Wait, wouldn't he know there were cameras at the stadium?
Yeah, he probably would. Why?
Then why would he break into my car? There was nothing of value for anyone except me, and I'm sure vandalism would place him in hot water as well. But if it wasn't him, then who? Jefferson reached a hand up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear.
It could have been anyone. More than likely, it was someone who saw an opportunity and took it. But I promise you, we'll figure it out.
Lucia nodded, her mind acutely aware of the feeling of his hand on her cheek. All her words seemed to have abandoned her at his touch, and she could feel the blood pulsing in her body. Her eyes dropped to his lips, and she fought the urge to stand on her tiptoes, bringing their mouths close enough to touch. As if reading her mind, the corners of Jefferson's mouth curled upward, and he bent down to place a kiss on her cheek. Though it was not her lips, the fire spread across her face just the same and shot through her body and down to her toes, warming her from the inside out.
I better get Haley home, but let me know if you need a ride tomorrow, and I'll be here.
His voice was soft and husky in her ears, but she could still only nod. Every bone in her body told her Jefferson was not Philip, but a tiny voice whispered in her ear that she couldn't be sure, not totally sure, and she was giving him too much power already. I will, and thanks again. He nodded, squeezed her arms once more, and then turned and walked back to his car. But he did not get in until she opened the door behind her and stepped into her house. As soon as the door closed behind her, April pelted her with questions. Was that Jefferson Davis, the tornado player? Why was he following you home? And what happened to your car? Lucia sighed as she sat down on the sofa. She'd been hoping April would be out, but she supposed there was no avoiding the truth now. Yes, that was Jefferson Davis. He drove me home because someone broke into my car, and he wanted to make sure I got home okay. April mashed her lips together as she tilted her head to study Lucia. And why was your car at the stadium? Because Jefferson invited me to watch today's game in the team game box. What? The word came out more like a high-pitched squeal than a question, and Lucia flinched at the sound. How did this happen? And how do you even know Jefferson Davis? Lucia sucked in a breath and bit the inside of her lip, hoping April wouldn't explode when she told her the truth. Okay, don't be mad, but the cafeteria I work for is the Texas Tornado Players Cafeteria. April's mouth fell open, and an expression somewhere between disbelief and hurt covered her face. You've worked there for over a year and didn't tell me? Why? Well, partly because of this. Lucia indicated April's reaction. I didn't want to make a big deal of it, and I knew you would want to try and meet the players. Immediately, April's posture changed, and Lucia knew she had said the wrong thing. So you thought I would go all fangirl on you and mess up your new job? April pushed out her bottom lip and folded her arms across her chest. Lucia lifted an eyebrow. Are you saying you wouldn't have? April stared at her a moment, trying to appear hurt and angry, but finally she rolled her eyes and sighed. Okay, you're right. I probably would have. But you have to tell me what it's like. what Jefferson Davis is like and how in the world you got to know him well enough to get a ride home from him that almost ended with a kiss.
Lucia felt the flush steal across her cheeks.
You saw that? Were you spying on us?
April shrugged.
I wouldn't call it spying, just looking out for a friend.
Lucia chuckled and shook her head, but she folded her leg beneath her to get comfortable for her story. Though it was late and she would have to get to bed soon, the desire to tell the story, to make sure it was real, was stronger than her desire to crawl into bed.
Well, even though I've worked there for a year, it was just about a week ago that Jefferson reached out to me. He has the most adorable 4-year-old daughter who was recently diagnosed with celiac disease. Her condition requires a strict diet, and since he didn't really know how to cook much, he reached out to me to see if I would help.
April held up a hand and leaned forward.
Wait, are you telling me you've been giving him cooking lessons?
Just a few. We have our third one tomorrow night.
So, are these just cooking lessons, or are they like dates where you happen to cook?
Lucia tucked her hair behind her ears.
The first two were the former, but after tonight, I'm no longer sure.
April shook her head and sighed.
You are so lucky. I never meet amazing guys.
Lucia wanted to tell her that it was probably because she was looking in the wrong spot. Nightclubs might be a great spot for a one-night hookup, but they were rarely good spots to find men of strong moral character, the kind you would want to see more than once.
Promise me if you get a chance that you'll take me with you to some event. I swear not to be a fawning fangirl. I have no idea what events they have, but if one comes up, I'll try to bring you.
As the agreement left her lips, a giant yawn overtook her and spilled out of her mouth.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get some beauty sleep before I have to go to work and deal with my car tomorrow. Good night, Cinderella.
Though Lucia knew April was kidding, the moniker felt appropriate. She certainly felt like Cinderella, stealing off to meet the prince, but knowing it was all an illusion. That thought stopped her as she flicked on her bedroom light. Would this turn out to all be an illusion like that? Would Jefferson, who seemed so sweet and caring, turn out to be more like Philip than Prince Charming? Was she really ready to open her heart to find out? Grabbing her Bible from its place on her nightstand, she held it to her chest, enjoying the weight of it in her arms and the power she always felt exude from it. Not bothering to open it, she lifted her eyes to the ceiling and decided to take her fears straight to the source.
God, your word says it is not good for man to be alone, but you know that my heart has been broken. Please help me be discerning with Jefferson. Give me wisdom and insight, and if he is not the man I think he is, then please show me that as well.
She paused, wondering if she should say more, but deciding against it. God knew her heart, and whatever she didn't say, he would know whether she voiced the words or not.
Amen.
As she crawled into bed after changing into pajamas and brushing her teeth, she felt hope for the first time since leaving Philip, and she could not tame the smile that curled her lips as she faded into the darkness. Jefferson popped into her kitchen promptly at 9 a.m. the next morning. Lucia wasn't normally obsessed with her appearance, especially since by the end of her workday, her hair was generally pulled up in a messy bun, and sweat coated every part of her clothing. But she wished he had told her he was coming. She would have made sure she looked her best, especially since she was no longer exactly certain where they stood. Friends? With the possibility of more?
Good morning.
His eyes danced as he held up a bag.
I know you probably make your own breakfast, but I couldn't help grabbing one for you. I hope you don't mind.
He held out the bag to her, and she could tell from the cinnamon and sugar scent floating on the air that it held a pastry before she even opened it.
Thank you, but you didn't have to check on me today. I really am okay.
Her stomach rumbled as she peered into the bag. She had eaten, or rather, she'd had her normal breakfast of protein powder in her coffee, but the sight of the sugary goodness at the bottom of the bag reminded her that her breakfast wasn't food. Not really. But due to her job, she rarely ate at home because she often found herself nibbling on her creations throughout the day.
An apple fritter? How did you know these were my favorites?
His eyes lit up. They are? I didn't know, but they reminded me of you, so I took a chance. She lifted an eyebrow at him as she took the pastry from the bag and inhaled deeply.
An apple fritter reminds you of me?
Yeah, a little. Kinda crusty on the outside, but sweet on the inside. Lucia scoffed and smacked his arm.
I am not crusty on the outside.
His teasing grin pulled into a large smile as he circled his arms around her and pulled her close. Maybe not, but you are certainly sweet on the inside. Lucia bit the inside of her lip as she tried to keep the heat from taking over her face.
You can't know that from the few times we've hung out, but thank you.
I can absolutely know that. He stared down at her with those dark eyes that seemed to peer into her soul and make her feel lightheaded. I was a terrible judge of character for a long time, but I learned from my mistakes, and I can say that I'm pretty good at seeing what's inside a person now.
And what do you see inside of me?
She swallowed around the dryness that had taken a hold of her throat. A sweetness and a caring heart, plus a whole lot more that I'd like to discover.
You would?
Her lips parted as the sound of her heartbeat amplified in her head, and questions raced through like sand in an hourglass. Was he going to kiss her? Here in the kitchen? Was that even allowed? Could she get in trouble for this? Did she even care? I would. As his face neared hers, Lucia closed her eyes and waited for the feel of his lips against hers. But the sound of Alfie's voice calling out for her killed the moment, and with a sigh she opened her eyes.
Duty calls, I'm afraid.
Jefferson smiled as he dropped his arms from around her and leaned back. To be continued, then. Enjoy your pastry, Bellissima. Her eyes widened at the Italian word, but before she could respond, he had performed a small bow and disappeared out the door, and Alfie was calling her name again. To be continued indeed, she thought, as she crossed to the freezer where Alfie was. Chapter 17. Jefferson. So there's no other angle? Jefferson peered at the security screen. After dropping the pastry for Lucia off, he'd driven over to the stadium to see what the camera footage there could reveal. The security guard, an older man whose arms hinted that he had probably been in shape at one time, but whose rotund stomach showed he had let himself go in the last few years, shook his head as he rubbed his knuckles down his jowly cheeks. Afraid that's all there is, sir. Just this angle. It isn't much, and you can see the guy wore all black and kept his face turned down. I'm happy to send this to the police if you think they'll find something more, but it sure looks like a long shot to me. Jefferson glanced down to the man's name badge. To me as well. Thank you, Glenn. Can you hang on to this in case they want it? Sure thing. I'll make sure it doesn't get recorded over for you. He pulled his wallet from his back pocket and thumbed through it. Also, I don't know if you have a shop in mind, but my brother runs a repair place. He's a good man, won't rake you over the coals. Tell him I sent you and maybe he'll give you the family discount. He pulled a card from the leather billfold and held it out to Jefferson. Thank you. It's not my car, but I'll definitely pass this along. Glenn nodded and shoved his wallet back into his pocket, grunting with the effort before flashing a wave and turning his attention back to the screens that held little activity at the moment. Jefferson was sure it was much more exciting during a game when thousands of fans filled the stadium, but it certainly appeared to be a lonely and boring job at the moment. Could it have been one of those 1,000 fans who damaged Lucia's car and she was just the victim of unfortunate circumstances? Or had Philip really tracked her down? Jefferson had no doubt about the man's character, but he couldn't see the man ruining his career like that. Maybe he'd thought the dark clothing would protect his identity, but it just didn't sit right with Jefferson. Lucia was just finishing lunch when Jefferson arrived. With no players at work today, her number of mouths to feed was substantially smaller, but the coaches and other office workers still needed to eat. She glanced up as he entered the kitchen.
Hey, I just need to clean up and then I can clock out.
No worries. I just came from the stadium security. They don't have much to go on, but the guard did give me a card for a good repair shop, if you don't already have one in mind.
I don't.
She sighed as she dropped some dishes in the sink.
I still just can't believe anyone would do that to my car and steal my grandmother's card.
I can get those for you, ma'am. A man with a baby face and red hair stepped closer to Lucia. The look he gave Lucia sent chills down Jefferson's spine, but he wasn't sure if it was jealousy or something more.
Thanks, Alfie. Can I trust you to finish cleaning up and shut down the kitchen?
Of course, ma'am. Anything you need. Pure adoration flowed from the man with every interaction he had with Lucia, but something still felt off to Jefferson. When they were out of the kitchen and out of earshot, Jefferson leaned close to Lucia. I'm assuming that man is one of your chefs.
Alfie? Yeah, he's one of the best. Always there when I need help with something. Almost too eager sometimes.
She chuffed and then stopped short, placing a hand on Jefferson's arm.
Wait, do you think it could be him?
Jefferson didn't want to put doubts about her crew in her mind, especially if he was wrong. I don't know. Maybe he is just eager to learn, or maybe he has a little crush on you. Something just felt a little off to me. Lucia shook her head.
I can't believe it would be Alfie. He didn't even know I would be at the game, and he doesn't strike me as much of a fan.
Jefferson had to agree there. Though he knew fans came in all shapes and sizes, Alfie certainly didn't fit the stereotypical fan. He seemed much too reserved and, well, nerdy, for lack of a better word, to be a rabid football fan. But what if he hadn't been there to see the game, but to target Lucia's car specifically? Does he know what you drive by chance? Tiny lines sprouted on Lucia's forehead as she thought.
I don't know. I've never shown off my car, and he's never ridden in it. But I suppose he could have watched me walk out to my car one day. Any of the cooks could. But why would they?
Why would they was a very good question, and one he didn't have the answer to. For the recipe?
I never told anyone it was there, so I doubt it.
Well, whoever it was wore black and kept their face turned down, so sadly I'm not sure the video will be very helpful.
Maybe they'll find something from the fingerprints they took.
The hope in her voice broke his heart. Jefferson sighed and reached for her hand. The person didn't seem to touch the car. He used a crowbar to break the windshield and appeared to be wearing gloves. Unfortunately, I'm not sure he touched anything with his bare hands at all.
So it's probably a dead end.
Defeat rolled Lucia's shoulders forward, making her appear small and frail, and the need to protect her bubbled within him. Probably, but we'll keep checking just in case. You never know when it might turn something up. A tiny glimmer of hope lit her eyes, but Jefferson wished he could do more. He hated that this had happened to her and that he couldn't do more to help. I know it's not much of a consolation, but how about I cook tonight and you can just tell me what to do? Lucia laughed, the defeat leaving her posture as she stared up at him.
No offense, but I think that would mean more work for me.
Jefferson feigned hurt and put on his best puppy dog face. Hey, I can cook, as long as you don't mind peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Tiny lines erupted on her nose as it scrunched in disgust. Ugh, I tell you what, how about I cook and you clean? Deal. See? We make a great team. The words escaped his mouth before he'd had time to think them through, but thankfully they didn't seem to scare her away. Instead, she leaned her head against his arm and sighed.
Yeah, I guess we do.
Her words were soft, but the emotion in them mirrored his own, and Jefferson counted that as a win. That was delicious. Jefferson grabbed a plate and headed to the sink. Lucia had outdone herself again, creating a chicken nugget-type dish with some sort of gluten-free flour and a fruit salad. Haley had complained about the lack of French fries only once before devouring the meal in front of her.
And easy.
Lucia handed him a glass.
Think you could recreate that one on your own?
Maybe, but I don't think I'll ever make it as good as you do. He grabbed her hand before she headed back to the table. You seem to have the magic touch. Her eyes dropped to the floor.
It's nothing, really.
It's amazing, and you're amazing. He pulled her closer and wrapped his arms around her lower back. I know it hasn't been that long, but I really want to keep you in my life. Would you be open to dinner Friday night? Out somewhere? I'll take Haley to my mom's.
Jefferson,
I'll even let you pick the restaurant. Jefferson could see the hesitation in her eyes, but he wasn't going to let her retreat back into hiding. For a moment, Lucia chewed on her bottom lip, and he knew she was debating the pros and cons. Philip had obviously done a number on her, but he hoped she could see that he was different, that he would never berate her like that. The silence seemed to drag on before her lips finally pulled into a soft grin.
I'd love to.
Jefferson smiled back, and though there were words he could say, the only thing he wanted to do at the moment was press his lips against hers, to see if they were as soft as they looked, to seal the deal. But as he leaned toward her, he heard the thumping of Haley's footsteps approaching the kitchen.
Daddy, I can't get the show on. Can you come help?
With a sigh, Jefferson tucked a stray hair behind Lucia's ear and whispered, To be continued. Again.
That seems to be a recurring theme,
Lucia called, as he followed Haley to the living room to get her set up, and Jefferson shook his head. Did it ever. By the time he returned to the kitchen, the moment was gone, but Lucia had fired up the coffee pot, and the soft dripping noise of percolating coffee filled the air. Lucia held up a mug in silent question, and Jefferson nodded. He didn't normally drink coffee at night because he'd had enough trouble sleeping as it was, with Haley's frequent wakings, but he would not pass up the time with Lucia. Nodding, he crossed to the fridge and pulled out the milk and creamer, unsure how she took her coffee. Then he grabbed the sugar from the pantry and took them all to the table.
So tell me about your family.
Lucia handed him a mug before taking a seat across from him.
Is it big, like mine?
He smiled as he poured a little milk and sugar into his coffee. Not quite as big as yours. I have an older brother who is married already, and an older sister, plus Lorelai. She's the youngest, just 19, but sometimes I think she's the oldest soul of all of us. She opted for night college because she wasn't sure what she wanted to do, so she wanted to work a few jobs and try out classes before committing someplace that would cost my parents a small fortune. I don't know what I'll do with Haley when Lorelai decides to go to school full-time. Lucia added creamer to her coffee and stirred it slowly, watching the dark color fade to a soft tan.
Well, Haley will start kindergarten next year, right?
Yeah, but getting her there will be interesting, and I don't feel comfortable busing her so young.
Would your mother or your other sister help out?
Lucia blew on the mug before tilting it to her lips. Probably, but I hate having to ask, you know? Here I am supposed to be this self-sufficient parent capable of raising my daughter, but I'm constantly having to ask for help.
I can understand that. I'm not great at asking for help either.
He locked eyes with her as he lifted his mug. Well, maybe we can get better at that together.
I'd like that.
Me too. And I know we set a date for Friday, but would you like to come over Wednesday for dinner and a Bible study? She took a sip of her coffee, as if using the time required to swallow to form her words.
You do a Bible study on Wednesday?
Not really, but I'd like to, and I can't think of anyone I'd rather do it with than you. He enjoyed watching the blush creep across her cheeks again and the corners of her lips twitch as she fought a smile.
I think I'd like that very much.
Me too.
Chapter 18. Lucia. The next few days flew by for Lucia, and before she knew it, she was dressing for her date with Jefferson. An actual date. She couldn't remember the last time she'd had one of those. So, I know I said I wouldn't go all fangirly, but does Jefferson have a brother who's single? April sat on Lucia's bed, sipping on a green smoothie and offering unsolicited wardrobe advice. Lucia shook her head and regarded her image in the mirror. This was the third dress she'd tried on, and she still wasn't sure she was happy with it. Sorry, his only brother is married. As if reading Lucia's mind, April said, Leave it. You look good. How about other players then? Surely some of them are single. Lucia chuckled. Probably. The girl was relentless. But I don't know them. I've only met a few, and the ones I did were married or engaged. Do you think he'll invite you to his next home game? He already has, but I don't know if I'll go. Watching him get hit over and over tested my heart, and I'm not sure I could take it every Sunday. In fact, he'd given her an open invitation to every home game, but Lucia hadn't accepted yet. Part of it was the stress of watching the game live, and part of it was still her protecting her heart. He'd done nothing to make her think he was anything like Philip. In fact, everything she'd seen showed her he was about as opposite of Philip as one could get. But her heart still cautioned her to be careful. Take it slow. You should absolutely go to every game. April paused long enough to take another sip of her smoothie. He needs you there, cheering him on. And maybe you can see about snagging an extra ticket for your best friend once. You know the players don't hang out in the game box, so even if I got you a ticket, you'd be hanging out with the wives and girlfriends and not the players themselves. April's face fell as if she hadn't really thought about that. Okay, that is a bummer, but still it would be fun to go once just to see the game live. Plus, maybe I can do some recon and at least find out who is available. Lucia rolled her eyes and turned off the closet light. You are hopeless. If you really wanted a good man, there are a few I could suggest at my church that might fit the bill. April's nose wrinkled and she pushed herself off the bed. You know I don't do church. Besides, you didn't want to date them, so why would I? As she watched April walk out of her room, Lucia sighed. She hadn't attempted a conversation with the men at church because she hadn't been interested in dating at the time, not because there was anything wrong with them. In fact, she hadn't been looking to date when she met Jefferson. But sometimes things happened when you least expected them. Shaking her head to clear thoughts of April, she grabbed a jacket and flicked off her bedroom light. She was determined to have a good time tonight and not dwell on her roommate's love life. Or lack thereof at the moment. At Jefferson's knock, she opened the door to find him standing on her front porch in a debonair suit, a single red rose in his hands.
You look amazing.
His eyes drank her in from the tip of her head to the bottom of her feet. Not used to the compliments, Lucia dropped her eyes and thanked him demurely. You look very handsome as well. She took the rose and stepped back to allow him entrance while she found a vase for the flower. He stepped in, his eyes sweeping the place.
Homie, did you decorate yourself?
No, my roommate did that. It's her place, really. I just rent a room.
Ah, that makes more sense. Somehow I pictured you with softer colors, tans and pinks, rather than reds and blacks.
Chuckling, Lucia filled the vase with water and dropped the rose in. Yeah, she's definitely more outgoing and boisterous than I am, but somehow we make it work. Ready?
Absolutely.
He held out an arm to her, and they stepped into the night. Though not cold, fall had crept in like a thief in the night and left chilly imprints on the land. Lucia snuggled closer to Jefferson's warmth and pulled her coat tighter with her other hand.
What's the word on your car? He asked as they passed her rental. Any leads from the police?
Nothing. She tried not to think about how defeated she felt regarding the whole situation. I don't think I'll ever know for sure, but the repair guy called me today and said it should be ready tomorrow. Thankfully, the insurance is covering most of the cost and provided a rental, but I still feel violated. Does that make sense?
I can understand that.
Jefferson opened his passenger door for her.
I keep a lot of personal items in my car. It's kind of like a home away from home.
Exactly. I think it would be easier if I at least knew why someone did it. But the not knowing? She shuddered slightly. It just feels icky. It wasn't the right word, but it was the best she could come up with at the moment. Jefferson squeezed her arm before shutting her door and walking around to the driver's side.
Has Philip tried to contact you at all?
He asked, as he inserted the key and turned over the ignition. No, but the more I think about it, the more I think you're right. Philip was awful, but only in private. When we went out, he had this sweet, doting act he presented that fooled everyone and kept his reputation intact. I can't really see him doing anything that would mar that image.
And Alfie?
Lucia shook her head. He's a nice kid and a good chef. I can't believe he'd do anything to mess that up either.
Just be careful around him.
Jefferson shifted into drive and pulled out of her driveway.
He certainly seems obsessed with you.
The mere thought caused Lucia to laugh. Professionally, maybe, but personally, I highly doubt it. Jefferson glanced over at her.
You don't give yourself enough credit, Lucia. You're so beautiful, but I bet you don't notice half of the interested looks you receive.
He was right. Even if she momentarily thought a man might be interested in her, Philip's voice usually reared its ugly head and convinced her that he couldn't be, that she wasn't worth it, that no one would love her like he had. It was a mantra that she'd heard for so long, it had left indelible marks on her psyche. Marks she was still trying to convince herself didn't belong there. Maybe you're right about that, but I still don't think Alfie would do it. As much as I hate to admit it, I'm rather convinced I was just a poor victim of wrong place, wrong time, and I'll never know who broke my window and stole my things. He dropped his hand from the steering wheel long enough to squeeze her arm.
At least they were just things. Things with meaning, I know, but most can be replaced.
Most. She knew he was talking about the card from her grandmother, the one that her grandmother had written to her the day she'd decided to become a chef, the one she kept in her car so she could read it every day before work and every evening after, especially on hard nights, to remind her why she became a chef, the one that couldn't be replaced since her grandmother was now dead. True. She appreciated his words, trite as they might be, but she was glad when they reached the restaurant and the conversation ceased.
So, did you pick this place because you miss the food or because you want to critique them? He smiled as he pulled into the Italian restaurant she'd recommended. Though she knew it would be hard not to critique their food, this place actually did a decent job of presenting authentic Italian dishes. And though she could cook them herself, she hadn't had a good Italian meal made by someone else since she moved away from home. Maybe a little of both. Jefferson laughed and turned off the engine. Somehow I kind of figured that. After opening her door for her, Jefferson took her hand as they walked through the parking lot to the front door. Though no warmer here than her house, the atmosphere felt different, like they were shrouded in a bubble of warmth. Maybe it was the soft lights that lit the path to the front door, or the aging latticework covered with flowers that guarded the outdoor eating area like wooded sentinels. Whatever it was, it created a warmth that nearly made Lucia want to shuck her coat. When Jefferson opened the front door, they were hit with another wave of warmth. This one from the gaiety and laughter that floated in the air, along with the actual heat from a glass fireplace that separated one part of the dining room from the other. Wow, I don't remember that fixture before. It's beautiful. Her eyes roamed the rest of the interior, and she realized much of it had been redecorated. The murals of Italian countrysides still covered the walls, but the lighting fixtures had been updated, as had the seating, which now boasted large Italian family-style tables, as well as smaller two-tops and four-tops. It's been a while since you've been here, then. Jefferson removed his coat and folded it over his arm. Lucia followed suit. Yeah, it's been... Suddenly, she realized the last time she had been here had been with Philip. How had she forgotten that? A part of her wanted to turn and run back out the door, to beg Jefferson to find another place. Any place. She knew he would. But the stronger part of her was determined to stay. Philip's words only defined her if she let them, and she could choose to block that day from her mind. It's been a while. If you want to go someplace else, he offered, but Lucia shook her head. No, I can do this. I want to do this. With a smile, he took her hand once more and approached the hostess stand. The woman, smartly dressed in a white dress shirt and a black skirt, greeted them and then led them to a table near the fireplace. Lucia took off her coat as she sat down, knowing that the heat from the fireplace would have sweat dripping down her back within minutes if she didn't. She worried slightly over her choice of a short-sleeved dress as she draped her coat over the back of her chair, fearing she would be in that uncomfortable place of too hot for a jacket and too cold without one. But instead, she found perfection. Your waiter will be with you shortly. The hostess placed a menu in front of each of them before returning to her station to greet the next customers. Jefferson picked up his menu. This was a fantastic choice, as was that dress. He shot her a wink before pretending to be engrossed in the food offerings. Thank you. Lucia felt the heat blazing up her neck again. It only took me 3 tries to find the right one, but as for the food, it will be fantastic, as long as they haven't changed the chef along with all the other changes. She picked up her menu and scanned the offerings, noting a few new additions, but pleased to see many of the dishes she remembered. In fact, I can personally vouch for the lasagna rolls and the chicken piccata. She returned her menu to the table, confident that lasagna rolls would be her choice. The waiter arrived a moment later, a college-aged boy with curly hair and a charming smile. Would you care for wine with your meal? He asked, as he placed filled water glasses in front of them. Jefferson declined the offer. None for me, but feel free if you'd like, Lucia. She was not a heavy drinker, but she did enjoy a glass of red wine with her pasta normally. However, she felt odd drinking in front of Jefferson, so she too declined,
opting instead for a sparkling water infused with berries.
"You didn't have to give up your wine because of me,"
Jefferson said, after they'd placed their order with the waiter and he'd left to take it to the kitchen. Lucia didn't care about the wine, but she was curious about his response. "It's fine, but can I ask why you passed? Is it because of football or something else?" Jefferson hesitated and rubbed a hand across his chiseled jaw. No scratching sound reached her ears, leaving her to guess he'd shaved shortly before picking her up. The thought created the urge to touch his cheeks to see how soft they really were.
"It's a little of both."
His words pulled her back to the conversation.
"I drank a lot in college. It's actually how I ended up with Haley. Lack of inhibitions and all. I gave it up pretty quickly after that, when I realized I'd just taken on a whole new responsibility I hadn't planned for."
He chuckled softly and shook his head.
"We were just stupid kids who knew better but thought we were invincible, you know?"
Lucia did. Though she hadn't gone down that route in college, she'd known several girls who had. Unfortunately, most of them took a different route, not wanting to be straddled with a child or mess up their plan for life. Jefferson might think he had taken the harder path, but she could see the love he had for Haley, and she'd seen firsthand the hole abortion left in a lot of women who thought they were taking the easy option.
Anyway, after I quit drinking, I realized I felt better, more in control. I could run longer, I didn't tire as easily, and I recovered faster. Physical ability is so important in my line of work that it just made sense to quit doing the thing that impaired it. I just wish I'd realized it a few months sooner. If I had, maybe Jessica would still be around.
Lucia placed a hand on his arm. "Hey, you can't know that, and you can't blame yourself for her death. Besides, if you had wised up sooner, you also wouldn't have that amazing girl who lights up a room with her smile." Jefferson smiled and placed his hand on hers.
"That's true. It wasn't my plan for my life, but I guess it's true that God knows better than we do."
Lucia thought about that. She was a believer, but she struggled with how Philip was a part of God's plan for her life. "Have you always been a believer?" she asked, turning the conversation slightly. Jefferson removed his hand from hers as he leaned back.
"That's a tough question. My family is Christian, and I grew up in the church. I remember being rather holier than thou when I was in middle school and high school."
He chuckled.
"I used to tell my teammates they were going to hell because they cursed. However, when I got to college, I was surrounded by people who didn't seem ruled by morality or God's laws. I fell prey to the mantra that you'll only live once, and if it feels good, then it can't be wrong. The worst one, though, was God wouldn't mind because he would want me to be happy, and this makes me happy."
He shook his head and sighed.
"I can't believe I subscribed to that one, especially because deep down I knew it was wrong, but it was too hard to stand up for what I knew was right."
Lucia knew that feeling. I had a similar experience in college. I remember joining the Students for Life group and losing many of my friends when they found out. Friends who I thought were believers, but turned around and called me hateful and intolerant for trying to save lives. Jefferson leaned forward and took her hand again.
"It's amazing how different the atmosphere there is from growing up in church, isn't it? I wasn't prepared for that. Maybe I can talk to Shelby about holding a class at the center for seniors to tell them what to expect. Or maybe I need to start something at my church."
"That's a great idea." Lucia smiled, as much from the idea as from the warmth running up her arm from his hand. "I know there are a lot of people struggling on the college campus. Maybe we could make it like a high school and college group." Jefferson tilted his head at her.
"We?"
Lucia realized she had inserted herself into his idea without his asking for help, but this was a cause she was passionate about as well. "I mean, if you want help, I'd be happy to lend a hand."
I'd like that.
Their eyes locked, and Lucia wondered if this conversation had taken place outside while they were standing facing each other, if they might have kissed. She realized she wanted to kiss him. After 2 near misses, the thought of kissing him had been forefront in her mind every day anyway, and she hoped their off timing was just coincidence and not God telling her he wasn't the one.
Anyway, after Jessica got pregnant, I realized how my choices were affecting my life, and not in a good way, and I turned back to God. It's been different this time, more real, I think, because I understand the consequences and the sacrifice now.
Lucia nodded, unsure how to respond to that. Her story was similar and yet different as well. She too had been born into a Christian home, but while she'd been tempted in college, she hadn't indulged in a poor choice like Jefferson had. And yet, she'd ended up with Philip, which made her question his role in her life all the more. Before she could even process all her thoughts, much less come up with something intelligent to say, the waiter appeared with their food, and the conversation shifted to the delicious dishes now in front of them, for which Lucia was glad. Food she could talk about all day. She regaled him with stories of life in Italy, growing up, and then in New York, when her parents had packed the family up and moved there, hoping for a better life for their kids. It had been a hard decision at first, but when Lucia's grandmother had died, her parents had decided it was an opportune time, and while Lucia had missed Italy, she'd come to appreciate all the big city had to offer.
So, why did you become a chef?
Jefferson glanced up at her before scraping up the last bite of his pasta.
I feel like I should know, but I can't remember if you actually told me.
Lucia thought back over their conversations and realized she hadn't. Not really. I guess there were really 2 things that made me love cooking. The first was that it's big in Italy. Moms cook with their daughters, and my grandmother lived with us for a while, so there were generally 4 of us girls in the kitchen. Watching my grandmother and my mother interact over the food set the foundation. Then I saw some of the poorer children in the orphanage, and it only deepened my desire to learn to cook.
Jefferson nodded. Yeah, you mentioned them before. I guess seeing starving kids would have an impact.
Especially at such a young age. Lucia still wondered why more people didn't get involved. Seeing starving kids had affected her life so profoundly. Many of those kids were my age, some even younger. I thought when we moved to New York that I wouldn't see that anymore, but I still did. It was just different. Instead of orphanages, it was just people on the streets. I know the problem isn't as bad here, but that's why I volunteer with Feeding America anytime I can.
Jefferson took a sip of his water as he stared at her. You really are amazing, you know that?
His words sent the heat creeping up her cheeks again, and she dropped her eyes to the tabletop. I'm not really.
Well, you are to me, and to Haley, and to all those people you help feed. I have to visit the bathroom, but would you care to take a short walk when I get back before I drive you home?
I'd like that. Lucia chewed on the inside of her lip as Jefferson pushed back from the table and sauntered to the back area of the restaurant where the bathrooms lay. He was so handsome and such an amazing father, she still couldn't understand what he saw in her, but she could not deny there was something budding between them.
Well, 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 look who crawled out from under her rock.
Lucia froze at the familiar sound of Philip's arrogant voice behind her. Why? Why did he have to be here tonight? She turned slowly, knowing what she would see before her eyes even fixed on him. As she expected, he stood staring at her in his lint-free, perma-pressed Armani suit, his arms folded across his chest in a symbol of power. Philip, so nice to see you. Lucia forced the polite words from her mouth, though all she wanted to do was grab her bag and walk away from him. Philip chuckled.
I wish I could say the same, but it's clear you've only let yourself go since we were together.
His eyes raked over her as if he was appraising a cut of meat at a supermarket, instead of staring at a woman, his ex-girlfriend. And you're just as complimentary as ever, I see.
Well, if there were anything to compliment, I'd be happy to oblige. But you... He tisked and shook his head. I guess I dodged a bullet there.
Lucia bit the inside of her lip so hard that the metallic taste of blood lit upon her tongue. She had been the one to leave him, and not the other way around. But of course, he wouldn't remember that. In truth, he probably couldn't mesh that reality with his quite elevated view of himself. However, she could not just sit here and let him berate her. Not again. But as she opened her mouth to fire back the biting retort in her head, the old fear crept in again. Maybe she had chosen the wrong dress. Maybe she could have done more to her appearance. Maybe...
Philip Reed, what brings you here?
The sound of Jefferson's calm and masculine voice instantly soothed her self-doubt, and she glanced up at him gratefully.
Jefferson Davis, I didn't expect to see you here.
The surprise was evident in his voice. He was not used to being taken off guard.
How do you know Lucia?
Jefferson smiled, and while it resembled his normal smile, Lucia could see something more behind it, a predatory element, as if he was a lion who'd cornered a prey and was about to strike.
Lucia is my girlfriend.
He held out his hand for her, and when she took it, he pulled her next to him and wrapped his arm around her shoulder.
We met at work. I'm sure you know what an amazing chef she is. Yes, she's a very good cook,
Philip said through gritted teeth. Lucia did not miss his use of the word cook instead of chef, and neither did Jefferson.
No, not cook. Chef. Anyway, I couldn't believe Lucia was single when I met her, but I guess the last guy she dated failed to see her awesome talents. Lucky for me.
Lucia pressed her lips together to keep from smiling at the dig. Though he hadn't mentioned Philip's name, Jefferson had made it clear that he knew of their past relationship and that Philip had been a fool. Her heart soared as she took in Philip's pinched lips and sour expression.
Yes, well, one man's treasure and all that.
Philip's words were mumbled as if he were fumbling for the right thing to say. Jefferson squeezed her closer and smiled down at her.
Indeed, and she is definitely a treasure. You ready, babe?
Lucia nodded, not trusting her mouth for fear she would either burst out laughing or blow the gig. Jefferson took his arm from her shoulder long enough to fish $100 bill from his wallet. He placed it in the black folder the waiter had left and then reached for her hand.
Guess we'll see you around, Phil.
And with that, he led her past the open-mouthed and quite flustered Philip, who was not used to being bested, through the dining room and out the door. As soon as they were outside, Lucia turned to him, a feeling of pure delight bubbling up inside her. That was amazing. Did you see him squirming? I've never seen him speechless. Jefferson pulled her to a stop and met her eyes.
You're amazing, and I meant every word, Lucia. All of it.
Time seemed to slow down as she realized what he was saying. Not only did he really find her amazing, but he wanted to date her, to call her his girlfriend. Was she ready for that? Before she could fully process that thought, his lips were on hers. For a moment, she froze, unsure this was the right thing to do, that it was what she really wanted. But as soon as the spark ignited at their touch, she knew it was. Chapter 19. Jefferson.
I'm sorry. I've been wanting to do that for a long time.
Jefferson's heart still thudded in his chest as he pulled back from the kiss, and his breath sounded ragged in his ears, as if he'd just run a marathon.
"Don't apologize,"
she smiled up at him. "That was better than I'd imagined." The corners of his mouth lifted in a teasing grin. "You imagined kissing me? For how long?" A soft blush, the color of pink roses freshly blooming, spread across her cheeks, and her eyes shifted to the side as if embarrassed.
"A few days, since Monday at least."
His hand caressed her cheek, enjoying the feel of her soft skin beneath his palm. "A few days? Is that all? I've been imagining it since the first day you came over." Her eyes lifted to his.
"You have not."
"I have." He leaned in to kiss her again. "But you're right. Kissing you is better than I imagined." Her soft blush darkened, resembling the vibrant pink that streaked the sky as the sun set.
"How about we take that walk now?"
Jefferson had forgotten all about the walk, and a part of him wanted to shake his head and kiss her again. It had been too long since he'd kissed a woman, too long since he'd enjoyed the simple feminine touch that only a woman could give. But he also knew she was right. They couldn't stand outside the restaurant making out all night, though he wished they could. "I think it's safe to say that Philip is not the one who broke into your car," he said, as they headed away from the restaurant and toward a small bridge that crossed over the stream that ran through this part of town.
"Yeah, he didn't seem to know we were together, so he'd have no reason to vandalize my car."
"The good news is that I think he'll leave you alone. If he doesn't, if he tries to contact you at all, let me know and I'll contact the head of our team." Lucia leaned into his arm.
"Thank you for that."
"I meant what I said, Lucia. I'd really like to make this official. I'm not talking about an engagement or anything, but I'm a one-woman kind of man. I get the feeling you are too. So are you okay with not dating anyone else?" Lucia chuckled.
"I haven't dated anyone else for over a year, so yeah, I think I can handle that."
"Good. Me too." They continued the walk in silence, but it wasn't a strained silence. Instead, it was the comfortable silence, the kind that existed between two people who really understood each other and felt no need to fill the silence with excessive words. As they walked, the vibrant colors faded from the sky as the sun prepared to disappear for the night from this side of the world. The moon, not quite full, took over the job of lighting the path for them, along with a blanket of stars. Stars he knew were there, but couldn't really see due to the lights of the city. "One day, I'd love to take you to a more remote part of town and watch the stars come out," he said as they headed back to his car.
"That would be fun."
Lucia paused, glancing up at the sky.
"I miss seeing the stars. In Italy, we lived in such a small village that I could see them nearly every night. But when we moved to New York, I don't remember ever seeing them. I guess I'd gotten in the habit of no longer looking, though I can see a few here."
"It's a date then. How about Sunday night? That way I can get Lorelai to watch Haley. We have a bye this week, but I don't think I can go much longer than a few days before seeing you again." She swatted his arm playfully.
"Stop. You lived without seeing me for longer than that, so I think you'll survive."
"True, but that was before I kissed you." He pulled her to a stop and placed another kiss on her lips. "I don't think I can survive that long now that I have."
"Well, then I guess it's a good thing I'm free Sunday night."
She wrapped her arms around his neck as she kissed him again. As his lips explored hers, Jefferson fought the urge to take it further. It had been so long, and his flesh was certainly crying out for more, but he would not do that. Not to her, and not to himself. He'd promised God he would do it right if he got another chance, and he wasn't going to break that promise. Instead, with every ounce of self-control, he broke the kiss instead, smiling down at her as he did. "The week after that is an away game, but I know I'll play better if you're watching. Will you be hanging out with the women and watching the game?" Lucia nibbled on her bottom lip. I'm not sure yet. The women are great, don't get me wrong, but watching you get hit really took an emotional toll on me last time. Jefferson laughed and ran his fingers through her hair. I promise that it looks worse than it is. Besides, I stay as safe as I can. I have to support Haley with this job, so I can't afford to be injured.
I'll think about it,
Lucia said as he opened the car door for her. It would mean a lot to me to know you were watching, he said as he leaned against her door. Especially now that we're officially dating, it will get the guys off my case. Lucia laughed and smacked his chest. That's really why you want to date me, isn't it? He smiled widely at her and bowed slightly. I cannot tell a lie. She reached out to smack him again, but he jumped back, flashed her a wink, and then shut the door. You are impossible, she said as he climbed into the driver's seat a moment later. Impossible not to like? He lifted a brow at her. Yeah, impossible not to like. The smile was still on his face when he pulled into his driveway an hour later after dropping Lucia off. He was fairly certain it would be a permanent fixture on his face from now on.
Well, someone looks like they had a good night.
His mother's words as he stepped into the living room were pleasant, but there was an underlying tone to them that carried the same disappointment he'd been hearing from her for years. He'd thought when he married Jessica that she would forgive him, and she had, a little, but she'd never looked at him the same way since, which was why he was glad Lorelai had been free to watch Haley during the days. He didn't think he could handle seeing his mother's disapproving look every day. Unfortunately, Lorelai hadn't been able to watch Haley tonight due to her classes, and his sister Kim had been busy with her job, which left his mother as his only option. She, of course, had been free. Jefferson forced his tone to stay bright. I did have a good night, Mom. This woman, Lucia, she's amazing, and I haven't felt like this in a long time. His mother's eyebrow arched, creating a point near her hairline. No one could arch their eyebrows like his mother.
Yes, I heard quite a bit about Lucia from Miss Haley tonight. She seems quite smitten.
As am I. He sat down on the couch and met his mother's gaze. What would it take to get her to fully forgive him? Mom, I think you'd like her too. She's kind and compassionate, and she cares for Haley.
I see. Well, I'm sure I will like her too, especially if you marry her before providing me with any more grandchildren.
Jefferson could hear the disdain in her voice. Even after all his apologies, his mother was still miffed that he'd gotten Jessica pregnant out of wedlock. She picked up her designer handbag and stood, brushing imaginary lint from her cream-colored pants. Who wore cream-colored pants around kids? He stood, knowing it would be rude to continue sitting and not walk her to the door. Mom, I said I was sorry, and I've changed. That kind of behavior is no longer part of my life.
That's good, because you have to think of Haley now, too. It's clear she's attached to this woman, so you better be sure it's serious, that you're serious, if you plan to have her around Haley much more. Though he hadn't thought about Haley's attachment to Lucia, he could see his mother's point. If he were as cavalier with Lucia as he'd been with previous women he'd dated in college and they broke up, he could see how it would affect Haley as well. It is serious, Mother, and I don't plan to do anything to jeopardize what we have. For the first time, his mother's eyes softened, and Jefferson could see a hint of the way she used to look at him appear. That's good to hear. Haley could use a mother figure in her life, and while I love your sister, I'm not sure she's the best example all the time.
Mom, stop. Jefferson could take his mother's abuse. He'd earned it. But Lorelai hadn't. Okay, yes. Maybe she should have a guess what direction she saw her life going. But at least she wasn't wasting his parents' money like a lot of 18-year-olds he knew.
Lorelai is great with Haley, and she's saving you a ton of money by not jumping into college until she knows what she wants to do."
His mother sighed. "I suppose you're right, but why couldn't you kids follow the plans we had for you? Your brother is a lawyer at least, but Kim becoming a cop, and you a football player, and now Lorelai? Where did we go wrong?" Jefferson shook his head, finally seeing why he'd disappointed his mother so much. Sure, she'd been sad that he'd gotten a girl pregnant, but more than that, he'd disappointed her by not becoming a doctor like she wanted. Doctors and lawyers. That's what had been pushed on them from an early age. And Jefferson knew some of that pressure must come from the circles they traveled in. Money, unfortunately, carried pressure. He saw it even now with the players. Some of the more grounded ones, like Tucker and Blaine and Mason, didn't let money rule them. But the sheer number of expensive sports cars he saw in the parking lot every day let him know that it did rule many of the other players. "Mom, you did nothing wrong, but those were your plans, yours and Dad's. You guys never asked us what we wanted to do." She opened her mouth to argue with him, but then, like a light switch had been flicked, something flickered in her eyes. Recognition? Remorse? She blinked at him. Once, twice, 3 times before she spoke. "You're right, Jefferson. We never did, and for that I am truly sorry. You are an amazing player. My friends tell me all the time, and Kim is a great cop. I'm sure whatever Lorelai decides to do, she will also be good at it. And you've done a good job with Haley." She placed a hand on his arm. "I know I've been hard on you about what happened before your marriage, and I'm sorry for that too. While I still disapprove of your actions, I can see that you've changed. You've matured and taken on the extra responsibilities that come with raising a child. I'm proud of you." This time, Jefferson was the one with no words. He'd waited to hear this from his mother for so long, practiced what he would say in return, but now all those words failed him. He suddenly felt like he was 7 years old again, and his mother was hugging him and telling him how proud she was for something he did at school or with his friends. How he had missed this feeling. "Thanks, Mom." She patted his arm awkwardly, as if she realized he was struggling with what to say. "You're welcome. Please invite Lucia over soon for dinner, or invite us over when she's here. I really would like to meet her."
"I will."
Robotically, Jefferson nodded and walked his mother to the door, unsure of what had just happened between them. Perhaps God was finally answering his prayers. First Lucia and now his mother. He felt like the luckiest man in the world, and the thought that he should grab a lottery ticket briefly crossed his mind before he closed the door behind his mother and sauntered off to bed. Chapter 20. Lucia. Lucia wasn't sure why she was more nervous dressing to meet the other women to watch the game than she had been for her dates with Jefferson, but she was. Maybe it was because she was now officially his girlfriend, and she wasn't sure how the other women would feel about that. Yes, they had seemed to like her when they met her, but she'd been just his date that day. Not that they should have any say in who he dated seriously, but the thought still weighed on her. Or maybe it was because she'd agreed to bring April. She liked her roommate, but what would the other women think? And what if April turned into man-hunting mode and started asking questions about all the players? What if she made a comment about one who was married? Lucia took a deep breath to steady her nerves. It would be fine. April had promised to be on her best behavior and keep her haughty comments to herself. And the other women were nice. Shelby and Kenzie had been nothing but kind to her. And maybe she could spend more time in the kitchen showing them recipes than watching the game. A tiny pang of guilt erupted in her stomach with that last thought, but she couldn't help it. Even though Jefferson had told her it looked worse than it was, she wasn't sure she could stomach another 3+ hours of the roller coaster of emotions, from elation to fear and back again. "Are you ready yet?" April's voice came from the hallway. Though April was normally the one who took longer to get ready, this afternoon she'd been so excited that she'd dressed and gathered her stuff an hour before Lucia even began getting ready. "Coming." With a sigh, Lucia grabbed her purse and flipped off her light switch. Surely she was worrying for nothing. Kinsey lived in a quaint rambler that looked like it belonged in a home and garden magazine shoot. The grass, even though it was near the end of fall in Texas, was still a pristine mint color, and a colorful bed of flowers surrounded the white rail porch. It reminded Lucia of when she used to line up her jelly beans before eating them. Unlike her brother Marco, who always put them in groups by colors, Lucia would mix the lines up to make each one as colorful as she could. "Wow, this place is cute. What does she do again?" April asked as Lucia parked behind a few other cars. "She's an interior decorator," Lucia said. "Then I'll bet the inside is even more fantastic. I wonder how much she'd charge to redo our apartment. I've been thinking maybe the red and black is too in your face." Lucia shook her head as they headed up the path to Kinsey's front door. April changed her mind so often about nearly everything that Lucia often felt she was on a tilting floor trying to navigate landmines. Now she wanted to redo the apartment. The door swung open a moment after the doorbell chime had quieted, and Kinsey grinned at them from the entry. "You made it!" "I did, and I brought my roommate April. I hope that's okay?" "Of course, the more the merrier." Kinsey extended her hand and shook April's before stepping back to allow them entry. "Whoa!" April breathed as they stepped inside. The inside, like the outside, looked like a magazine spread. Every piece of furniture matched, and the white and blue theme running through the place created an airy, beachy feel, though they were nowhere near sand or water. A sound machine even played the soft sound of waves crashing, and while impossible, Lucia could swear the salty scent of the ocean floated in the air. "She definitely has to come to our place," April whispered. Kinsey, obviously hearing the comment, chuckled. "I'd be happy to come take a look any time. As you can probably see, I love decorating. Some might even say too much," Shelby said, as the trio entered the living room. She stood and crossed to April, holding out her hand. "Hi, I'm Shelby Jackson, Tucker's wife." "April McDonough, nice to meet you." A few other women mingled around the living room, but Lucia wasn't familiar with most of them, so she was glad when Kinsey made introductions. And though she knew she wouldn't remember everyone's name, she tried to commit as many to memory as possible. "So, do you always watch the games together?" April asked, as she and Lucia sat down in 2 empty chairs, brought in to make room for everyone in the living room. "We try," Shelby said. "Except for Clara, because she's one of the therapists, so she's on the field with the players." "And Clara is," April fished. "Married to Mason Dixon." Lucia shot her friend a warning look. "Ah, right. Just trying to keep everyone organized in my mind," April said with a smile. "Well, we didn't always watch the games together," Kinsey added, turning the conversation back to the original thread. "But dating," she looked at Lucia, "or being married to a football player is kind of like being married to a cop. You love what they do, but you worry about them every time they go out. When Mason got injured last season, we realized that no one understood the nervousness of football wife experiences except other football wives. So we decided to become our own support group. We tried to attend the home games together,
and we take turns hosting the away games." "That's really cool," April said. Shelby nodded. "It is. It's a nice support system, but if our numbers keep growing, we're going to have to find a bigger place." "Quiet down, everyone. It's starting." A young blonde girl sitting closest to the television waved her arms in a shushing manner. Lucia thought her name was Stephanie, but she wasn't completely sure. Though it was only her second time watching Jefferson play, Lucia felt the same sense of pride watching him run out on the field that she had felt the first time. He looked so different in his uniform, confident and athletic. As if knowing she was watching, he flashed a wave and a smile at the camera as he ran by. "I think that was definitely meant for you." Shelby's words caused a flush of embarrassment to crawl up Lucia's face. When the team had finished running out on the field and began warming up, the conversation between the women started again. "Okay, ladies, don't forget we have snacks in the kitchen." Kinsey pointed to the large open kitchen behind them. "There are plenty of drinks in the fridge as well, so please help yourselves." Lucia wasn't really hungry, but she hoped that maybe nibbling on something while she watched the game would keep her nerves at bay, so she meandered into the kitchen to see what was available. It was a cornucopia of foods. Everything from chips and dips to fruit to fried chicken filled Kinsey's marble bar top. Grabbing a plate, she began loading it up with fruit first. If she was going to mindlessly eat, she could at least try to eat as healthy as possible. "It's Lucia, right?" a voice asked from beside her. Lucia glanced up to see a quiet brunette woman on her right. "Yes, it is." She paused, searching her memory for the woman's name. "Catherine?" She hoped she was grasping the right name. The woman's face lit up. "That's right. I'm Clay's wife. I hear you're seeing Jefferson now." Lucia nodded as she tried to picture who Clay was. Jefferson had introduced her to a few of the guys he was closest friends with, but she wasn't sure about Clay. "I'm so glad. He's been such an inspiration to Clay, but always so quiet. We always worried about him a little. It's nice to see you bringing him out of his shell." Lucia felt the need to protest. "Oh, I don't know that I'm doing that. I just offered to help with cooking lessons, and we just kind of clicked." "Of course you are," Catherine said. "You compliment him and bring out the best in him. I just wanted to say I'm glad." "So am I." The words felt awkward, insufficient, but Lucia wasn't sure what else to add. She finished grabbing some pretzels and chips along with a drink before returning to her chair. "Okay, so about Clay Hawthorne, the center?" April leaned close as she whispered so as not to be heard. "Is he single?" Lucia shook her head and pointed toward Catherine, who was still finishing up her plate. "Sorry, that's his wife there." "Bummer." April pushed her bottom lip out and scrunched her nose. "Are any of them single?" "Carter is," Kinsey answered, obviously hearing the question. "But I'm not sure you'd want to get involved with him. He goes through women like most of them go through socks." As a gleam appeared in April's eye, Lucia knew that had been the wrong thing to say, but Kinsey couldn't have known that. However, April now firmly had her eyes set on Carter, who was not only a prize in her estimation, but a puzzle to be figured out. Lucia shook her head and sighed softly. At least it might keep April's interest for a while. The game began, and Lucia found herself relaxing as Mason took many of the receptions, having returned from his honeymoon after the last game. She knew she shouldn't find relief in that, as Jefferson probably wanted to play more, but she couldn't help it. The 2-minute warning sounded, and Lucia smiled. The first half was almost over, and then her heart would get a break during halftime. Her stomach could use one too. She'd nearly cleaned the plate of the food she'd grabbed before the game started. The players lined up for the next play,
and Lucia watched as the ball sailed through the air in Jefferson's direction. As he jumped in the air, a squeezing sensation gripped her heart. The ball landed in his arms, but before his feet could touch the ground, one of the players from the other team rammed into the side of Jefferson, sending him crumbling to the ground. A collective gasp erupted in the room as all the women watched to see if he was okay. Lucia felt the squeeze tighten on her heart, and she leaned forward as if that would allow her to see over the players blocking her view. As the crowd on the field grew, so did her feeling that something wasn't right. Her eyes devoured the television screen, searching for any clue of his fate. A hand waved to their sidelines, and the team doctors began running onto the field. Shelby and Kinsey appeared at her sides, both placing a hand on her shoulder. "It's going to be fine," Shelby said. "It's just a precaution." Silence descended, both in the room and on the field, as the players were shooed back for the doctors to get closer and determine the extent of the injury. Amazingly, Jefferson had held onto the ball, and Lucia could see his hand move slightly, which gave her hope, but not for long. One of the doctors stood and motioned for something on the sidelines, and a moment later, a small truck carrying a backboard rolled onto the field. Lucia was no expert on injuries, but this did not seem like a good sign. The doctors each took an end of Jefferson and lifted him onto the board, bracing his head and feet before loading the board onto the truck. "I'm sure it's just a precaution." Kinsey's quiet and unsteady voice betrayed more than her words. Lucia nodded, but she wasn't sure. She'd watched enough games to know that when players were taken off this way, the injury was generally severe, or at least worrisome. She pulled her phone from her pocket and swiped the screen, as if looking for answers in a text, but that was stupid. He wouldn't have his phone on the field, and who would know to text her? They weren't married, they were just dating. "I'll text Tucker and ask him to keep us updated." Shelby removed her hand from Lucia's shoulder in order to fire off the message. "He may not have a lot of time, but they know we watch, so I'm sure he'll check his phone during halftime." Lucia nodded, knowing there was nothing else she could do, but feeling as if she was floating in the ocean on a shrinking piece of driftwood. This was the part she hated. The not knowing, the second guessing, the gut-wrenching part. The 2 minutes dwindled as the plays continued, and finally the buzzer sounded, announcing halftime. The Tornadoes were ahead by 10 points, but Lucia could not find the joy. She felt like a statue, frozen in time, until word came that Jefferson was okay. Around her, the conversation restarted, but it was subdued, as if everyone understood how she felt. The voices were whispers, the footsteps light like the floor was made of eggshells. Lucia knew they were trying to help, trying to be respectful, but it almost made her feel worse. What did she even do? They had just begun dating, but she could not deny that he'd made an impression on her heart already. The squeezing sensation that still had yet to abate proved that. But what was the right behavior here? Did she join the others in pretending everything was okay? Did she sit here and continue staring at the television, though she had no interest in whomever was singing currently? "Hey." Shelby placed a hand on Lucia's arm. "Tucker just texted. Jefferson is having pain in his back, so they're sending him to the nearest hospital for some tests." The nearest hospital, which, since they were in California at the moment, felt 1,000,000 miles away. Except for him turning abusive, this was Lucia's biggest fear, the concern that had kept what little emotional wall she still had standing until he'd kissed her, and then all of it had flown out the window. What did she even do now? "What do I do? I can't hop on a plane and go see him." Not only would it be weird since they weren't married, but she had to be at work tomorrow. The girls chewed on their bottom lips as they exchanged glances. It was obvious none of them had planned for this scenario.
You call, Shelby said finally. I'll text Tucker and ask him to text me the name of the hospital. Then you can call and check up on him. I know it's not the same, but at least he'll know you care. I don't know. Lucia wasn't sure calling was the right thing to do. Is that weird? Getting a call at the hospital from the girl you've been dating less than a month? It's not weird, Kinsey said, jumping in. It doesn't matter how long you've been dating. It is obvious that you care for him and he cares for you. I have no doubt that he would feel better knowing you were there for him. I agree, April said. Lucia nodded. If she were the one injured, she would be hurt if Jefferson didn't check up on her. So it only made sense that she should make sure he was okay. You're right. Please text Tucker.
Chapter 21. Jefferson.
A pinched nerve? But that's not serious, right?
Though Jefferson had a contract, not all of his money was guaranteed, and his contract was up for renewal at the end of the year. If he couldn't play, the team could release him, or choose not to renew his contract, or renew it for a much lower sum. None of those options were appealing, as two would leave him with no job and little in savings to live off until he found another, and the other would leave him earning less than he did now. The doctor looked up from the computer where he had been inputting notes.
Not usually, but your doctor will have to see how you improve with rest. If it gets better, then you may not have to do anything else. However, if it doesn't improve, or gets worse, you may have to explore surgery to provide relief.
Surgery? Jefferson's eyes widened as a squeezing sensation gripped his chest. I can't afford the recovery time required for surgery.
Then I suggest you follow the guidelines for rest to give yourself the best chance of a quick recovery. It's also important that you realize how dangerous continuing to play with this injury can be. Right now, the nerves are just inflamed, but if you continue to push them, you could cause permanent nerve damage, and there's no coming back from that.
Jefferson closed his eyes and tried to force the suffocating sensation flooding his chest away. This could not be happening. The season had barely started, and now it appeared he would be out for an undetermined amount of time.
How long?
Though he knew it had to be asked, he dreaded the answer.
I'll prescribe some steroids that should help with the inflammation, and then I want you to check in with your regular doctor in 1 week. If everything is better, then he can evaluate your return. But you have to rest this week, Jefferson. That means relaxing and no heavy lifting. Catch up on some TV, read a book, whatever you have to do to take the pressure off your back. I don't want you immobilized, though, as that will only make it worse. So get up and move around a little every hour and utilize a heating pad and ice. But no playing and limit your standing time.
Jefferson shook his head. I have a 4-year-old daughter, Doc. Remaining prone while she's home isn't really an option.
Then I suggest you find some help for the next week, the doctor said pointedly. If you want to heal and not damage your nerves for good, then you have to do this, whatever it takes.
Whatever it took. Such an easy thing to say, but not so easy to do. Jefferson had known being a single parent wouldn't be easy, but he'd been more worried about how to talk to Haley when she became a woman or got her first boyfriend. He had never thought he'd have to deal with something like this.
I'll try.
Though he had no idea how. Lorelai attended college in the evenings, so she wouldn't be able to watch Haley. His mother might be able to a few of the nights, but she wouldn't be able to every night, and he wasn't sure he would want her to anyway. Maybe he could call Kim, but her job as a detective made her schedule unpredictable.
Try hard, the doctor said, standing. I'm going to go get your discharge process started. A nurse will be back shortly with your recovery plan.
Jefferson nodded, but he had no idea how he would be able to follow the recovery plan. As the doctor stepped out, the phone attached to his bed began to ring. Sure that it was Blaine or one of the coaches, Jefferson picked it up with a sigh. "Hello?"
Jefferson, it's Lucia. I hope it's okay that I called.
"Lucia?" His heart lifted at the sound of her voice and the fact that she'd cared enough to call, and then sank just as rapidly. If she was calling, then it meant she had watched the game and seen him injured. He'd promised her it looked worse than it was, and now he was in the hospital. "Of course it's okay, but I'm sorry."
Sorry? Why are you sorry? If you were in the hospital here, I'd be visiting you in person, but I can't hop on a plane.
"Even if you could, it would be too late," Jefferson said, interrupting her and attempting to reassure her at the same time. "The nurse is getting my discharge papers as we speak."
So, it's not that bad?
He could hear the hope in her voice, and he hated that he'd caused her so much concern. "It's a pinched nerve." Jefferson toyed with the cord of the phone so his fingers had some way to vent his nervous energy. "It could definitely be worse, but the doctor wants me to remain inactive for a week and then reevaluate it." Lucia gasped on the other end.
A week? What does that mean for your job? Do football players have sick leave?
Jefferson chuckled. "Not like most people, but most of us have injury protection in our contracts. They can't cut me because I was injured at work, at least not until I'm medically cleared. Then," he paused, hoping he wouldn't have to go down that road. "Then it's a different story."
So they have to pay you until the doctor says you can play again, but then they could cut you? That doesn't make much sense.
Jefferson shook his head before remembering she couldn't see him over the phone. "No, you don't understand. Just because I'm medically cleared doesn't necessarily mean I can play. If the doctor says I can walk, but my playing days are over, they could cut me then."
That's horrible. But they wouldn't, right? I mean, everyone I've met on this team seems better than that.
"The people are, but this is a business. Paying me while I can't play doesn't make much sense, and I've seen guys cut with less serious injuries." He sighed. "Even if they don't cut me, my contract is up at the end of the season, so they could choose to let me go then or sign me for less." There was a pause for a moment, and Jefferson wondered if he'd lost her before she spoke again.
Then we'll pray that doesn't happen. God is bigger than all of this.
Prayer. How had Jefferson forgotten that important aspect? He'd been so focused on his injury and how it would affect him that he'd forgotten to ask the one who could help. "You're right, he is. And while we're praying, maybe we can pray for someone to be able to help me in the evenings. Lorelai will be there during the day, but she has class at night, and the doctor wants me to remain off my feet and resting as long as possible."
I'll help.
Her response was swift and simple, and he knew she hadn't really thought it through. "Lucia, I can't ask you to do that." Even through the phone, he could hear her smiling.
You're not asking. I'm offering. I know what Haley can eat, and I spent nearly every evening there the last few weeks anyway. This wouldn't be any different.
Except that it would. The last few weeks, she had been merely teaching him to cook and hanging out with him and Haley. For the next week, she would have to be in charge of Haley, as well as helping him with anything he couldn't do. Did he really want her to see that?
Please, let me do this for you, for Haley, for us.
Us. They were still so new that he had yet to really think of them as an us. But how could he deny her when she was pleading with him with an intense desire to help? If they had been dating longer, would he even consider turning down her offer? Probably not. So why was he now? Why was he not trusting that maybe God had heard his silent cry for help and Lucia was his answer? Okay. He hoped he wasn't making a huge mistake. "I'll be home tonight, so let's plan on tomorrow, say
5?
I'll be there at 4:30. And Jefferson?
Yeah?
I'm glad you're okay. I was worried.
It wasn't a declaration of love or anything, but Jefferson knew it was from her heart, and it brought a smile to his face. If he had Lucia helping him, maybe he could get through this week. Just maybe. Chapter 22. Lucia. Lucia showed up at Jefferson's house the next afternoon, unsure what to expect. She'd made the offer the night before because it seemed like the right thing to do. But now that she stood on his doorstep, she wasn't so sure. Would he resent her intrusion? Would he be able to move at all? Would she have to get Haley ready for bed? And what if she misbehaved? Would Lucia be in charge of punishment? She should have asked these questions yesterday before offering, but it was too late now. Her hand lifted to ring the doorbell, but before her finger pressed the glowing circle, the door opened and a younger woman with a large bag slung over her shoulder glanced up at her.
You must be Lucia,
she said with a small smile.
I'm so glad you're here. I'm Lorelai.
She stuck out her hand and waited until Lucia returned the shake. Lucia would have guessed she was related to Jefferson, even if she hadn't known his sister nannied for him, as she had the same warm brown eyes, the same dark hair, and the same charming smile.
Yeah, I am.
Lucia took the girl's hand and returned the shake.
So nice to meet you. Nice to meet you as well. I'd love to stay and talk more, but I'm going to be late for class.
She pursed her lips and glanced back over her shoulder, as if making sure no one was listening.
He's in a bit of a mood today, but try not to take it personally. He's just having a hard time not being able to do much.
Lucia nodded, wondering what a bit of a mood looked like, but figuring she would find out soon enough. She watched Lorelai disappear around the corner of the house before pushing the door open further and stepping inside.
Hello?
Miss Lucia!
Haley's head popped up momentarily over the back of a chair in the living room before she scrambled down and came running at Lucia, slamming her face into Lucia's thighs and wrapping her arms around her legs.
Hello, Miss Haley.
Lucia placed her hand on the top of Haley's head and ruffled her hair.
I guess you missed me.
I did. Are we cooking tonight? We ran out of the other food you made and...
She motioned for Lucia to bend down.
Aunt Lottie's isn't quite as good.
Lucia smiled.
Well, I'm sure she's trying, but yes, I brought ingredients to make an Italian chicken dish that my grandmother used to make.
Haley's eyes widened.
Does it have noodles?
Well, the original recipe did, but I'm afraid I haven't perfected gluten-free noodles yet.
Lucia offered a sympathetic smile before continuing.
However, I promise I'll keep looking. Is your daddy in the living room?
Haley scrunched her face and nodded.
He's not very happy, though.
That's okay. He'll be better soon. I'm going to say hello really quick, and then we can start cooking, okay?
Okay.
As Lucia watched Haley wander to her room, she couldn't help wishing everything was as simple as kids made it seem. She set her bag down and continued into the living room. Jefferson lay stretched across the couch. Hey, you made it. He smiled slightly when he saw her, but she could hear the fatigue in his voice.
I did.
She kneeled by the couch, afraid to sit on it and have her weight shift his position, causing him pain.
How are you doing?
He rolled his eyes and snorted softly. I've been on this couch nearly all day. I've watched just about every cartoon on television, tried to sleep, tried to read, anything to pass the time. But if you're just now getting here, it means the time still isn't moving fast enough. There was an edge to his voice that Lucia had never heard before, but she could understand it. She could not imagine being forced to remain still for most of the day, much less for a week, especially for someone normally as active as he was.
I'm so sorry.
She touched his arm, wishing there was something more she could do for him, some magic way to ease his pain.
Is there anything I can do for you? Anything I can get you?
Actually, I need to stand for a little bit and walk around. Can you help me up? Lucia wondered if she could help him up. He was much larger than she was, so there was no way she could pull him up with brute strength. But she was determined to try.
Just tell me what to do.
Grab my hand and pull slowly, and then be ready in case I fall.
The first part I can do, but I don't think I could actually catch you if you fell.
Then let's hope I don't. The small smile that flitted across his lips for an instant was filled with pain. If it helps, I haven't fallen any of the other times, and Lorelai is smaller than you.
Thank you?
Lucia wasn't sure if that was a compliment, but she decided to take it as one. She stood and then held out her hands to him. With a soft grunt, Jefferson grabbed her hands and swung his feet off the couch. She could see the toll of the pain in the lines that etched his face and forehead as he tightened his grip on her hands and slowly stood. For a moment, he swayed on his feet, and Lucia feared he might fall over. She let go of his hands to grab his arms in an effort to steady him. But while she succeeded in that, she had not counted on the tremors that would race down her own arms at the touch. Her breath caught, and her eyes swam up to meet his. Though still clouded with pain, his eyes held hers, and for a moment she thought, no, maybe hoped was the better word, that he would kiss her again. But he was in pain, and his daughter was nearby, so she swallowed her disappointment when instead he took her hands again and whispered, "Thank you." There was more than a simple thanks in those words. A deeper meaning was laced into the tone of his voice and the pull of his eyes. With a nod, she managed to return, "You're welcome," though it too was barely above a whisper. Time slowed around them, and Lucia was not sure how long they shared a gaze until he finally pulled his shoulders back, released her hands, and massaged his lower back. "I guess I've been laying down too long. I am definitely a little stiff."
Do you need help going anywhere?
Lucia hated seeing him this way. "No, I can manage from here."
Does that mean we can cook now?
Haley asked. Lucia had not heard the girl enter the room, and the sound of Haley's voice startled her for a moment, but she quickly recovered and nodded at the girl.
Yes, now we can cook.
As Jefferson shuffled down the hall to his room, Lucia led Haley into the kitchen and began gathering the ingredients they would need.
Are you going to come over every night now that Daddy is hurt?
Haley climbed up on a bar stool to oversee.
I'm going to try, and I hope you'll try to help your daddy and your aunt out as much as possible this week as well.
Haley's face scrunched and her eyes dropped to the counter.
I'll try, but Daddy isn't as nice when he's home all day.
A tiny flicker of fear erupted in Lucia's heart at Haley's words, but she tried to remain calm.
What do you mean?
Haley shrugged.
He's just madder. He yelled at me today to turn down my videos, and he never yells at me.
Lucia's heart broke at the wavering in Haley's voice, and she reached out for the girl's hand.
Oh, honey, your daddy is just stressed. He doesn't mean to yell at you, but I'll talk to him, okay?
Haley sniffed and nodded.
Okay, I'm just glad you're here. You're always nice.
Lucia squeezed Haley's hand and smiled, but inside the flicker was gaining traction. Had she been wrong about Jefferson? Was he just like Philip, only better at hiding it? It had taken Philip nearly 6 months to show his true colors, but would he have done so sooner if he'd been injured like Jefferson?
Or were Jefferson's actions not his normal and simply a reaction to the stress? Suddenly, she dreaded telling Jefferson about his daughter's concerns. He'd never been abusive with her, but was he capable? The sound of his feet shuffling their direction again forced her attention away from the traitorous thoughts tromping through her mind and to the task at hand, cooking dinner. The conversation could wait until after. As she rinsed the dishes in the sink, Lucia's unease grew. Jefferson had been quiet at dinner, not his normal self, and with Haley also laconic, the meal had been uncomfortable to say the least. All she wanted to do was grab her purse and go back home, but she'd promised to help get Haley in bed, and she'd promised Haley she'd talk with Jefferson.
Thank you again for dinner and for coming tonight.
The sound of Jefferson's voice caught her off guard, and Lucia jumped slightly before shutting the water off, drying her hands and turning to face him. "You're welcome, but what are you doing up? I thought you were supposed to be resting."
Walk around time. Besides, I feel like I'm going crazy just sitting there. I thought I might see if I could help you in here.
Well, your timing is impeccable. I just finished the dishes, so there is nothing to do in here. But since you're here... Lucia glanced toward the living room to make sure Haley was still engrossed in her video before continuing. "Can we talk for a minute?" A guarded expression crossed Jefferson's face.
You aren't going to tell me you can't see me anymore, are you? I mean, I know I'm not myself right now, but I don't think I can take any more bad news.
No, it's not that. Though Lucia could not deny the thought had crossed her mind. However, she would not jump to conclusions. Jefferson had neither said nor done anything abusive to her, and she hadn't seen the interaction with Haley. Though she believed the girl, Haley was also 4, and yelling might have a very different meaning in her book. It's about Haley. Lucia pursed her lips for a moment as she thought about how best to continue. When I got here, she told me she was glad I was here because I was always nice, and that... She paused to take a deep breath. Hopefully he would understand she was speaking out of concern and not trying to overstep. And that you yelled at her. She seemed a little afraid of you. Jefferson sighed and ran a hand through his hair.
Yeah, I wondered. I wouldn't say I yelled, but my patience was definitely tested today. I'm not good at doing nothing, and I certainly didn't handle it as well as I could have.
Relief flooded Lucia at his confession. This was something Philip would never have done, and it confirmed her judgment that Jefferson was truly different. Hurting and struggling currently, but different. She crossed the distance between them and placed her hand on his arm. I know this isn't easy, but you can do this. Did you try praying for patience? A soft, mirthless chuckle escaped Jefferson's lips.
I did not. How could I have forgotten that? I've tried to be such a godly example for the other men on the team, but I keep forgetting to lean on him in my time of need. What kind of Christian am I?
The human kind. Lucia smiled up at him. We all struggle, and we often forget that God is bigger than we are. Jefferson shuffled closer to her.
I wish I could take you in my arms right now, because I'm not sure you realize how amazing you are.
Well, if you keep telling me, I might. Lucia beamed at the joy his words brought and grabbed his hands. How about we pray together right now?
I'd like that.
Lucia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Lord, thank you for all that you do for us, for family, for health, and for healing. Be with Jefferson, who is struggling right now. Heal him quickly so that he can return to work, and give him patience to deal with the situation until he is healed. Most importantly, help him to remember that he can lean on you. In your name, amen.
Amen, Jefferson echoed. And thank you for being brave enough to be honest with me.
You're welcome.
Relief flooded Lucia as the last nugget of doubt left her once again. Philip would never have thanked her for pointing out one of his faults.
How is your back doing now?
Jefferson tilted his head, as if assessing the pain before nodding. Still tight, but I think I can stand a little longer. How about we get Haley to bed, and then you can call it a night. I know you still have work tomorrow. Lucia smiled at his use of the word we. Even though she knew she was just helping out until his back got better, she couldn't help but feel they were a little like a family, something she hadn't realized she'd missed so much until this moment.
I think that sounds great.
Chapter 23. Jefferson. Jefferson stared at the doctor as he waited for the prognosis. Though his back felt less like someone was trying to string him up by his muscles, the pain hadn't fully subsided, and he knew he wasn't completely in the clear. The doctor had put him through another nerve conduction study, an electromyography to assess the condition, and Jefferson now waited, not so patiently, for the results. With a sigh, the doctor removed his glasses and set the papers containing results down on the table. Unfortunately, the tests show that there is still some damage occurring to the nerves. The rest has helped, but it has not taken care of the problem entirely. So we have two options. And those are... Having researched pinched nerves religiously over the past week, Jefferson had a good idea. But he wanted to hear it from the doctor to make sure he wasn't missing anything. The more conservative option is physical therapy. You can work with a therapist to strengthen and stretch the nerves, but as you know, that process is sometimes a slow road, and I could not in good faith recommend you continue playing until the nerves are healed. Jefferson had done his fair share of physical therapy over the years, and while it often helped, it was not a quick solution. He definitely needed a better option. What's the other option? The other option is surgery. Usually I don't recommend it until after we've tried resting and physical therapy for a few months. But I know you're on a tighter schedule. I also know that with your job, it's probably the best option. But the surgery recovery time is months, right? Jefferson could feel his heart hardening, as if slowly being encased in ice. Everything he had read stated that while the success rate of relieving the pain with surgery was high, at nearly 80%, the recovery time would be anywhere from 3 months to a year, and he didn't have that kind of time. The season would be over in less than 3 months, and with it, his contract. It is, the doctor said. 3 months at best, but it's the quickest option I see to get you playing again. A little time out now might give you a few more years of playing. Isn't there anything else we can do? Steroids or an ice bath after every practice? Something? The doctor sighed and leaned back in his chair. If you weren't a professional football player, then maybe a steroid like cortisone would help. But in your case, Jefferson, I think it would be dangerous. If you were to feel relief and then get injured again, it could cause permanent damage to your nerves. Damage that might not only end your career, but your ability to walk. There has to be something else, Doc. I can't miss the rest of the season, and possibly next season as well. My contract is up at the end of this season, and I know they won't renew me. A sense of sadness and resignation radiated from the doctor like a bad cologne. I'm sorry, Jefferson. I just don't see another option. Either you give it more time and hope you heal, or we do the surgery and you take the necessary time to recover. Jefferson leaned back in his chair and scratched at his cheek. So his two options were a wing and a prayer or a year of his life. Neither sounded appealing at the moment. And though he'd never wanted football to define his life, he could see his career evaporating in front of him. It was more than he could deal with at the moment as anger and resentment burgeoned inside of him. Can I think about it and let you know, Doc? The doctor nodded.
Of course, take whatever time you need. Maybe run it by the coaches and get their input.
Jefferson nodded, but he could not focus on the doctor's words. All he could think about was the unfairness of the situation. Why did he have to be the one to get injured? How would he continue to pay his bills? And most importantly, why hadn't God answered his prayers? The anger, having been granted just a moment of acceptance, began to flame. Convinced that there was nothing more to say at the moment, Jefferson stood and exited the doctor's office. Lucia, who had offered to drive him to the appointment today, sat outside. She looked up as he approached her.
How did it go?
Her voice was soft and consoling, but he didn't want to be consoled. Not right now.
Not great.
The words flew from his mouth with more force than he meant. Harsh and unyielding, he saw the wound he inflicted upon her flash across her face with a flinch. But he did not apologize, though a little voice whispered in his head that he should, that none of this was her fault. Unfortunately, the anger had taken hold, and it would not be abated at the moment.
Can we just go?
She blinked at him as if she wanted to say more, but was unsure how to deal with his frosty tone.
Sure.
They walked out to her car in silence, a tense, heavy silence, one that felt like the air was laden with the pressure of impending rain. He knew he should lighten the oppressive feeling and apologize for his venting, but he could not bring himself to say the words. Everything he knew, everything he thought he had planned out for himself, was disappearing before his eyes, and the helpless, drowning sensation it left him with sent shockwaves of despair through him. He felt lost, adrift in the sea like a tiny piece of wood, broken from a passing ship which no longer served any purpose. When they reached his house, Lucia put the car in park, but made no move to turn off the engine or get out. Instead, she took a deep breath and turned to face him.
I don't know what happened at your appointment, Jefferson, but I can only assume it was nothing good. However, as bad as it seems right now, I'm sure you have options.
He rolled his eyes and scoffed. None that will allow me to play again anytime soon. My career is probably over.
I'm sorry.
Her face fell as the gravity of the situation dawned on her countenance.
But even if it is, that doesn't mean your life is over. God will be there if you call out to him.
Jefferson knew she was right, but the anger had taken hold so completely now that he could not agree with her. Instead, he did the one thing he had promised never to do. He lashed out at her. God? I'm not sure God and I are on good terms at the moment. First, he took my wife and left me to raise a daughter alone. Now he's taking my career. How am I supposed to provide for my daughter, Lucia? Is God just going to send money to me like manna from heaven? His words had the intended effect, and he saw her shoulders roll forward and defeat take up residence on her face. He took a deep breath and squeezed his eyes shut. Intended effect? What was he doing? He hadn't meant to hurt Lucia. She had been nothing but nice to him, nothing but supportive of everything he'd done. She'd spent her evenings teaching him how to cook. She always thought of Haley when they went out and brought food she could eat. She'd even driven him to the doctor's appointment today on her day off. This was how he repaid her? Lucia, I'm sorry. She shook her head, but she could not hide the tears glistening in her eyes.
I know you are hurting, Jefferson, but I can't do this right now.
Her voice was little more than a whisper, and suddenly he knew she was thinking of Philip. He wanted to kick himself. He might not have insulted her with his words, but throwing them at her in anger wasn't that different. He'd worked so hard to prove to her that he was different, and now in an instant he had regressed that progress. Lucia, I'm sorry. Really, I am. I'm just stressed. Please, come inside and I'll tell you about the appointment. She wiped at her eyes before meeting his gaze. He was struck by the resolute detachment that shone from them.
I have to go, Jefferson. I have a lot of work to do. We can talk later.
But he knew from the tone of her voice that she would not be answering his phone calls anytime soon. Defeated that he had let the enemy win, that he had let anger take control and influence his decisions, he nodded and opened the passenger door. "Thank you for taking me today." She nodded but said nothing else. As he closed the door behind him and watched her drive away, he wondered if he had just committed the second biggest mistake of his life.
Hey, I thought Lucia was coming in.
Lorelai glanced up as Jefferson entered the kitchen. "She was, but I'm pretty sure I drove her away."
Oh no, what happened?
Lorelai grabbed 2 mugs from the cabinet and filled them with coffee that she must have recently made, for it was still sending tiny dancing streams of heat into the air when she handed the mug to him. "I let my anger get the best of me, and I lashed out at her." Jefferson sighed and blew on the mug. "The doctor said my options were physical therapy and waiting, or surgery and waiting. Both mean my career is probably over. I don't know what happened. The anger just seemed to engulf me, and even though I knew angry words were the one thing she couldn't stand, I took it out on her." Lorelai touched his shoulder.
You're human. We all make mistakes. The question you have to ask now is what can you do to make it up to her?
"I don't know. I can't even think straight, Lore. What will I do if this ends my career?"
You'll find another one.
She said the words so matter-of-factly that he paused, mid-sip, to stare at her. "It's not that easy. I can't just magic up another career."
That's where you're wrong.
She added some cream to her coffee and took a small sip.
Somewhere along the way, you got it in your head that all you were was a football player. A good one, don't get me wrong, but you stopped seeing what I see, what I've always seen. You are so much more than that. You have so many talents, things you haven't explored because of football. Didn't you talk about leading a youth group at one time?
Jefferson stared at his little sister, who had seemingly matured years in a matter of minutes. "I did, but I don't have the degree to do that."
Then get one, or do something else you're passionate about. You're so amazing, but you don't see it. I know this may not be the plan you had for your life, but remember that when God closes one door, it's because He wants to open another. Maybe this injury was the only way He could get you to see that.
Jefferson swallowed the hot coffee, barely tasting it as it slid down his throat. "How did you get so insightful?" Lorelai shrugged and smiled.
Easy. I had the best big brother who didn't always make the right decisions, but always tried to do the right thing.
Jefferson chuckled as he thought back over his past mistakes. "You should go into counseling. I'm pretty sure you would be amazing at it." Lorelai stared down at the mug in her hands before lifting her eyes.
I think you might be right.
"I know I'm right, but I also have no idea how to make it up to her. How do I show her that I'm the level-headed guy she met, and not the obnoxious jerks she just spent a car ride with?" Lorelai set her mug on the table and tapped a finger against her lips.
It has to be something personal, something that means a lot to her.
Something personal and meaningful. Suddenly, Jefferson knew just the thing. The question was, could he find it? Chapter 24. Lucia. The next few days dragged by for Lucia. Jefferson had tried to reach out to her a few times, but she wasn't ready to talk to him, and she'd let all of the calls go to voicemail. Her brain was telling her that his anger was understandable, that it was not directed at her, but her heart reminded her that she had tried to rationalize and justify Philip's behavior as well.
How could I have been so wrong again?
She glanced up at the ceiling as she set the pot on the stove for the lunch preparations.
Wrong about what?
She looked up at the sound of Jefferson's voice. What was he doing here?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to infringe upon your work, but I needed to bring you something, and apologize again. If you don't want to see me after that, I promise I'll let you be. Just hear me out, okay?
Lucia studied his face. It held no trace of the anger and stone she had seen etched on it a few days before. And while she wasn't sure anything he had to say would make a difference, she could certainly let him speak. She nodded, not trusting her voice. Jefferson removed the bag from his shoulder and placed it on the table. Reaching inside, he pulled out a white rose, with red coating the very tips of the petals. Though Lucia had no idea what it was called, it was one of the most beautiful flowers she had ever seen.
This is a fire and ice rose.
He held the flower out to her.
I got this for a few reasons. The first is that while flowers are a nice gesture to accompany an apology, you are more special than a regular rose, and you needed something to reflect that. Before I met you, I was this white rose, cold and lonely, but you have ignited a fire within me once again. This rose also represents the good and bad struggle inside all of us. I wish that I could be perfect for you, but I struggle with feeling helpless. And Saturday, I let it get the best of me, and I'm sorry. To me, the red represents the anger I allowed to surface. But notice, there is much more white on the rose. This is my promise to you, that I will continue to work on this flaw, so that I can be the man you deserve.
Lucia took the rose, but she still had no words. He had clearly thought about what he was going to say, and that had probably been the most beautiful apology she had ever heard. He reached in the bag again and pulled out a piece of paper. As he turned it toward her, Lucia could see that it was a drawing. Haley's, by the look of it.
This is from Haley. She misses you, and I hope that however you feel about me at the end of this, that you will come and see her. She's become very fond of you, and not having you around the last few days has been hard on her. This picture is of the two of you cooking together in the kitchen. She wanted to let me know that if you come back, she'll help with every meal and never complain.
He offered a crooked smile.
That's probably a promise she'll end up breaking, but she means well.
Emotion choked Lucia's throat. She had missed Haley as well, but she had no idea the girl was so fond of her. She took the picture and opened her mouth to respond, but Jefferson held up his hand.
Wait, I have one more thing.
He reached in his bag again, but this time he did not pull it out enough for her to see what he held in his hand.
After you dropped me off, I had a long talk with my sister Lorelai. She helped me see the error of my ways, and that I would need something more than words to prove to you how sorry I am. I wasn't sure what I could do until my sister Kim came over the next night to help with Haley. I don't know if I ever told you, but Kim is a detective.
Lucia shook her head. She knew he had an older brother and sister, but she'd only ever met Lorelai.
Well, I told her about your break-in, and though it's not her department, she told me about a story that had circulated the station a few days prior. Evidently, some man came into the station with a box full of random items. He said that he was addicted to drugs and broke into cars to find items to sell for money to purchase those drugs. But that a man had come to him in a dream, telling him he needed to change his ways, clean up his life, and begin serving God, who had sent his son to die for this man's sins.
A tiny seed of hope sprouted within Lucia. Could he be talking about her grandmother's letter? Had he found it? Jefferson smiled as he continued.
The items were bits and pieces of things he was unable to sell, a few pictures, some bags, and one very old card that appeared to have been important to someone.
He pulled the card out and handed it to Lucia, whose mouth fell open in a perfect O shape as she stared at the card she'd presumed lost forever.
I told my sister about your card, and she contacted the officer in charge, who told her it was in fact one of the items in the box, and one they had hoped to return to the owner as soon as they could determine whose it was.
I can't believe you did this.
Overcome with emotion, Lucia's eyes filled with tears. She took the card and scanned it first with her eyes and then with her finger before lifting her gaze to meet his.
Lucia, I am so sorry. I know that you told me about Philip, and I promised you I would never be like that, and I failed.
He took a step toward her and took her hand.
I also know that I've been lost these last few days without you. I don't know what my future holds due to this injury, but I do know that I want you in it. Please, tell me you'll forgive me.
Lucia hadn't needed the final apology. The fact that he'd gone out of his way to find her grandmother's card, the fact that he'd remembered how important it was to her, told her everything. Yes, he'd messed up, but he was human, and she knew there would be times in the future she would mess up as well. But his willingness to admit he was wrong and ask her forgiveness spoke volumes. Those were things Philip had never done, would never do, and she knew she could not let Jefferson exit her life.
I don't care if football is in your future or not. If this injury means you have to do something else, I'll be just as proud of you and just as proud to stand by you. I forgive you, Jefferson, and no matter what the future holds, I would like to face it by your side.
His lips broke into a wide grin seconds before they found hers. Lucia wrapped her arms around his neck and let the moment wash over her. Though the future was not certain, she finally felt that perhaps she was not meant to face it alone, and that thought sent a smile down to the tips of her toes. When they finally broke apart, Lucia motioned to the counter for them to sit.
I'm sorry I haven't answered your phone calls, but please tell me what the doctor said.
As Jefferson recounted the appointment for her and the options the doctor had given, an idea began to form in Lucia's mind.
Okay, don't hold me to this, and I don't want to get your hopes up too much, but I have a suggestion that might help.
Jefferson lifted a brow at her.
I'm all ears.
Epilogue. Jefferson. 3 months later. Jefferson smiled as the team lifted him up on their shoulders. Though he did not need the fame or the recognition, it was good to be playing again and to know that he was pulling his weight once more. And he wouldn't deny that it felt amazing to know they were heading once again to the playoffs.
I don't get it, man.
Carter looked up at him as he was lowered to the field.
I thought the coaches said you'd be out for the year, and now here you are playing again? How did you do it?
Jefferson smiled and clapped a hand on Carter's shoulder.
First of all, I didn't.
He pointed a finger to the sky.
He did. Second, I prayed a lot and followed the direction of my doctor to rest as well. Third, I met a woman who is an amazing massage therapist. She worked with me several times a week to relax the muscles, and that made a world of difference.
Carter lifted a brow.
You met a woman? You mean besides Lucia? Does she know?
Jefferson laughed and shook his head. Leave it to Carter to jump to conclusions.
Actually, she's the one who told me about this woman.
He enjoyed the shocked expression on his teammate's face for a moment before letting him off the hook.
But it's not like that. The woman is her roommate, April. Excuse me, Mr. Davis, can we get a statement?
A man said, holding a microphone out to Jefferson.
Sure you can.
Jefferson grinned and motioned for Clara, who was watching from the sidelines, to bring his bag over. He'd been hoping the game would go well and he would be offered an opportunity like this. Of course, he had a backup plan, but this had been his first choice.
How does it feel to be playing again? The man asked. I feel blessed. Blessed that God healed my body, blessed that my teammates kept me around, and blessed to have an amazing woman by my side through it all. Will you be returning next year, Mr. Davis? We heard your contract is up for renewal at the end of the season. Well, that is out of my hands. I love playing the game, and I hope to return next year. But I also know God has a plan for me that isn't about football, and I will follow what He says. That's why I'm launching a high school and college-aged prayer group at my church. We meet every Tuesday evening at 7 in the community center for prayer and chat and amazing food.
Clara, having reached his side, placed the small box in his hand and softly wished him luck before returning to the sidelines.
I hope those of you watching who are in that age group will join us. And if you guys will give me one more minute, I have one more thing to say.
The reporter shared a glance with his cameraman before shrugging and nodding as an indication to continue.
Lucia Marino, you stole my heart from the moment I saw you, and you sealed my love for you with the first bite of your food. You have stood beside me these last few months, through the injury and through the pain, and I cannot imagine not having you in my life. I know you're watching from the box, so maybe you can give me some sign. But will you do me the honor of making me the happiest and luckiest man in the world and marry me?
Though the box he held contained a fake ring, he flicked it open. There was a collective gasp from the crowd who had not yet departed the stands, and then a murmur as everyone shifted to try and see the player's box. Jefferson waited, knowing a cameraman should be sending her answer live any moment. Clara had promised to organize that as well. Sure enough, the jumbo screen lit up a moment later with a picture of Lucia and Haley smiling and hugging. The cameraman said something and then handed Lucia the actual ring, and she slid it on her finger. The smile that lit up her face seemed to light up the sky around Jefferson as well.
Yes, Jefferson Davis, I will marry you.
Elation and relief flooded Jefferson as he closed the box and tucked it in his pocket. He thanked the reporter and the cameraman for the airtime, and then turned to Carter once more.
I'd like you to come with me to the game box. I'd like to officially introduce you to Lucia, and that beautiful redhead off to her side, whose name happens to be April.
Jefferson wasn't positive that Carter and April would hit it off, but from spending time with each of them, he knew that both were searching for something they had yet to find. Perhaps if he and Lucia could spend time with them and maybe get them to help out with the group, they could find what they were missing in each other and in God.
That's April?
Carter's eyes widened as he stared at the screen.
It is. Now are you coming or not? Because I need to get up there and give my new fiancé a kiss.
Carter shrugged.
Yeah, why not?
The beating of Jefferson's heart sped up as they made their way to the game box. Before he was halfway there, though, Lucia appeared before him. A laugh escaping her lips and a crowd of people behind her. From the looks of it, not only had everyone in the box followed her, but they had picked up a few fans along the way.
I was coming to see you.
She smiled and closed the distance between them.
And I was coming to see you.
Silence hung in the air as he stared at the woman he loved with all his heart.
I guess we better make this official.
He wrapped his arms around her waist, and her hands wound around his neck.
I guess so.
He held her gaze, forgetting about the others watching them from just a few feet away.
Thank you for saying yes, Lucia. I promise to try my best to be the man you deserve. I love you.
The smile that split her lips reached nearly to her ears and shouted her joy to the world.
And I love you.
With those words still echoing in his ears, Jefferson lowered his head and placed his lips against hers. Around them, the crowd erupted into cheers, and Jefferson chuckled. He was no longer the same person he'd been when he started the season, but though it hadn't gone the way he'd planned it, he wouldn't change it for the world. For the first time since Jessica's death, he felt loved, safe, and right with the world. The end. If you enjoyed this story, please leave a review. Just a few words really helps.